What's up, everyone? Kawaii here, and welcome to episode, I believe, 38 of the Weebs of the Roundtable podcast. In this podcast, we're going to be talking about our mid-season impressions of the spring 2023 season. So join me right here are these three fucking idiots. No, I'm just kidding. Anyways, without further ado, let's get to it. So anyways, we're going to go on my anime list. We're going to start at the top of the list, and we're going to work our way down. So the first anime on the list is the newest arc in one of the most popular shonen anime. Of course, I'm talking about Demon Slayer Swordsmith Village arc. So, what do you guys think?
I'm not watching this.
It's Demon Slayer. I mean, how can I say it anymore? I mean, if you watch season 1, 2, you might as well watch season 3. Mm-hmm. And from what I've been told, that we're now getting closer and closer to the final arc. Well, we got 2 more. I think we got like 2 or 3 more arcs to adapt. So, yeah, I mean, the Swordsmith Village arc, not gonna lie, it's a very fun, again, another fun season of fighting, Upper Moon this time. And the best part about this season, as a Demon Slayer fan, is that I don't get to see Zenitsu.
Oh yeah, that's yep.
I'm not really a fan of Zenitsu, but I like Inosuke. But this season is all about Tanjiro, Nezuko, and how he interact with the 2 upper moon this time, not 1 but 2. So I mean, it's tougher, but at least we got 2 Hashiras to deal with them. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see more fight to come. I mean, I think we're halfway through to the season already. 5 more episodes to go, and actually, if I think about it though, I'll be doing the last episode reaction in America. Oh my god!
Oh damn!
Yeah, I'll be coming to America.
Oh yeah. You say you're going to LA in June, right?
Yeah, nice. In June, and I'll tell you more about it later in the podcast. But let's just say Demon Slayer this season is just Demon Slayer. I think the reason why there's not a lot of like hype around it, because people one, either frustrated with all the awards it won that some of them don't even deserve, and 2, people just say, animation this, animation that. And of course, from what I've been told, the Swordsman Village arc isn't exactly like the most strongest demon fighting arc, because like this is more like a carry on where we left off from season 2. But people are more excited about the arc coming after that, which is like, but that is where is more important, because that's basically the final fight. So that's why people will say that Swordsmith Village arc might as well just get out the way and quickly get to the final 2 arcs. So that's why my video for Demon Slayer hasn't really done better compared to the season 2 one. But again, though, I still enjoyed it. I get to, at least Nezuko got more screen time this time. You guys think about it. Nezuko got a lot more screen time compared to the previous 2 seasons.
Oh yeah,
and I'm actually
very happy about it. It makes me think the beginning of this season when they introduced Nezuko, how like just nonchalantly they did it. I was like, actually, because like in the premiere of this season, they like were going through reintroducing like all the characters and stuff, and then just like they did Nezuko's just so casually, and I'm just like, Nezuko's here, okay, well. It was just like it wasn't as flashy as like the other characters, like Tanjiro and Osuke and Zenitsu, because they each have their own, like, I guess, gags around their characters, like what they do. I could understand why some people may enjoy this season more, because there's less of whether I feel like more people dislike Zenitsu than like an Osuke or whatever, but it is interesting that they are kind of going away from the kind of formula or like how it's been, because it's really been like the trio, they team up with a Hashira and then they fight or whatever, but now it's just Tanjiro and Nezuko essentially here, so it is kind of interesting.
I think there could be a reason behind this though, because I remember like
it could be with the Yoriichi stuff too, like that is kind of interesting, like obviously they're trying to focus in on that more.
I think the manga artists just want to like shift things around a bit, because I think she looks through from the previous shonen work that the trio is always together, but at some point they had to like go their separate ways, like Naruto and for like Bleach. So
it makes sense.
He said, you know what? I might as well go through that route too. So she decided to make up some stupid excuse for Inosuke and Zenitsu to go off somewhere else. And Tanjiro have his sword fixed this time, but this time go to the village and decide to team up with the 2 Hashiras. Now that is something interesting, I gotta say. I mean, two Hashiras we haven't seen that for a while. So I mean, I mean Tanjiro of course always have to have the screen time because he's the main character. But because like I think when she looked through her work, I think she said, "Oh yeah, Nezuko is still an important character. Why haven't giving her love compared to other characters?" So she said, "You know what? Might as well give Nezuko her moment to shine." So yeah, as you guys can see, this past 3 episodes, Nezuko basically shown and
Been seeing a lot more.
Yeah, you see a lot more of her compared to previous 2 seasons. Akari Kito getting her more voice lines, and you guys look through the opening. I'm not sure whether this is a spoiler or not, but from when I analyzed the opening, a lot of people, my comments said that Mala, you should not dive more into it. It's going to be into spoiler territory. But you see at the end of the opening, Nezuko bamboo mouthpiece dropped to the ground. People say that that is going to be one of the biggest plot point of the story. I was like, really? Okay, I'm not going to ask any more about that. So. Yeah, Nezuko is going to play a big part this season. She's in the poster for the first time. No, not for the first time, but for one of the standout person in the poster for the first time. And well, of course, now we got the 2 upper moons to deal with, Gyoko and Hantengen. Gyoko is just a hideous looking demon. I mean, nothing much more to say about it. I mean, we haven't really seen much of his power other than those CGI fishes, which I pretty much sparked a debate on Twitter for 24 hours. For 24 hours.
God.
I feel like that's like that's like the main thing I've been seeing. Like there was that one nice cut with like Tanjiro and like the dragon style form or whatever that was.
That is something else, man. But
people were talking about that, but then also I was like, the most I've saw people talking about the past like few weeks with Demon Slayer is like the CGI fish monsters. I'm just like, oh my god.
I think a lot of people like to meme on it because people when associate and Demon Slayer with Ufotable, they expect nothing but precision,
flawless
effectiveness, and quality.
Oh, bro, you know there's people just waiting for there to be like one little like blemish or something, and they're gonna point it out because they like just hate Demon Slayer for whatever.
No, it's not that, because I think a lot of people shit on their favorite studio like Mappa, A1 Pictures.
There's that too. But like, just because of how popular Demon Slayer is, there's always like people that are just waiting for some reason to hate. There's people waiting for some reason to hate.
Same for all the shonen animes. It's just it's normal for shonen animes to get hated by haters. So. I'm not surprised, to be honest. So, but yeah, I mean, of course, you can say the CGI fish was, to be honest, no, that is some nice looking CGI. I've seen worse. Have you guys?
Much worse.
I asked my subscriber this question: have you guys seen the Kami anime this season?
Kamikatsu,
Kamikatsu anime. Have you guys seen that? Compare that shit.
Yeah, but didn't the studio like say that was like a meme or something? Like they did that on purpose?
I really don't. I
heard the studio is just. I heard the studio is making like the show just some big meme, and they're just like.
I find it like a more PR reason.
I mean, we're gonna get to that one later, though. But I also think of X-Arm.
Oh yeah, there's that too. X-Arm.
Oh yeah, there's plenty.
X-Arm. First season of Arifreda.
So yeah, that's why I asked this question to my subscriber. Compare this CGI to the other CGI. Which one is better? This Ufotable one, because it gives more horror vibe to the fish compared to CGI is supposed to be funny, but this one though it looks more scarier. The fishes, the koi fishes. So I gotta say, man, the people are just overreacting, to be honest. But yeah, I gotta say, hey, Gyoko, still need to see more of him to see how dangerous he is. I mean, he did trap Muichiro in the war prison. So yeah, maybe that should be something.
I think, in my opinion, like these upper moons we're focusing on, they're probably some of the more like less interesting ones to me so far. So
I mean, I don't blame you, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we need to get more maybe with them or something. But I feel like with the other antagonistic like figures we've
had. How about Dabi
and Dabi. Yeah. Like I was more interested in them. I was more interested in Akaza, obviously. Like the other, demons we've been fighting lately, I've been more interested.
I think that's a good reason why you say that, though, because like after the Mugen Train hype and stuff like that, people just want more Demon Slayer. and we people want more Upper Moon. They carry on that momentum, and that's why we introduce Gyoko and Dabi. That's why we feel the hype to see more of the Upper Moon in battle. But once Gyoko and Daki fight finishes, people say, and then we have like a year gap. They can't ruin the momentum, and when people watch season 3, they just say, "Oh, it's just another demon flight." But people just forgot that they are Upper Moon too. So I think that's the.
I'm more interested about some of the other, like Doma, for example. Like I'm more interested about like.
Those top 3. Yeah.
Like I'm more interested about them than the ones that we're currently dealing with. But maybe I'll get more interested as it goes on. Just right now, I'm not. I think some of the little like characteristics on how they like fight and like. I think that is kind of interesting to me, but like in terms of like everything else, I'm not really all that interested yet on them.
I mean, Hantenken power though seems like it's done before, to be honest though. But I mean, at least they have each of them have like a different like element to power to use. But yeah, I think people are not too much of a fan of people actually like Gyoko because of his nice, interesting looking figure. But for Hantenken though, people just say, yeah, I feel like this. Power is been done before in shonen animes, like in Naruto, I think it's some other. I think One Piece in some point too has something similar, but
probably
people just say, oh, Hantengen's power just done before, just being recycled, and just basically people enjoy watching Hantengen for the voice actors because they got in some top tier voice actors. So Hantengen, I'm pretty sure he has another hidden power to him. I'm not gonna lie though, like Tanjiro, by the way, that latest episode with Tanjiro animation, again another peak animation for Ufotable. I said it here, I said it again. Yes, the Hinokami Kagura dance, always the best. I mean, we haven't seen it since episode 19, so people are like hyped for it, I guess, in this case. So yeah, I gotta say, man, people are just like waiting for this arc to finish. From what I can see from Demon Slayer fans, just gonna enjoy talking about each episode. But from what I can see from the momentum, and for me personally, though, I think this arc could be like one of the weakest. To be one of the weakest.
So far, it probably is.
Yeah.
My least favorite. Out of
unless they throw in another shitty training arc, and I'll call that a lamest arc. So, yeah. No, actually, there's a very weak arc already. The final 6 episodes of season 1. That's the weakest arc. That's a recovery arc.
Oh,
so that was not the best. I mean, we get to see Shinobu and stuff like that, but I didn't.
I still think I enjoyed that more than what we've had here. I'm not even like, and I'm not saying I dislike this season. I'm just saying compared to the other stuff we've had, this is.
So yeah, I think people just find the season 3 stuff is more like like in shonen animes, there's some like an arc in the middle of it, like then they just do some big fight, and they have no significance to. Well, they have significance, but not as significant as the final 2 arcs. People are more excited for that because we get to see. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is like a no. This is like a no. You're not even gonna be spoiled by this, but you expect them to defeat the 2 Upper Moons anyway. If you saw the opening, everyone survived. So, yeah, I guess you can say I'm looking forward to, see how they end the fight. I mean, of course, we watched Demon Slayer for the fight scenes, but I'm more excited to see what Hantengen has in store, because I feel like he has something interesting in store for Tanjiro. So. Yeah, the new episode will be tonight in my time zone, so looking forward to that. And yeah, I gotta say, man, Demon Slayer, once again, you keep on impressing with the animation. But again, if you watch Demon Slayer, you obviously just gonna continue watching it until the very end. So I can't say much more about it. I think some people are just frustrated by the awards it won too. Like for example, the Fantasy Award. To be honest, I did not agree to it. I did not agree because it's. I don't see the fantasy in it, to be honest. I see it more like a suspense, thriller, horror, action-packed anime. Fantasy should went to some isekai anime.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, for what fantasy is, I think the other series that were in there fit more. But yeah, and also another trend that I think I noticed with like a lot of, not every anime, but a lot of anime in general. It's like it seems like as more seasons get put out, it's like people like drop off. People like there's not as many people as you would think that keep following season to season.
Unless you're a hardcore fan, but yeah.
yeah, like the super hardcore fans will, but a lot of like the casual fans that watch Demon Slayer, I feel like, or just even other series that have had like many seasons, like even with My Hero Academia, I feel like as the seasons have went on, it's like people have fell off. Like more people have got in, but
my views dropping from season 6. Like season 6
it makes sense.
The best season, but so season 6 was supposed to be the best season, but the reception, the algorithm for season 6 is just so
like even if you look at like the popularity probably of different seasons on like My Anime List or Anime List or whatever, like there's going to be less members on each season because that's just like what happens over time. People fall off.
The only consistent one I see like always get over 1 million of membership in each season is Attack on Titan.
That's the
only consistent one. So
yeah, like there are a few outliers for sure, but I feel like that is kind of a trend I've noticed with
people just feel
series
like
that get a bunch of seasons.
Unless they announce it's the final season, then people get excited and then people keep watching. But I mean, obviously people, season 3 as like a standalone season, so I don't think they're that excited for it until Demon Slayer announced that they're adapting the final 2 arc. Then people will be even more excited to pick it up. So yeah, I mean, Demon Slayer season 3, I can't really say much more other than I'm looking forward to more Mitsuri, Muichiro, Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Genya. Oh yeah, Genya. Let's talk about Genya. American style breathing.
Gun breathing. Second Amendment.
That was trending. American style.
Yeah, Genya was definitely like a pleasant surprise and a pleasant standout in the season. I didn't expect him to return, much less be as cool of a character as he is. And of course, he got him voiced by Nobuhiko Okamoto, who I must say, like I said this on Twitter, I'll say it again, he is the perfect voice for Genya. Of course, you need someone who can voice a madman as well as Nobuhiko for Genya. So, I mean, seeing him like just basically like blasting Demon's head off, like you just see all these characters like, with these fluid and like, intricate sword techniques. And then here is Genya who's like, I started blasting. Like, I'm just going to shoot their head off. Like,
that was fun though.
Yeah, it just makes me wonder, like, damn, maybe the Hashiras should start carrying around guns. I mean, because it seems to be working well for Genya.
I mean, yes, as long as they have the bullet that can kill the demons.
Yeah.
I don't think the bullets are like the materials they need to kill the demons. So
yeah.
But still though, like I all the American like people on TikTok and Twitter were so happy that they're using American stuff. I mean, they should not be promoting guns lately, but hey, Demon Slayer, man, at least they're trying to do something different with a shotgun. A shotgun. What next? No. Back then, there's no machine gun yet, but shotgun is the most iconic gun back then. So, yeah, not bad.
Yeah, shotguns and
not
revolvers. Bad. Yeah.
How many? I do wonder though. How many more bullets does he have? Like, I mean, it's not easy to make bullets, to be honest. So, yeah.
That might be a thing they do later on. That like I don't even know.
Maybe they'll address it.
I feel like that could be like a problem at some point. But
well, we shall see, man. So looking forward to tonight's episode. I'm pretty sure Hantengen is not done yet. After that Higurashi dance, but yeah, Kawaii, got any final thoughts or some thoughts?
So I want to go back to I remember I went to see the first like hour of this arc was like the first like 40,
don't
50
even
minutes
get me started, man.
Don't
even get me started on
dude.
Man.
Oh, you're talking about like how they had recap from like the end of this.
Here's the thing. This movie will work well if they make it flow better. They decide to throw in the credit in the first final episode.
Oh my god.
You just ruined the flow of it. Why you have to do a recap, like a proper recap episode? Like, dude, if you want to make a movie that involves the final 2 episodes and the first episode, make it flow through it.
Exactly.
Why you have to like you threw in the credit? It kind of ruined the vibe of it already. So I was kind of hoping to do something like that, but no, they were just a bit too lazy with the animation, with the editing and stuff like that. So they decided just to throw in the credit.
Yeah, they left the entertainment district OP in there too. That's Oh my god, that was insane.
I was sitting in the theater. I was like, "Is this a movie or did I just wasted $20?"
Exactly. I was like,
a badly
That's how they
edited
get you. That's how they
movie.
get you, man.
I
Come
know,
watch
and
the
I fell
premiere.
for it.
Come watch the premiere for season 3.
And I fell
man.
for it. Hook, line, and sinker. I paid $13 for tickets and everything. Good lord. However, what I say it was worth the money. I mean, like, I think only like 50 minutes of it was like actually new content. So, I mean, yeah, like during those 50 minutes, you get like, the whole thing with Muzan, the other upper ranked demons, and you get that moment in the hot springs. You get introduced to Toki. What was it? The Mist guy. And then
Tokido.
Tokido and Mitsuri. You get those cute little moments with Mitsuri and Nezuko. But yeah, other than that, I wouldn't say it's worth the ticket price that I paid. But yeah, other than that, I pretty much agree with what all you guys said about this arc. I remember like when I was watching this, like it didn't really stick as well for me either as the other arcs, and I was wondering like, okay, is it really because like the arc itself isn't strong, or is it because like I've already know what to expect from Demon Slayer at this point? And I think it is a little bit of both because I think it is a little bit of both. However, it's not a bad arc, and I'm still definitely enjoying it, but I do want to see more come out of this arc. And like you guys already said, it's nice that we get. If the focus is on Tanjiro and Nezuko, Zenitsu is completely out of the picture. It's really nice to see those two, like, just by themselves, like, actually, like, fighting fights and, like, with the Hashiras, just by themselves. I will say, though, like, I think one thing that also, like, stood out to me about this arc is that I feel like it got to the action quicker than the previous arcs. Because,
we got like 8 episodes of action.
Yeah, because like the action started like around like episode like 3 or so.
Yeah,
that was one like pleasant surprise about this arc. But yeah, other than that,
it's like they're trying to just get it out of the way and get to the end game.
It was like, you guys, we already know what you guys want, so here's the action. Have fun.
Yeah, the action scene.
By far, the most interesting thing from this season for me has been like the stuff with Yoriichi, like that content. That's been the most interesting.
And funny enough, that video is not the most well performing video too. But let's just say the training part with Yoriichi was fun. But people just say, get the fucking training out of it. We were here for the action. Give me the action.
Exactly. So, also, I must say, the fights in this arc, like I said this on Memories Discord as well. The fights in this arc are brutal. Like you got fucking Nezuko ripping like the demon's arms off. You got Genya blowing heads off. Like I was like, wait.
And then Gyokyo's art piece.
Yeah, with the whole fucking like conjoined.
I know, right?
Like Swordsmith, that's fucking.
You have to
dark.
remember this. Kids watch.
Kids in Japan watch.
Dude,
this.
if I was a kid watching that, like I would be. Oh my god.
Yeah, like
the reason why, like I said in previous podcasts, the reason why Demon Slayer is popular because kids watching it too. So, oh my god! Like when I saw that scene, I was like, dude, kids are watching this and parents are with it. Okay.
Appreciate art.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully the parents just tell. Maybe the parents just are like too conditioned to see kids nowadays just watch these stuff, so they just say, fuck it, whatever, man. So
yeah.
But anyways, Demon Slayer. I mean, any final thoughts before we give our final thoughts?
Yeah, other than that, just another enjoyable arc, and like I said, I'm just waiting to see more of what this arc brings.
Cool.
Yeah,
but
I'm not watching. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
Yeah, so I do want to explain also why I'm not watching it. It's not that I disliked it or anything like that. I actually watched it the first season, a few episodes when it was airing in 2019, and during that time I wasn't in. I still liked the anime, but I wasn't like watching a lot of seasonal animes like I do now. So I kind of forgot about it, and that's why now it's too much to catch up to, and that's really the main reason I'm not watching it right now. Because it wasn't until the pandemic that I actually started to watch more anime because I needed something to do because I had nothing to do then. So yeah, that's the reason I'm not watching this.
Fair enough.
But yeah, let's move on to what is also probably one of the most talked about shows, one of the most popular shows this season, Oshi no Ko. What do you guys think?
The literal English translation is "My Star Child." I was like, "My Star Child, My Star." I was like, dude, yeah, I think that's why they stick with Oshi no Ko.
Yeah, so, who's gonna call it "My Star"? Like, let's be real.
Catchier.
That has like.
Yeah,
that has no like appeal. Like
yeah, exactly.
Like if they did go with that, like if it was promoted like that, that has like no appeal at all.
Yeah, it sounds so fucking generic.
I mean, the word Oshi no Ko is already catchy, even though you don't know the meaning in Japanese, but it's already catchy enough to say already Oshi no Ko. But yeah, I gotta say, man, I can see why this anime is popular. I mean, you can see in Japan, the market they're promoting this anime like no tomorrow, and the manga is quite popular because it's been created from it's been written by the creator of Kaguya-sama. So people have Kaguya-sama fan base moved there to move from that series to this one, so they carry on the momentum. And of course, people also say that this is in the same universe as Kaguya-sama. So basically, what's going on in Kaguya-sama school is happening in Oshi no Ko world too. So I say, yeah. I don't know if it is in the future or the present or in the past, but we shall see. But yeah, I gotta say, man, Oshi no Ko. I mean, obviously, there's just a lot of hype around it because a lot of people told me, or a lot of my subscribers told me that the first episode, go into it blind, don't read anything around it, just go into it blind. And I go into the blind, and I gotta say, not only the fact that I felt emotional damage from the ending part of it, but also it has some meaning to it too, because the first episode really depicts the horrifying side, the horrifying like part of being a popular superstar is that you cannot have children, and once you have children, they will start overreacting, and that is very prevalent in Japan. In the Western world, it's like somewhat normal now at this point, but in Japan, yeah, if you are in a relationship, especially in the early 20s or like you're very young and stuff like that, people are just gonna react like that way, but not like go as far as killing you like what we saw in Oshi no Ko. I'm not sure if that's spoiled already, but I don't care. But let's just say the Oshi no Ko, man, the first episode, I was immediately so into it because I've been dying for an anime where I get to talk about the entertainment industry, where I have a huge passion for. And it's not every day you get to see an anime actually dive more into like the reasoning for why they do this, why they do that, why they cut out content from, why they have like cut content from movies, and of course how hard is it to be an idol in the entertainment industry, especially episode two onwards, where they're trying to start from scratch again. Yeah, I mean, they're still at the early stages, but I'm very curious to see how were they trying to build their reputation up in terms of marketing, digital marketing. Like we saw how Miyako talk about this stuff in the latest episode. So that's why I really enjoy my time watching Oshi no Ko, because I really get to talk about it. We get to see, a lot of characters getting their moments too in terms of like being an actor and stuff like that. But I mean, we're still at like episode 5, so we haven't seen a lot of it yet. But we also get to see how manga creators react to their work being adapted, if it's adapted well. So that is a really powerful stuff going on with the past couple of episodes. But the thing what I noticed about Oshi no Ko, people are not really interested in those entertainment stuff, especially if you're not from Japan or if you guys have no knowledge about it. People are only interested about the characters. And I can confidently say that people are hyping up Kana a lot because of her spotlight, but also it's just that the characters are really well drawn out. People like want to sip on them a lot. I mean, especially on TikTok, where people make like character videos for each individual characters. So people are more interested in the characters, to be honest, at this point, because Kana is proving to be a very interesting, likable character. But we still got like Mencho and Akane to take the spotlight. Like the amount of hype for Mencho and Akane is just like it just felt so weird after watching the latest episode. People say, what's all the hype about for them? But people say that no, man, like the best part about them is the next episode. So I was like, okay, I'll just have to wait until then. I mean, I would love to have this podcast like after next week episode, but I mean, still though, like Oshinoko, like I said, I love it. I really love it. I enjoy talking about this anime. I enjoy every character engagement. Doga Kobo did a fantastic job with it. But I can definitely tell that it doesn't really sell well to Western audience, especially those who doesn't really have a huge passion for the entertainment industry or the idol industry. So, I mean, I'm happy to hear your criticism for this anime because I know all three of you guys don't really like this anime. So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's my turn now. I actually do like it. I actually have it right now as an 8 out of 10. So that's pretty high score. Now,
Okay.
just as you mentioned before, I don't have the best knowledge when it comes to the entertainment industry in Japan, and that is unfortunately something that I cannot get into as much just because of my knowledge. It doesn't mean that it's bad or anything like that. I can still see why, if you are into this kind of stuff, you're much more drawn into this anime. What I do like about this anime, though, is that, what happened in episode 1. I wasn't actually prepared for that. I thought that, I'm not, unless people have watched it, I guess I cannot spoil too much what happened, so I'm going to keep quiet. But what happened in episode 1, that was actually a bit shock for me. I should have seen it coming, but I didn't. I know what Madeline said before about keeping, don't get spoiled beforehand. I actually have a reactor friend who got spoiled beforehand because he was watching a YouTube video because he wanted to know more about the anime, but they didn't say beforehand, don't watch it. This
Sucks to be him.
Spoiled.
Oh.
So yeah, luckily I was not spoiled, so I was able to get very shocked about that. And after that, we do see hints, how the main character, Aqua, I think his name is trying to get clues to find his original dad, right? And get some more clues. And that is somehow interesting, I think. Especially the scene when I don't know how long he tried to, find the code for the old telephone like that.
4 years. It took him 4 years.
Really trying hard to do that. I don't know the English word to say.
Yeah, that was pretty absurd in my opinion.
Yeah, but and also I do like many of the characters too. Just as you mentioned, Kana, I think she's actually a very good character in this anime. I have not all the other girls I have not been introduced to enough yet to say anything about, so I'm gonna wait with that. But Kana has made a really good impression on me so far. Now in the latest episode, I wouldn't say I was very much into the whole chicken dance thing that they were doing. I understand why they did it, because they had to promote themselves with some bigger YouTubers.
It's marketing. Marketing.
Exactly. I understand that. Although for me it was just weird to watch because I think they did it a little bit too long in the episode, but it's the way it is. But
what are you talking about, man? Seriously.
Oh, you're talking about the recent episode?
Yeah, the reason, when they were doing the chicken, like I understand they had to show it, of course, and show how they.
That was weird. I was like, you're showing this to children?
I mean, it's just
your children are watching that.
Not just that. I just think they did too long in the episode.
Watch weird stuff. I'm not gonna lie to you. Children in Japan watch weird stuff.
Like the dude's almost naked.
Yeah. Just watch the game.
Yeah, but this is Japan we're talking about. Of course, they got weird stuff.
I guess, but like, damn.
Yeah, but overall, I still give this so far an 8 out of 10 because I can still see why people really, really love this show. So, yeah, I still think it's a very good show. So yeah, I'm done.
Kawaii. I know memory you read the manga, so go ahead.
Yeah, so like I read the first 10, 15 chapters or so of the manga before the anime came out. Because it was from the creator of Kaguya-sama, so I was interested. So I checked it out. I dropped it around like chapter 11 or 12, I want to say. Because I wasn't really like too big on it. But I will say the anime, because it like had been a while since I read the manga, and the anime did help. I will say I like now I'm still not really crazy about the series, honestly, but I think it really did help what they did with episode 1. I feel like if they didn't have that extended length for episode 1, it wouldn't have sold or grasped people as quickly as it did. I feel like for a lot of people. So I gotta applaud them for that, because I actually saw some things about like the interview or it was like comments from the producer that they knew that's what they wanted to do with it from the beginning. So that was like actually really cool. In my opinion, like they wanted to have all of that story in one episode. So I did honestly enjoy most of the first episode more than how I felt about those chapters in the manga. So I will say that. But for me personally, I think why I can't get into this series. I do find some aspects of it interesting, like personally, like the shady business and stuff that goes on behind the scenes in the industry. I do find that pretty fascinating to me. But just in like a general sense, I'm not really too big on like idol stuff or acting, entertainment, show business stuff in general. So I feel like that's why I really can't get into it all too much yet. Now, that's not saying it couldn't change going forward. We'll have to see. But also, for me, I can't really get into the revenge narrative so far for me. Yeah, that's something that's I can't really. I don't know. It throws me off a little bit, especially with like the other. I know it does. It does have to do with the idol stuff and entertainment business, but I don't know. It's just I'm not really sold on the revenge plot yet and how it kind of mixes in with the story. So it's not the worst thing by any means that I've saw. But I wouldn't even. I'm not saying it's bad either. I just am not as crazy about it as I feel like a lot of others are. So
yeah, I'm kind of on the same.
But I see the appeal. I definitely see the appeal. Like this is I feel like the perfect example of a series that just like it checks a lot of the boxes for just, massive appeal, especially in Japan too. So I'm not really surprised by the positive reception for most people, I would say.
Kawaii?
Yeah, I'm pretty much on the same boat as Memory. I can definitely see why people like this. There is definitely some interesting stuff when it comes to the idol and the entertainment industry and all that. However, like I watched the first episode, and I didn't really watch anything beyond that because I also mentioned this on Memory's Discord. I do I do find some of the facts around the idol and entertainment industry interesting, and I also do like Rie Takahashi's stellar voice acting as Ai Hoshino, especially during that scene. But I think one of the biggest reasons why I'm just not that into this series is because of the whole reincarnation thing. Because for the good majority of the first episode, you have 1-year-old babies talking full sentences, and for me,
in front of people too.
In front of people, so
and no one's
questioning
it.
Also the dance with the glow sticks.
Exactly,
yeah.
And no one's really questioning it. So I was like, okay,
there are parts of it that are pretty absurd.
Yeah, I just really I was like, okay, this is a little bit too weird even for me.
I mean, they are reincarnated, so of course they're gonna be able to talk. Remember, I understand that. But I also understand, from other people's point of view. Oh, talking babies.
Yeah, and then other than that, I'm not a big idol fan or anything. So I mean, not a lot of the other stuff just really grabbed me. So yeah, I mean, see, that's why I couldn't really get into this show all that much. I didn't really like it as much as everyone else. Like I said, I see the appeal. Also think it looks beautiful as well. I'd say the studio did a really good job when it comes to visuals. So
yeah,
I can definitely see the appeal when it comes to that as well. But yeah, other than that, I couldn't really get into it. So yeah, I guess you could also call this Kawaii Crew seasonal hot take. Last season it was with Angel next door. This season it's Oshi no Ko.
One thing I do like though about this show is that it's different from most idol animes. Like in most idol animes,
Yeah.
you just see the main girls that I want to become an idol, and then you see their journey. This shows a little bit more realistic way of how it is to be an idol. Like
I do like
before,
that about it too.
What I didn't know before watching this anime that, as far as I understand, I might have misunderstood something, but as far as I understand, a lot of the idol thing in Japan is mass produced or whatever they were saying. Like they can make it work for a while, and after that, it's just they have to find something else to do. So yeah, it does open a new door for me about my knowledge about how it actually is to be an idol in Japan. So that I do appreciate.
Yeah, I like that part of it. I would say.
But yeah, other than that, are we ready to move on?
Yes.
Wait, I forgot to say something.
Yeah, sure.
What was it again? I was just like, yeah, I mean, Oshinoko, I mean, does it really deserve to be 9? I think it's a bit too overrated because, like,
Yeah.
I mean, as a fan of this anime, I see it as more like a high 8 than a 9. A 9 is something you can like really, get people like, crying over it. I love it so much, but from what I've been seeing after episode 1, there's a bit of a mixed opinion regarding to Oshinoko, especially like what you guys said earlier. You guys are not really that invested in terms of like the entertainment, some of the plot line with the revenge stuff. Which I'm not gonna lie, the revenge stuff seems weird, but at least it makes sense to why he's so desperate because he loves Ai and he just wants to avenge her death. So I was like, cool. So you guys have to remember this: it's a doctor inside a kid's body and a cancer girl inside a girl's body. So I'm expecting to see some interesting character development for them in some ways, or maybe just for Ruby because Aqua is just a dead ass Iron Koji in disguise. So, but yeah, does it really deserve a 9? I say a high 8 though because like. Of course, you can never top Full Metal Alchemist because the fan base of being dickheads and trying to.
I think it has kind of
downrate the score though. So
yeah, of course, there's them. I feel like though it's a lot like it has cooled down a little bit since the premiere. I think people were so high on it, especially because of the premiere. So, which I mean, I could see why.
I mean, the whole revenge thing, it's kind of faded away as the episodes has go on. I think it's been more focused on the idol stuff instead. So
not idol stuff, reality show stuff. Idol stuff. I think idol stuff comes really later. So yeah, I gotta say, man, people say that next episode will be another one of those pivotal moments in the story. So I was like, okay, I'll be looking forward to it and see whether or not it actually take the plot to the next level because. I still enjoy talking about it. I still enjoy my time reviewing it. It's just that I want a bit more at this point, other than just some nice character ship simping moments. So, yeah.
I'm curious. Another thing, actually, I wanted to mention. I'm curious about, and if you guys do know, obviously don't say. But like, I don't see any tags for romance on this series, so I wonder if they're gonna go down any kind of romance route in the future. Because you can tell that Kana like feels some type of way about Aqua. So I'm like,
I mean, there have been waifu wars discussions on Twitter, for example. So I guess that's gonna be some.
Yeah, people are gonna like even if there is no romance, people are gonna like they're gonna have their own like ships or like whatever. They're gonna. But I'm curious if they do decide to go. Like I don't. That would be probably something like even more so I wouldn't like. I just don't think that would work in this this series, in my opinion. But
I did forgot to mention one character though that I'm actually appreciating the show, and that is Taishi's mother. She's awesome. Taishi is the guy. He's the one he lives with his mom.
Oh, the director. Yeah.
The mother is awesome. I love her.
Yes,
she just comes in and interrupts. That
stuff was pretty funny. That was pretty funny, I will say.
No, who's the best mom? Miyako. She is the real mom. Taking care of The
Oh,
one,
right. She was the one who took over
busty
after.
lady.
Yeah. Right.
But anyway,
I still don't know how they got around like convincing her. I forget what episode that was in.
one.
They said they were gods.
Was that
or
in episode
something.
1? Yeah, it was like some
They're
divine god.
gods.
Yeah, like that was, and she actually like believed it all. I was like,
Yeah.
I
That was
mean,
actually
it's not every day you
weird.
see talking babies, so
Yeah, I mean, she was shocked. She believed them.
I
of
still
course.
can't get
Hey,
over
at
the
least
fact
I-
that people theorizing that it's
guys,
the same.
at
universe.
least this is not Isekai, okay? At least this is not an Isekai series. So
No.
yeah, let's just move on to our next one, which I
Yeah,
gotta
this
say,
is
man, I think-
probably one of the most
I think
controversial
next
shows
Y
this
and
season.
Memory and Pope will have a heated discussion on this.
Yeah,
but
this is gonna be like
Hell's Paradise.
us versus you on this.
the good thing about this, the good thing is though, we watched the latest episode already, so we can add that to the collection. So
yeah.
okay,
Can I-
Hell's Paradise. Okay, I need to start off this. People assume that I like this anime. I never said I liked it. I said I enjoyed this anime, mainly for Sagiri and the girls in the series. And if they kill off Sagiri and Yuzuriha, I'm giving the series a 4. So just so they guess that. So yeah, I gotta say, man, there's a lot of hype for this. Typical, isn't it? It's a shonen anime. Of course, they're gonna be hype for this.
And it's by Mappa.
But- It's anime by Mappa, of course. Mappa overloading his workers as always. Yeah. Also, the creator of this is from the assistant of Jujutsu no Kaisen. So I was like, okay, seems like he can add some spice to this story after all. After the first 3 episodes, I say, this is literally Suicide Squad, but criminals.
Yup.
So, but the thing that really sparked my interest is the fact that some of the executioners, what are they called again? There's a name to them.
Oh, the Yamada Isemon? Yeah.
Asemon, yeah, the Asemons. Yeah, it seems like not all of them, will survive. So I was like, okay, and some of them will work together with them. I was like, okay, seems like this is gonna be a very fun tag team, Suicide Squad like adventure. Now I am hooked. But not gonna lie though, some of when it comes to fighting the monsters, fighting some of the bigger monsters and the criminals like we saw 2 episodes ago, it's good, but I expect a bit more from Mappa, to be honest, because I've seen Mappa done better stuff from Jujutsu no Kaisen and they delivered this. I was like, yeah, it's not bad, but I have some more high expectation to this. So not saying that it's bad or anything. I'm just saying that if it's Mappa, then I had to give it a high standard to it. But again, though, like the fight scenes look okay, to be honest. The story, I think the story, people have been telling me that it will get better later on in the season, is mainly around the character engagement between Sagiri.
I hope
and
so.
Haru.
I sure hope so.
Because to be honest though, like the characters are quite. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like the characters. It's just that I cannot read. They're so easily forgettable. So unless you keep on seeing them, Yuzuriha and Sagiri already solidified the stance in this anime by being hot girls, especially in the latest episode. But the other characters though, like the Bakugo Wanabe, and we have this. And then we have like this sort of like trap tan girl trap character. I was like, are they really necessary in this story? And yeah, and everyone else just die off that easily. And oh yeah, don't forget this mature looking criminal that knows what he's doing. Yeah, I gotta say, man, after like introducing all of them, I say the only characters I have invested my life into is Yuzuriha and Sagiri. So I cannot really see anything else other than continue to sell me on this series anymore. Other than, maybe we get to see development between Sagiri and Yuzuriha. But other than that, I just want to see some more fight scenes developed by Mappa. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my turn. So this is gonna be Anipode, a seasonal hot take.
Yeah, here it comes.
I am not a big fan so far. You guys know it. I think this show, like beforehand, I want to say
You're very evident on our Discord.
Yeah, but for now, I want to say I'm just watching the anime, so this is not me discussing the manga or anything like that. Maybe the manga is better, I don't know. But at the anime, I think this is quite overrated, overhyped, and a big Jan, to be honest, because I'm not feeling for any of the characters, not even Sagiri. Like I had comments on my videos that said, "Oh, I guess they were expecting me to like Sagiri after just 2 episodes." I'm like, that's not how it works. I gotta watch more episodes. But so far, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed with the relationship with Gabimaru or Sagiri either. Like I don't care, and the story doesn't interest me that much, and you know, for me, it's just, you know, I think the fights are uninteresting too. I don't, to be honest, yeah, I don't really care about this show. I'm watching it for the hype, but I'm not a big fan of this one. So that's really all I'm gonna say. Maybe the manga is better, because I have had manga readers comment on me too and said they're not too pleased with this adaptation either. So that could also be a reason. But for the anime, not impressed.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I really, honestly, like, I wouldn't even say it's bad. It's just so, like, it's just, like, so average to me that it's just, like, I don't know. There's not one character I really find interesting yet or really care about. The most interesting thing to me is honestly probably the mystery behind the island that they're at, and, like, what is even there on the island, and like the elixir of life, that kind of stuff I guess interests me, but that's like really it, honestly.
Even the monsters are weird in that island. I remember the big baby they had in the last episode. I was like, no.
Yeah, I mean, like I think there's a lot of manga readers who have read the series, so they know what happens later on. They know what's going to happen. Maybe it does get better, right? But they have already read the series, so they know, and they talk about, like, they're like, how could you not like this or whatever, when they know what's going to happen? Like, they've already read the whole series. I think that's unfair. I think that's unfair.
That is very fair. I had people like, since you don't like Sagiri after 2 episodes, you should drop this because she's going to be in every episode. I watched 2 episodes. Give me some time.
Like, this is how I feel right now. That's not saying like it couldn't change. Like, maybe I do find Sagiri more interesting going forward, or Gabimaru, but as of right now, I don't find any of them really
me neither.
It's really like uninspiring to me.
And also, I think that if you have read the manga and you know it's gonna be improved, for example, there is gonna be a character development on Sagiri.
Yeah.
You know, give us anime only some time to get into the story. You know, don't force us to like her after 2 episodes, because that's just gonna have the opposite effect. You know, then it's not gonna be the same thing than to find out ourselves. Oh, she's improving herself in the episodes.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, based on what I've heard, like, you know, like, I've heard a lot of good things even before like the anime about this series. So, you know, I'm still holding out hope. Hopefully, like, I still want to watch this series and see where it goes, but like right now, I'm not really like impressed at all, honestly.
Me neither.
The most impressive thing to me might actually be the opening. I'm not even gonna lie.
That's what we talked about before. You opening, and the anime.
I need more, especially when it comes to the characters. That's the biggest thing with me, is the characters so far, because I feel like there's enough there for me, like with the elixir of life and the island that they're at. It kind of gives me like Dark Continent vibes from like Hunter x Hunter. I don't know if anybody is like
watched it.
Okay. So like it's pretty much the most like the recent content in Hunter x Hunter, like the manga, not the. I think they actually they may talk about it at the end of the anime, but I don't really remember. But in the manga, I'm not gonna say really much about it. But there's like this land that they're going to, like this. They call it the Dark Continent, where there's like it's kind of set up like similar to this in a way, where it's like, oh, there's these creatures, and not many people have returned from there. Like, people just, like, everyone that goes there dies, and they're like kind of going on like a voyage there or whatever. Like,
but they're not technically dying; they're turning into flowers. Which I knew in the latest episode, we found out why in the latest episode too. So that was at least something that was interesting.
So pretty much like the Dark Continent in Hunter x Hunter is like a huge. It's like a mystery. It's like a lot of it. Like, they do have some information, I believe, if I remember correctly, on it, but a lot of it is a mystery, and they're kind of like moving into. I haven't read it in a while, but they were like talking about, or like they're building up to them exploring like the Dark Continent. So this kind of does remind me of that. So like in terms of the story, some of the things that are there, I think there is enough that keeps me interested. But the biggest thing right now for me is the characters. Like I need to care more about the characters, and I really don't care about any of them yet. Which maybe a hot take, but
I mean,
that's just how I feel. It's my opinion. So
just be honest. That's a good thing. But I do want to say something. I guess Memory hasn't watched the latest episode because it's usually a bit late with that. But
I haven't watched the.
So I'm not going to spoil. I'm not really going to spoil too much here. But I did find the latest episode a bit interesting. Actually, I did find that we got some more knowledge what's going on, etc. From the tree guy or whatever it's called. I'm not going to say more than I'm not going to say more than that, but that at least now I got some more knowledge, what is going on, etc. So hopefully that's going to help me enjoy this show a little bit more than I have done so far.
Yeah. I would just give some advice to like the manga readers, just kind of like I understand, like, if you've read it all and you enjoy the series, like, just kind of, like, I know it may be hard if someone's saying they don't like a certain thing about a series you really like, but, like, give it some time. Like,
I think if
it does take a bit, like, maybe a lot of them felt like we do at the beginning of the series, and now they really like it.
Maybe. I do want to point out, though, that I do believe that the majority of any fandom, either it will be Hell's Paradise or any fandom, they're probably understandable. They're probably, the anime only, so they don't know the whole story. That's why, I think the majority,
bad apples.
I think the majority of Hell's Paradise manga readers understand us, to be honest, and they just waiting maybe to see if we're gonna change our mind later on. So I don't really say that, all Hell's Paradise fans are like this. It's probably the opposite. I think maybe 99% of Hell's Paradise fans are probably awesome.
It's a small amount,
people. Yeah. But there, of course, I think this is for all fandoms, really, that there are going to be the amount that, cannot take the criticism, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
And here we see Mad Lass taking a train to probably a different part of Japan.
Yeah, that's why he went away.
Exactly. You rode the Shinkansen to another district.
And that's not how Shinkansen works.
What are your thoughts, Kawaii?
Okay, here's what I'll say. So I agree, it's not the best Mappa work. I'll just go ahead and say that. I agree that it's not the best Mappa work, but however, it's definitely not the worst anime that I've seen like this year or anything. I really do enjoy this, and it's because of like it's for the same reason that a lot of you guys have already mentioned, or like a lot of it's the same reason as a lot of people. It's because of the characters. I really like Sagiri and Yuzuriha. Those are like my two best girls in this series, and I just really like the chemistry that she has with Gabimaru. I think they have just like a really unique relationship, and I'm really looking forward to seeing more from them. And I think in general, I think Sagiri is just a really great character. I've mentioned this before. People have been comparing Sagiri to Tanjiro from Demon Slayer, because of the fact that she's like this really highly skilled like swordswoman, like the swordsman, but she's also very compassionate towards other people. And I guess like this is kind of like a mild spoiler for episode 7, but we see that in episode 7 with how she was acting towards May. So like she was basically acting like a kind of like a mother figure towards May. And honestly, I just found that really sweet. And yeah, I could definitely see that. I definitely do see how people can compare those two characters together. But yeah, and honestly, I think that's just really like one of Sagiri's like likable, like one of the biggest things that makes Sagiri so great. It's because yes, she is very compassionate, like in a world, like in this series full of like these criminals and these monsters in like with absolutely no morals. Like yeah, here you have Sagiri, who's like this just really like compassionate and sympathetic type of character, who can also be like really strong and really lethal when she needs to be. And I really enjoy that about her. And going back to Yuzuriha, that girl is just great. I mean, you can tell Rie Takahashi, I bet she was having a lot of fun voicing Yuzuriha. Like, because, you know, her personality really comes to life. Her character just really comes to life with Rie Takashi, once again, with her superb voice acting. Yeah, just in general, like, there are some really great characters in this series. The downsides for this series, I would say, like you guys say, it's not really all that strong. Also, I know Ryu mentioned this before, but the animation, it's kind of taken a downturn. Like, he mentioned this before in, like, previous episodes. I didn't agree with him at first. I didn't see it. But then, as the series progressed, I gotta say, I definitely starting to see it. And I just can't help but wonder, like, is this Mappa's, like, downfall that we're seeing? Well, maybe not downfall. I guess that's too strong of a word. But, like, is this like a sign
I think it may be a case where, like, this series compared to, like, the other big IPs got kind of like the shit end of the stick.
Yeah, maybe. Or that. Yeah, I guess
it's like we're putting all these resources towards, like, JJK and Chainsaw Man.
And Attack on Titan.
Attack on Titan. That this one unfortunately kind of got, you know, maybe not as much. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it didn't get enough or as many resources. I don't really know, but.
Yeah, I just can't help but wonder.
It doesn't really feel as inspired production-wise compared to, like, JJK or Chainsaw Man, stuff like that.
I mean, it's not the worst either, but I do see the issues too.
Yeah, I just can't help but wonder, like, if I just can't help but wonder, like, if we're seeing, like, Mappa's, like, lack of prioritization, like, not so good prioritization of, like, their staff and, like, you know, their work schedule and all of that. But yeah, other than that, you know, Hell's Paradise, I'm definitely enjoying it. I do agree that we need to see more, because I think that, like, as with the series goes on, I think that's when we'll get more, like, invested into this series. Like the characters, like the action. They think the whole mystery surrounding the island is really interesting. But yeah, that's about it. Also, wouldn't consider this my favorite anime either, but that might change as the series progresses. But yeah, other than that,
I'm sorry. I just have some final thoughts on this anime. Sorry, I was just
go ahead.
My lunch. What did I miss? To be honest though, I can understand the criticism for this anime. I mean, to be honest though, I'm not. You guys see me defend this anime on social media, Discord. It's not that because I like this anime. It's just that I feel like your criticism for this anime just seems a bit, not very self-biased in this way. But to be honest, though, like, I can definitely understand that nothing really sold on everyone just yet, because people say that the best part of it comes really late in the season. So I was like, okay, I'll be patient. I'll go forward and see how it goes. Even though I'm not too happy by the fact that it literally, over to become number one for one of the weeks for anime trending. Which, not gonna lie though, I wasn't too happy about it because it's not really there.
It's not really fair score.
So yeah, I gotta say I'm just like very just curious to see what's gonna happen in the second half of the season. That's where things hopefully gets really light up the story, because. Yeah, because the only thing I can see this series get better is the fact that Sagiri and Gabimaru and the surviving characters really show their development, and of course some of the fight scenes actually improve by Mappa Studio. Other than that though, I'm not fully sold. I just enjoy it for the characters. So yeah, I gotta say, looking forward to see how the second half of the season goes. If it doesn't really go well, then you can expect me to rant in the next podcast.
Oh boy.
So yeah, I need to I need to have my lunch, so I'll be turning off my camera. So the next one, I'll let Memory do the talking first.
All right, next up is Dr. Stone, the Dr. Stone New World. I have not heard anybody talk about this. I've heard nothing.
It's Dr. Stone still, It's you kind of know what to expect. Although I will say, because in the second season, I feel like it went away from a lot of the stuff it did in season one. where you were seeing this progression, like whether they were creating a new thing in each episode or, you know, there was like a reveal or whatever the case would be. I feel like in the second season it was more like conflict, like based, which I wasn't as like, I still like season 2, but I wasn't a big fan. I wasn't as big of a fan of season 2 as I was of season 1, because I think with season 1 I liked that more was like the exploration part, and then them just kind of building the you know, the kingdom of science up more and more and more, and then more people coming in and joining. I really liked that aspect of it. So season 3 has kind of went back to what we saw in season 1 in a way, because we're seeing they're like finding like oil reserves, they're finding you know, they created like a what was it, like a radar, I think it was, they made a camera for like pictures for photography and stuff like that. So they've been creating like a lot of these different other things, and they are building up, it seems like, to some conflict. So that probably will come maybe later in this season or something like that. But because they're it seems like they're going to be getting into the content potentially with who was behind how the series all started in, you know, the first place. So I think that's actually really interesting to me. It's like, okay, we're finally potentially getting to who may be the mastermind behind, you know, what happened to everyone. So I am excited for that part of it. But right now I kind of like where it's at, you know, what we're building up to. And I would say I enjoyed this season more than season 2 so far. And I don't know if I would still say season 1 is probably my favorite out of all the seasons, but I want to see how this one goes. I think it's only going to be one core, just like the second season was. So I guess we'll have to see how it all plays out. But I'm enjoying this season. It's nice. Like Ryusu, him being in there. They kind of have like, they've established like the 5 generals now, and I think now we're at the part actually where they're on the. I don't think I watched the newest episode, the most recent episode, but everyone was getting on the ship, so it seems like we're sailing off to the new world as the like.
No, they're heading to the treasure island.
Well, yeah, yeah, but it's like the new world. That's like where the title of the season comes from, I guess, because that's where they're going. And we're probably going to see a lot of these characters that they kind of hinted at or showed in the OP. So I'm curious on what's going to be going on with that. But yeah, it's Dr. Stone. I guess by this point you probably know what to expect. So yeah, that's my thoughts.
Dr. Stone. Not gonna lie to you, I really feel like if you watch season 1, you might as well go all the way. I mean, unless you're a big fan, like you said, for Demon Slayer, you're a fan of the series, you might as well go all the way to the end. Or if you're a manga reader, which, by the way, the manga finished already, you might as well see how the anime adapts to your favorite arc. Because from what I've been told, that the arc we're entering right now, the Treasure Island arc, is where the real shit happens. So I just hope that.
Oh yeah, it definitely seems like it. If they're gonna get into the content, you know, with who may be behind what happened.
But for Dr. Stone as a series, if you don't do any anime reaction to it, it's a very fun anime to watch. Very enjoyable to see how Senki create technologies and stuff like that. But as someone that stayed up to 12:30 a.m. in the morning just to make videos for it, I expect a bit more from it. But yeah, I mean, of course, we get the technology out of the way. We get the big plot review of the who's the mastermind. Cool. Now give me some real shit happening now in the Treasure Island arc, because I'm not gonna stay up to 12:30 a.m. in the morning just to make a video about them talking about making technology and that. But yeah, I gotta say, Dr. Stone, I gotta say I really enjoyed it. Season 1 will always be my favorite, because not only the fact we get to have this sort of unique concept of them being frozen up for 3,700 years, but also like the fact that we get to see how they find ways to adapt to the environment, and of course discovering the village, how they fight against the antagonist, and of course the big reveal that Senku father and his team were the ancestors of the village, which, to be honest, I remember back in 2019 reacting to that scene was really shocking, to be honest, that the whole village began because of the father and the team. They created a new generation.
That's that's still probably one of my favorite episodes, like in the whole.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie
series.
to you. When Senku found out about that, and then the backstory happens.
Yeah.
I remember getting emotional. Because
same.
like how the father went so far to create a new generation to make sure that Senku, when he comes out of his petrification, will have the resources needed. And the Treasure Island arc we're entering right now will continue with that trend. So I'm looking forward to that. So yeah, season 1 will always be my favorite, and of course, season 2 was basically a shonen season. If I have to be honest with you guys, it's literally a shonen season. We get to see some actual fight going on, well, to some extent. And season 3 back to his root again, so I can see why Memory enjoys season 3 more now. So, like I said, for any sequel animes, if you enjoy season 1, you go all the way. So I'm not sure like how the Treasure Island arc will go about, but I have a feeling that it will be an arc that where it really gets my interest up now. But I won't be able to react to the next week episode because I'll be away on a business meeting. But hopefully I can able to like check out the episode very soon, the day after. So yeah, Goddess Amen, Dr. Stone season 3. Bones, I think, is it still Bone Studio? Is it
No, it's TMS. TMS has been the studio since season 1.
Oh, it's TMS. Well, I think it's
Yeah.
Bones. But, TMS, they do a good job with some of the sceneries and stuff like that. But I'm just kind of curious to see how would they go about to animate some of the more serious stuff now. From what I've been told, that Treasure Island is where the serious stuff can happen too. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this. When they reviewed the Y Man, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I was like this. The way they animated the skull face was like, holy shit, that was scary. That was scary. That was scary, man. I actually got scared for a change. So, and it's Dr. Stone. But yeah, I gotta say, man, I cannot really say too much more until I see the Treasure Island arc. Season 3 so far, it's quite, not gonna say it, but I'm gonna say it, mid. It's really mid so far. So, yeah. I mean, I have nothing more to say. So go ahead, Kawaii or any probably you guys watch season 3. I need to continue my lunch.
Yeah, I watched it. I do actually like season 2 a bit better, but I do feel that the best part of season 3 hasn't started yet because, for now it's just been what we've seen a lot before, that they're building new stuff, they're upgrading themselves in science. So, that's usually how Dr. Stone is. So there's not much to comment about that. But it does look like from here that hopefully the story, is going to be more serious from here, especially now when they are going on the boat, going to the Treasure Island. And I also like the part where we got introduced to the Y-Man. Actually, that is actually very interesting to see if that is actually the reason this whole thing started from the beginning. And also, how this, if the Y-Man did all these things to turn everyone into stone, also how he's still alive until today. There was some they did mention in the anime like, oh, maybe he also turned into stone and woke up afterwards. But I don't know. But it does open up new doors for the story to find out, get some kind of conclusion, how this whole thing started, and also, what are they going to find on this island that they're going to know? So hopefully in the next few episodes, it's going to be really, really interesting. And that's why I keep watching this, because I do have hopes that this is going to be very interesting at the second half.
For sure.
Yeah, I'm not watching I'm not watching Dr. Stone New World. I have watched season 1 though. However, that's probably the main reason why I'm not watching Dr. Stone New World, is because I just found season 1 to be very meh. It wasn't all that. I wasn't all that invested in it. I like some aspects about it, but I didn't watch anything beyond season 1. But yeah, other than that, are we ready to move on to, oh man, the very definition of mid, the most mid show this season?
Enemy Harry Potter in the muscle world.
Yup. Harry Swole Potter.
That is actually the reason I still watch this, is because I do want to see how much it is similar to Harry Potter. Like when I see something similar to Harry Potter, that is actually really funny. For example, when they in the latest episode when they had they didn't have the sorting hat. I think they had a sorting skeleton instead. That was actually very interesting, you know. And also they had Quidditch. That was awesome.
Yeah, I saw that.
And also, if you remember from Harry Potter 2, The Chamber of Secrets, they had these crying plants, mandragoras, I think they're called, that they're pulling up and they start crying. Yeah, they got the same one, similar ones actually here. So that was also that is one reason I still watch this, is because, you know, I do want to see the similarities between this and Harry Potter, because there is actually a lot. But I do feel that the comedy can get a bit repeated sometimes, especially now we know, okay, he's got his superpowers, that he's very strong. He doesn't have any magic, but he's very strong, and that's why it's going so well for him. Like, he doesn't need any magic. He can do well with his strengths, right? So I do find
it's literally Black Clover at some point of this show.
I haven't watched Black Clover, so I don't know, but that I can feel it get kind of repeating, and also the humor with him liking the cream puffs all the time. That is also okay, we get it. So the comedy is a bit repetitive. I think that's not something I really get into. The main reason I do watch, still I haven't dropped this show, is because I want to see how it is similar to Harry Potter. So
yeah, I've talked about this a lot. I feel like kind of my thoughts on the manga lately. But I feel like my view of the series has kind of been like tarnished a little bit because of the recent chapters. I haven't enjoyed Mashle in a long time, and when I first started reading it, I really enjoyed it. But now I'm watching the anime and I'm just like, I don't know if it's because of the anime or maybe it's just because I really didn't like this series as much as I thought I did. But yeah, I haven't really been, like Kawaii said, it's pretty mid. It's pretty it's pretty average. Not really much to write home about. One thing I'm not really a fan of, and I don't know if it's just me, like I love like hip hop, you know, rap. That's probably like my favorite genres of music, right? But the music does not fit Mashle at all, in my opinion. Like a lot of the tracks they're using in the background just does not fit the series, in my opinion.
I wonder if the same one who makes the music for Dr. Stone, because the OSTs are very similar.
Yeah, they are. I'm not really sure off the top of my head, but yeah, I just don't. I like the tracks themselves alone are not bad. I just think for Mashle, they just do not fit for me. I just feel like different kinds of tracks would work, but that's just maybe kind of like a nitpick. But I could totally understand why some people would find the comedy repetitive. I think I've talked about this a bit too, like with the manga. Like some of my favorite things at towards the beginning of the series was like just Mash being there for, you know, the friends that he makes and kind of, you know, like the cast of characters. It wasn't really the comedy more so, which I know that's been a lot of it so far at the beginning. But I think hopefully as like people get more acquainted with the cast and they introduce, you know, the whole cast and you kind of get a good idea on who the whole group is, I think then maybe people will be able to get into it a little bit more. But right now, I'm not really. I can't really fault or blame anyone if they're not enjoying this all too much, because it's been pretty average. It's been nothing to write home about.
Yeah, for me, I gotta be honest. I think I might just drop this series because I mean, yeah, it's pretty much for the same reason you guys mentioned. Like, I found it amusing at first. Like, I thought, you know, I found Mash to be like this. I thought his like OP-ness was pretty amusing, but then I thought I did kind of like some of the characters and all of that. But then as the show progressed, it just got more and more repetitive. Like, it's just the same stuff. It's just, oh, you know, people are being dicks to Mash and his friends, and then Mash shows off his OP-ness, and then everyone's shocked, and then it's happily ever after. I mean, you keep seeing that, and then I was like, okay, I'm getting kind of tired of this.
That's kind of something that continues on really for like, well, not that what you specifically mentioned there, but like what Mash does essentially. Like he shows off his OP-ness, and they come up with like ridiculous ways each time that he does something, like with the Quidditch thing, like how he kept moving his legs, like he was running, like how he kept doing that. Like they come up with ways for him to like, you know, overcome certain obstacles or beat whoever. Like, so yeah, you'll continue to see like other ridiculous things that he does for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I do find like the many comparisons you can make to Harry Potter, I do find that amusing. But yeah, other than that, like honestly, the way I can describe this series is that this is kind of like shonen anime for beginners. Like, cause there's a lot of like stuff. Like, I feel like if you've never like watched a shonen anime before, like this is probably the anime for you, because it has a lot of the tropes you can find. You know, you have the underdog protagonist, but also the OP protagonist. You got all these people who underestimate the main protagonist, and then they get put in their place. And you got the cute girl that falls in love with the protagonist, and then you get all this crazy magical shit. So yeah, I mean that's probably another reason why I just find it so mid. Because, like, I mean, as someone who has watched anime for a while, I've already seen shit like that before, but
there's nothing about it that really makes it stand out in comparison to other things.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. All I have to say for Mashle. I like I said, I think it's time for me to just drop it because I'm just not into it at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't really. I can't really blame you, to be honest.
Mad Lad, do you have anything to say about Mashle? Or is it still eating?
Well,
he's speechless.
I mean, what you guys said right here is basically I can repeat all of it. I mean, I'm only watching this for the comedy. Even I'm starting to feel like it's getting a bit too reused over and over and over and over and over and over. Like every episode, I'm gonna lie to you guys, I can easily, predict what's gonna happen. Like, I know that Mash can beat up the bully. I know that he will do something ridiculous. I know that he'll save the girl. Okay, oh my god, this is literally Black Clover, but have more plot armor to the main boy to show him that he's quite OP. I mean, of course, I'm still gonna continue to do reaction to it, because it's literally one of the better animes to come out on Friday. But it's just that, like, I feel like it's almost like a chore now just to watch Mashle at this point, because like it just every episode just felt very fun yet predictable. And even though I went to the live stage talk show in Anime Japan like 2 months ago, I can definitely see the voice actors are really passionate about this project of Mashle. Or mainly because Aniplex pays them a lot of money to say that. But yeah, I mean, I'm just watching this mainly for the whole funny, gaggy Harry Potter theme, and I like I said, you can definitely tell that I have nothing much good to say about it other than I enjoy the series for the comedy and Mash just being OP. I like OP characters, to be honest. Oh yeah, by the way, the one thing I like about Mash is that he has no gender. He has gender equality in a good way. So
all
right, he punched a girl.
gender
I think.
equality. So yeah, that scene was peak. So I gotta say that scene made me like Mash even more. It's just that everything else around him it just sucks. But hopefully, when he came across the Lang dormitory, hopefully that's where things spice up the story. I mean, Memory can confirm that. Can you?
Wait, what'd you say? I haven't watched the newest episode.
No. Like the part where Matt barged into the Lang dormitory, to barge through the door, and they.
Oh yeah. Initially, like I think you'll see as it goes on. Like I think I mentioned before, like once they have kind of like you have a picture on who like okay, this is the main group that Mash is gonna be around. Like I think hopefully at least people will get into it a little bit more. Because I think there will be more serious. There's going to be more serious moments coming than, like, there's always going to be comedy in Mashle, there's always gonna be comedy, but I feel like there are gonna be more serious moments going forward. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna say my final thoughts on the final podcast for this season. So I cannot really say much more other than it's quite mid right now, to be honest. But at least it's the more enjoyable anime coming out on Friday. So yeah.
One last thing I will say about this series is that I remember a lot of times when I was watching Mashle, I kept thinking about Misfit Demon King Academy, because I feel like that's one of those shows that did the OP main character trope right. Because I mean, and I'm not sure how to describe it. I guess it's because like, unlike Mashle, like Anos is like the more likable main OP main character. Like the guy knows he's OP, and a lot of times you see him like use that to his advantage. I think just in general, like the characters and like the like just all like the action, the comedy surrounding that is just much more entertaining in my opinion. So yeah, I would say that show is like the OP main character trope done right. This show, not so much.
I think even like Sakamoto, haven't you heard him Sakamoto?
Oh yeah,
yeah. I feel like that, like him as Sakamoto as an MC, they kind of handle it better with him. And there's not even really like fighting. Like it's not like you know. I don't know. I think even like in a school setting, it handles that protagonist trope and what's going on with like better than better than MASH.
Oh yeah. Because in Sakamoto, like everyone knows he's just cool, like, and they really just play off of that.
Yeah.
But other than that, are we ready to move on to Konosuba, the Megumin spinoff?
Oh my god.
Yes.
Where do I begin with this, man? Oh my god, seriously. Like, Megumin spinoff, I was expecting comedy, a heavy comedy, but I don't even feel like laughing in most of the episodes.
Yeah, it's been more like just like straightforward kind of like.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, like I appreciate like they at least have some Konosuba content after waiting like I don't know 3-4 years since the movie. But I'm just expecting Megumin. I mean, of course, I think this is where Megumin takes her explosion magic a bit more. I'm like, I said this in my video. This is literally shonen Konosuba, but shonen vibe to it. Yeah.
That's an interesting take.
I don't really have much to say. I am watching it. I don't feel too strong about it. It's fine, but I don't feel too strong. But I haven't felt too strong about the original Konosuba either, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's an alright show for to watch. But I don't have too much to say actually. It's alright.
Yeah. Me either. I enjoy it because it's Konosuba, because it's Megumin. Like any Megumin content, I'll take. But I probably like, because like season 1, I really freaking loved, but season 2 I didn't enjoy as much as season 1. The movie I really enjoyed, but this I probably say this is around like the same for like season 2 as me. Like it's just like it's enjoyable still, but it's not like as crazy to me, compared to season 1. Which I mean, it's not like it's the season 3. It's it's a spinoff, so it's I guess it kind of gets a pass in a way. Because I honestly wasn't really expecting to enjoy this as much as like the main series or anything like that anyway. So
yeah,
but yeah, I'll take any more Megumin content I can get. So yeah, going into like the origins, like with the explosion magic and stuff of that nature, I think is really cool. So but it's Konosuba, so you know what you're getting. Although this isn't as heavy on, there is still some comedy. It's not as heavy on it like the main series is, but there's still, like, if you're a fan of Konosuba, there's still things you're gonna, like out of the spinoff. Yeah. Other than that, there's really not too much to say about it, honestly, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't have much to say about this either because I'm not watching it. Like, I watched the first 2 seasons, and I still gotta say, I still think it's overrated in my opinion. Like the Konosuba series in general, like it's just. I just don't find it as funny as a lot of people like think it is. So yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say.
I mean, to be honest, though, I've been told that the next episode, that's where the fun begins, the adventure. They even have a new visual for it already. So Megumin start her adventure, and I say, okay, so Megumin's gonna go on her adventure. She's gonna do her thing before she meets our very favorite character, Kazuma. So I'm just waiting for that moment where she and Kazuma meet. What we saw from season 1. So I cannot say anything other than, I'm expecting Megumin to somewhat shine a bit more now in the next coming episodes. But in the past 6 episodes, it was just very shonen-like vibe to this series. So yeah.
Oh, check what Oliver wrote.
Yeah, no,
On
he's
the,
coming.
Oh wait, is he joining? Oh yeah, he is.
I mean,
very nice.
Oliver hasn't really watched a lot of anime this season, so I don't think.
He has to be could join.
Yeah, I best if Kawaii crew write to him.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, I can just reply to him. But yeah, if you guys want, you can move on to the next anime while I reply to him.
That
right.
would be
Heavenly Delusion.
right.
Oh, I haven't watched the episode that came out today. So,
Me neither.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I got to leave out the spoilers then. What am I supposed to say about this anime? It's literally The Last of Us, but with more mystery to it, with yaoi boys. I'm saying yaoi boys.
They touch on they touch on all kinds of different relationship types in this.
Yeah, we got the whole kit and caboodle.
Yeah.
Hello.
And yeah,
Yo.
here it is, our boy Oliver.
Sorry for
Special
the delay.
Oh no, that's all good.
So, how much have you watched this season, Oliver? That we can at least contribute you into conversation.
Honestly, barely anything. I have started Dr. Stone and I've started Konosuba, and that's it.
We just got
Those
done.
two we have already discussed.
Yeah, we just got done discussing
that's
Konosuba.
fine. That's fine. And also the new Pokemon anime as well. I've started that.
Oh, nice.
Will we get to it though?
don't think so.
Maybe. I mean, if we have the time. I mean, hopefully, it just doesn't turn into another 4-hour and 40-minute podcast again. I feel like that was basically mostly my fault.
Please
last time.
no.
Please no. By the way, Oliver, I gotta ask.
Yep.
Is that your kid in the background?
No.
Okay.
I'm house sitting at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Interesting.
So no, that's not my kid.
Gotcha.
That's a lot of manga on the shelf.
There is a lot of manga on the shelf. My friend's partner is a massive massive case closed
Conan.
Detective Conan fan. So
Okay.
yeah, she collects Conan.
Nice.
Right,
Okay,
but
cool.
back to the Heavenly Delusion anime, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry. Yep. You guys continue.
Yeah. Are you done, Mad Lad?
No, I'm still talking. Yeah, Heavenly Delusion. It's a very heavy mystery anime. You can easily, after the episode, talk about everything going on in the episode, especially like some of the lores around it, which can contribute to some of the big review later on. But all I can say is that so far is a very well-paced anime in terms of introducing each individual scenarios for them to resolve, especially the man-eater. But the one thing that somewhat turned people away from this anime is the fact that it turns out to be a fact that a boy is inside a girl's body, which is so weird, to be honest, through surgical implantation of the brain. Like, wow. Just wow. Like, holy cow, how is that even possible nowadays? But gotta say, man, when that review came about, I was like, should I ship them or should I, how do I put this though? See this as a yaoi anime now. So
It's Hiroko best girl or best
Sorry, if they're
So I
happy
was
with
gonna
each
say,
other,
how about
then I'll
both?
ship them.
How about
No,
both?
why not both?
How about-
Put them in both polls. But yeah, well, you gotta say anything else, Mad Lad?
Go ahead. I need to finish
Alright.
this drink.
All right. I enjoy it. I enjoy these kind of mystic horror animes usually. This one reminds me of a mix of Promised Neverland because of the orphanage, but also Darling in the Franxx because they're hidden from the monsters. I know a lot of people for some reason doesn't like Darling in the Franxx. I loved Darling in the Franxx. I actually thought that was a great anime. But yeah, so those are.
I liked
yeah,
it
know.
for a lot of it. I liked it for a lot of it, but then
I think we can all agree.
the second
only-
half was
Yeah, it's the second
Yeah.
half. It's the second half that just dives bombs into like.
I mean,
No, I actually enjoyed the second half
The first
too.
19 episodes was peak, but then after that was just like meh.
I did
So, yeah.
enjoy the episode where
like
he
the year that came out. At one point, I was saying like this could be like my favorite show of the year, and then I kind of changed up from that. But
well,
it was good for a decent portion of it. It was like really good.
Yeah, but then
Yeah,
it lost the plot in that second half.
No, especially the episode where he was able to take the devil girl outside to see the world before she was captured again. That was actually a beautiful moment. But back to this anime. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Also, the fact that was mentioned before about the operation that made what was the guy's / boy's name again? In this, I have to open. I have to open my anime list so I can see.
Oh, the original boy is or like the where
yeah,
they
I mean,
got.
Kiruko.
Was it?
Kiruko was the
Oh,
name. Okay.
it was yeah, Kiriko.
Right. So for me, I just found that interesting actually because it shows a little bit more dark side of the story. How he was saved because of his sister giving up her life for him to survive. I actually thought that part was really interesting. But what keeps me going with this anime is really because I like this Promised Neverland / Darling in the Franxx stuff, and one thing that does make me extra interested in this is not so much the two main characters being outside. It's what's happening at the orphanage that is more interesting to me, because they're kind of hinting on something dark going on here in the orphanage.
Yeah, is it really heaven? Is it really heaven?
It probably isn't, and that's the reason why I really enjoyed not season 2 but season 1 of Promised Neverland because it's got this mystery stuff.
Yeah, it keeps you on your toes for sure.
So I really want these things to unfold in the anime. What is actually going on? Why are the kids there in this orphanage? I do have my theory, and also that what's going on over there, and that's probably the main reason also why we got the monsters outside. But I don't know if my theory is true or not. But that's one theory that I have. But I hope to see more. What's going on with the orphanage, and and especially that's what I can say.
Yeah. I really enjoy this series. It's probably one of my favorites from this season so far. I like how, like I just mentioned, it kind of keeps you guessing. It keeps you on your toes. You don't know, I feel like anything could happen at any moment. Whether it's with the characters or just with heaven or with the world in general. So I really like that aspect of it. I like how I feel like it's constantly raising. They'll give you answers, but then they'll introduce they'll give you more questions. I just feel like I don't know. It always keeps me interested in some way. So I really like that about it, and I like the setting a lot. I'm kind of a sucker for settings like this. So yeah, there's that. So far I like the two main characters, Maru and Kiriko, and yeah, I'm curious to see where the tail end of this season goes. I mean, animation wise, direction wise, the music wise, checks all the boxes in my opinion. So I feel like on that front, it's really good, and it has an engaging story and something like I feel like I find myself after each episode, I'm wondering already like what's gonna happen in the next one. So that's always like a good sign. So yeah, one of my favorites so far from this season, I would say.
I gotta say the same thing. I love this show so much. I mean, there's a lot of good things I can say about the show. First of all, it looks beautiful. Like the show legit looks kind of like a movie. I guess it's because like the amount of like, I guess like the way like it was drawn, like the way the characters and the background it was drawn, like it has like, I'm not sure if it was hand drawn or like hand painted, but like you could tell just like a lot of care just went into the visuals. Like it definitely reminds me of like I said before, an anime movie, and not because and I feel like a lot of times like when someone says like, oh, this looks like a movie, people like immediately think like, oh, it must be like some 4K hyper polished bullshit, but that's not the case for this anime. No, like I said, you can tell like there's so much, like the way the backgrounds and the characters are drawn, it just like it's so good. Like the way it was animated is just, it's so clean. Overall, just the anime is just beautiful. Also, the world building, I absolutely love this like the post-apocalyptic setting of it all. I also just love the mystery the thriller aspects around it, and yeah, this anime just really does mystery well because it's kind of like Memory said before, like it doesn't like it definitely like it gives you hints, like it gives you like it doesn't reveal everything right off the bat, but it gives you enough hints to where like you can kind of make your own like your own theories and your own hypothesis, and it does like answer some questions some questions like fairly early. Like it doesn't like keep you in the dark for like long periods of time on everything, and unlike other mystery shows where like they just throw a bunch of like random cryptic bullshit without answering anything, this series doesn't do that. I really like the way this series does mystery and thriller aspects, and I also really like how like it focuses on two different things. It focuses on the orphanage and the adventures of Hiriko and Maru, and it does it in a way that it doesn't feel disjointed. It doesn't feel like it ruins the pacing. Like when it cuts back from the orphanage to Kiriko Maru and vice versa. Like I really like the way like it keeps you invested in both of these scenarios. And one thing I found really interesting, I remember somebody bringing this up, is that there has been like there are subtle hints that like both like storylines, both the orphanage and Kiriko Maru, both of those events, they don't take place at the same time. Like there are hints like I think like the orphanage is like takes like there's a good possibility that the events in the orphanage take place before like Kiriko and Maru's post-apocalyptic world adventures. So yeah, that's another thing that really just keeps you wondering. So yeah,
I feel like there's so many like possibilities.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Like
I don't think it's before that. I think it's probably at the same time, and they're gonna eventually come together.
Maybe.
Because in the first episode, you know, the old lady on the wheelchair in the orphanage, she actually said to one of the kids, you cannot go out because there are monsters outside. So I do think it's during the same time, actually. And so my theory is that they're gonna connect somehow, and maybe they're gonna find this so-called heaven that they're talking about, which is the orphanage, and maybe the kids are still gonna be there when they are. I don't know actually what's gonna happen, but my first theory is that it's in the same time, that they kind of during the same time as they're walking, like the same time on the clock, etc. It's the same time that we also see what's going on at the orphanage. That's what I think.
I'm kind of the thing that catches my. Have they said, like, I don't know if they've said how old some of the characters are in the orphanage, because like I know people have like obviously like Maru looks like what's her name? Tokyo, I think her name is.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Like they
Tokyo.
look similar, right? Like they
The-
look,
yeah,
and
there's
they've
one.
I
had
don't think
many
there's a
they've had many
correlation.
they've had many cases where like they'll show Maru, and then they'll cut to a scene in the orphanage, and they'll go right to Tokyo, and I'm just like, okay, that's definitely like intentional. So, and it seems like you would think they're around, like they look at least like they're around the same age or something like that. So, if it like, are they related? Are they
I mean,
potentially
Kuroko is-
siblings or
is in
something?
her-
Like, because they look very similar.
I do think Kuroko is older than them because she was in her 20s, I think. Their children looks like they're maybe around middle school age.
Yeah.
That's
Do we
what
know
I
how old Maru is? I don't even know if he's. I think he did say it. I think he did. He
I
said
think
he's like 14 or 15.
Yeah, he's like
right?
15. Yeah, around
Yeah.
around the age.
think maybe he's a little bit.
But
older
I am
than
curious
Shira.
about that because they they almost look too similar for there to not be anything there. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Mm.
I can see where I can see where you're coming from. In fact,
Yeah.
there's a lot of correlations you can make between those two events. Like, for example, like we know that we see what the babies look like in the orphanage, and
Yeah.
they obviously look similar to the man eaters. So yeah, you kind of wonder like where those are coming from, and also, as I point out on Twitter, the fish with arms that Kona drew, that looks exactly, well, not exactly, but like it's very similar to the fish with arms man eater that we saw on the ship on episode 3.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's also
I mean,
also kind of
yeah, I mean, there is this girl. I don't know her name, but she looks like Tsuyu from My Hero Academia.
oh
What was
yeah,
her
the
name?
little frog type girl, yeah.
Yeah, she looks exactly like Tsuyu. Wasn't she the one who drew the picture, or who was it?
No, that was Kona.
Okay, because I thought it was her because she can climb up and go and see the baby, so maybe she
Yeah.
knew it beforehand somehow. Oh well. But she definitely looks like Tsuyu from My Hero Academia.
Oh yeah.
I could. Yeah, you could.
definitely.
There's
Especially
you
in
could
the
definitely
face. In the face. Yeah.
You definitely made
The one
similarities.
thing I do wonder though is because we see it in their security cameras, right? That they cannot see the children sometimes. They're like invisible in the cameras. I wonder how that works.
Like, are you talking about like what happened like back in the last episode?
Not just the last episode, but also when this frog girl and the other girl with the short hair, they went to see the babies, right? And they were not seen in the security cameras then either. It was
They had to go
it
by their
wasn't-
footprint, right? Like the footprint.
there was still the footprints left, but they were not shown on the cameras there either. So I do wonder how that is possible.
It's pretty sure it's because someone's tampering with the security cameras. They're concealing the children. However, it's a question of course, it's a question of who's doing that. Who is making that happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, also like there's a lot of things you can say about like the connection between the man eaters and like the possibility of the fact that they might have human DNA because obvious because of the babies that we saw, and then as Ryu pointed out in the last discussions during the last episode, Maru's Maru touch, I guess you can call it, it did something when he interacted with that one girl at the inn. So yeah, it makes you wonder like is there like what kind of connection do we have
That
here?
scene, man.
Yeah, that fucking scene.
He's like, I made it in, or I went in.
I put it in. And in that fucking
put it in.
position. Oh my god.
He like looks down. He's like, oh shit. He's like, this looks bad.
Yeah.
How am I gonna explain this one?
Yeah. That was definitely one of the craziest episodes. Holy shit. But yeah, other than that, overall, yeah, there's not really. I mean, there's not really like as for potential like downsides or cons. I can't really think of anything much. Like, yeah, okay, like maybe the whole like a lot of the sexual stuff surrounding.
Oh yeah,
the last episode. I guess you can like that was a bit much. And I can see why some people might be put off by the whole brain switching thing. Personally, I'm not too like it's dark. It's really Like it's pretty depressing. But I'm not too bothered by it.
It's still part of the story.
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
part
to
of the
see
story.
What happens. So I don't really see. I mean, sometimes
Yeah, it's part of the
stories are
story.
darker.
Yeah,
I
of
don't
course.
see any issues with that.
Yeah.
It's fictional too, so
Yeah, it's true, of course. But yeah, other than that, Heavenly Delusion. I really love it. It's so good. Like I still stand by the fact that the first episode is probably one of the best first episodes I've seen this year. It really is just that good.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, other than that, any final thoughts on Heavenly Delusion?
nope.
All right. Also, before we move on to the next anime, Malad, how many more backgrounds have you prepared for us?
What?
How many more places are we gonna see?
I guess that's Kyoto.
Also, Malad, your mic is muted.
You're
Yeah, your
muted.
mic is muted.
Yeah, I've been toying around with this camera for a while, so I might as well toy around with it now since I haven't have a chance to use my background for a long time because I don't have my green screen with me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, Heavenly Delusion. I mean, to be honest though, I just enjoy talking about this anime after every episode. Like what you guys, I just let you guys have the chance to talk because like this anime is just something that I can have my overall thought rather than a half season thought because half season isn't really the best for this sort of mystery anime. So yeah, of course,
I'm not watching that, so.
I'm gonna continue to change backgrounds, guys. I'm gonna use up most of my background in my folder. So
Oh no, go ahead.
That's okay.
but yeah, the next one I will have some rants over this.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a
Yamada-kun.
surprise because the next anime is Yamada-kun to level 999.
All right. I guess I can start on this one, and we leave the rants to last, maybe.
Okay.
Yes. So
Where do I
actually.
begin?
Sorry. You want to start?
Yeah, because I let you guys talk over Heaven Delusion for a bit.
Yeah. Sure. Go.
All right, yeah, you can go ahead.
Where do I even begin with this anime?
Oh,
The only thing I like about this anime, and the only thing I like about this anime, is the fact that Minase Inori, the voice actor for the main girl, she what's her name again? Akane.
Akane.
Yeah, Akane. Yeah. I can definitely tell that she's having too much fun with Akane character. Like some of the voice reaction scenes, some of the iconic Inori voices. Oh my god, I enjoy that a lot from Akane, man. You can definitely tell Inori puts a lot of passion into her character, and that is just it for the series. And for me, though, the romance, the side character playing into the romance, and the whole gamer stuff relationship. Nah, mate, that sucks shit, man.
what?
No, I don't like this sort of Discord like dating. Dude, if you want a proper good dating anime online, there's another one. I forgot what's it called, but this businesswoman come back and play game online. I remember that. What is the anime called again? I remember that anime.
Recovery of an MMO junkie.
I think it's that one. Yeah. I much prefer that one over this one because this one, though, I just don't know. It just feels so. I mean, the only thing also good about this anime is in college.
Mm-hmm.
If it's in high school, I just
the
had
guy
enough
is in
of
high
it already.
school.
The dude's in high school, yeah.
Okay,
But most of the characters are.
It's
Okay,
semi-college.
Okay, fuck it then. So let's just say the romance. I just don't feel it. I just don't feel it, man. I mean, he's an Ike man. Okay, I get it, but
We haven't
No.
saw any romance yet.
dude, I've been spoiled by the fact that they're gonna have sex.
Oh.
Well,
So
awesome.
yeah,
I
man, you
didn't know
spoiled
that.
now. You spoiled it for like all of us. What the fuck? What the hell,
but
dude?
I don't think they're gonna adapt it anyways. But anyways, so yeah, I like I said, I absolutely don't like this anime. I'm still gonna watch it to the end just to support Minase Inri. But that's it. Don't expect me to say anything nice about the romance, the whole social side characters supporting each other. So yeah, God, I feel like it's short.
I can't really say much on the romance yet because I feel like they're still kind of building up the characters.
There's definitely romance. I can see.
Well,
we get to
I
it-
know there's going to be, but there hasn't
I'm
been.
just going
yet.
to jump in for a moment. I know I'm not watching the anime yet, and but I have read the manga, and I've got things to say from what I've been hearing about people complaining about it, about the anime version of this. The Yuri is my job. Oh boy, I'm going to have a lot to talk about.
Oh yeah, we haven't.
We get
But,
to that one.
We'll get to
yeah,
that.
yeah.
We'll get to
Sorry, I just wanted to quickly jump in on that. But anyway, let's continue.
Yeah. So for the Yamada one, I really enjoyed the first couple initial episodes, but I'm gonna be honest, I was not a fan of the Runa content at all.
Oh yeah, I could definitely. Yeah, I can understand. Yeah.
Yeah, I like
Don't
that.
Don't even get me started.
Yeah,
with
that
the
like.
stuff. Oh my god.
Yeah, I found that pretty annoying. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I get she's like younger, she's a middle schooler, like she's immature and shit. But like, damn, like, I just feel like for what they're trying to build here with Akane and Yamada, like in the future potentially, I just feel like that for spending as much time as they did on it, I feel like it was kind of like it kind of took me out of the series for a bit.
Yeah, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it can't get any worse than that.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
So like, yeah, it's good we got that out of the way early, but I think this series has a certain charm to it. I think. Well,
is it because of Chiafuru?
Well, yeah, it is the Chihayafuru. It is the Chihayafuru director, but so there's that. But he's also worked on a lot of other like really critically acclaimed like rom-coms, like especially Nana. Like I haven't watched Nana, but I heard Nana's like really good.
Nana too, so I can't say anything about it.
Yeah, I've heard it's really good. Like My Love Story.
That one is really good.
Yeah, Chobits.
That one's also really good.
Yeah, so he has a good way of just making things have a certain charm. I like a lot of the little like cutesy things they do, like in the series, like with the Kane, and then like Mad Led mentioned, the voice actress obviously helps a lot too. So I'm not like I like Akane as a character so far. I'm not really sold on Yamada yet, but I feel like we're starting to kind of like his eyes are being opened up more essentially to, maybe how Akane like feels about him, and then maybe even his own feelings. So I feel like as it goes on, we are gonna see him open up more, hopefully. So I can't really speak much on the romance right now because we haven't had really any. I know there is gonna be romance. It's a rom-com, but like so far they've just been kind of like focusing on each of the characters. I think we'll still see some big development from Yamada himself, and obviously they did the stuff with Runa already. So I enjoy this series though. I'm not saying it's like one of the best rom-coms ever or anything like that. I don't think I'll really be saying that towards the end either.
I can say 10 rom-com anime better than this anime, okay? So
well, I probably could too, honestly,
Yeah.
but like there's some in this season that are better rom-coms than this, in my opinion. Yeah, so it's still enjoyable though. I still have besides like the Runa content, I've been enjoying the series, so I'm gonna still continue on with it obviously and see where it goes, but hopefully I can get more into Yamada's character and then ultimately like their relationship, because probably for me Akane is like probably carrying the show. I do like her friend though too. I do like Momo. I think Momo is really cool. Momoko. So I would like to actually see her. I would much rather see her get some kind of focus or like little story arc than like Runa. Like if they don't give her some kind of little story arc and they give Runa a story arc like that, like a little episode or two thing, like I'm gonna be kind of upset. So
right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I really enjoy this too. I agree there are better rom-coms, of course, but I do enjoy it for what it is. I think it is really wholesome. I do agree on you with the Runa part. She went really overboard with what she did there with the weird guy that she decided.
Oh yeah, that dude was annoying too. The stalker.
Yeah,
dude,
annoying, but she definitely went overboard there with what she did,
Yeah.
and I was also against that. I do like it though how she really, really regretted it afterwards, and now she's actually trying to ship Akane with the main boy. She's trying to make things right now, so I do appreciate her for that. There are some characters though also that I want to lift because they are really awesome. And the Kawaii crew has mentioned it before. Kamota,
my boy.
the old guy, like he only met Akane once or something like that, and he's like risking his life for Akane. Like when he was driving the car, he's an awesome guy. But overall, a wholesome show. I find the comedy really good. I laugh a lot when I watch it, except for the Runa part. I didn't laugh at that. Yeah, very good. And what else was I supposed to say? I forgot. But yeah, I guess that sums up my thoughts.
Yeah, I'm pretty much on the same boat as you guys. Like I enjoy it. It's not the best rom-com anime there is. Like in terms of romantic development, I would much rather watch other shows this season. But I still enjoy it. I like Akane. Speaking of which, I'm just gonna get this out of the way right now. How many characters this season are named Akane? Because we got Akane in this anime. We got Akane in Oshi no Ko. We got Akane in Goddess Cafe Terrace. Let's see. Is there any other ones that I'm missing?
It's the season of the Akane. That's it.
Yeah, it's the season of the Akane.
It is a pretty popular name, I guess.
Yeah,
maybe in Japan.
I guess so. But yeah, one thing.
So like when you say you're a big fan of Kawaii, I think of other characters.
Yeah, like the whole fucking. You just got to pull out the whole list. But yeah, one thing I will say about Akane, one thing that stands out to me about her character is that I mentioned this before. She's voiced by Inori Manase, and I can't. Which is surprising because I can't remember the last time I've heard Inori Minase voice a character that's not a loli. So yeah, learn that she's being voiced by Inori Minase. It's
what are you talking about? She voiced a lot of like characters that's not like this season. She voiced another like a yandere character.
Oh, she did.
Yeah, that play.
Oh, I don't watch the anime, so I didn't know. But with a lot of but a lot of anime I've seen with Inori Minase in it, she voices lolis. So,
well, let's also remember this is also the season for Rei Takahashi as well.
Yeah,
like, she's
Rei Takahashi season.
she's literally pretty much in everything this season.
Yeah, she's voiced like what, at least 4 characters this season.
Yeah, about 4 or 5.
Yeah, pretty much. Just like our last season was Yuichi Umehara season. But yeah, anyways, yeah, also like the chemistry they have with like Akane has with Yamada. So yeah, I'm looking forward to how that develops as well. Also, yeah, I do wanna touch on the whole fucking Runa situation because like, yeah, I get it. Like she's a kid. And you know she's a spoiled kid, and she has this sort of sheltered lifestyle. So yeah, of course she's not gonna immediately recognize how wrong her actions were. But here's the thing, though, is that what makes that whole episode so off-putting is that she purposefully picked like the most like obsessive, unhinged fan like she can find, and she
like that could have turned out.
Yeah, that could have turned out way worse. Like
it could have turned out like some Oshi no Ko type shit. Like,
oh yeah.
Granted, Akane's not like the popular idol or whatever, but like still like a similar situation to that. Like,
yeah, especially during the bathroom scene. Like that was pretty.
Like the dude, like, are you kidding me? I don't care what was going on with her, you dude. Like
you're barging into the girls' bathroom and you're like trying to barge into the stalls. Like what the fuck are you doing? And also, yeah, I mean that is gonna turn out really badly. Like it's not as bad as. Luckily, it wasn't as bad as, like Komi-san or like Rike Koi season 2. It wasn't. It didn't get as dark as that. But still, though, it just really leaves a bad taste in your mouth. And also like, even after that, I mean, I just don't really like Runa as a character. I'm just not a fan of her character.
Yeah, same.
I will say though, as Anipo mentioned, I gotta talk about like the other characters as well. I do like Rui Hime or / Eita and Kamota. I feel like Kamota is kind of a comfort character to me because I feel like every time he's on screen, like shit just gets really wholesome. He's just in general just a really wholesome character.
He's just nervous, He's just can we all just be friends?
Can we all just get along? So I really just like him. But yeah, also I like a lot. There's a lot of gaming. I like all the gaming references in this anime because Yamada is a gamer. One scene that I really got a kick out of was that during the latest episode, where this one girl in Yamada's class was pointing out that he was getting worse in FPS games, and Yamada was like, "Oh, well, that's because the server was overseas, so the lag was getting really bad." I was like,
bad ping. Bad ping.
I was like, I mean, that just really cracked me up. I was like, yeah, blame it on the connection. Yeah, I mean, because if you're a gamer, because you get a lot of those moments. I feel like.
Yeah. I like a lot of the just like the references and like terminologies. Like, granted, like it wasn't as like for most people, there's probably not a situation like Yamada's where like Akane like was at his place like sleeping in his bed and crashed and shit. And he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go AFK for a second or whatever." Like that was. I was like, "Oh, he said the AFK thing." Like, I feel like I've done that a lot where, like, I'll be like, "Oh, I'm gonna, go AFK for a second," and like, maybe I'm going to grab food or a drink or something, or like something with my cats, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, there's many cases where like shit like that happens. So I think I think it is cool how a lot of that's like relatable, especially if like, playing a lot of games and whatnot.
Especially I think there were some scenes where like Akane was like, "Oh, my PC isn't that strong, my laptop isn't that strong," which is like, that's really relatable. Like because I feel like all gamers can relate to that because we've at one point had like this really like shitty PC that can't run a lot of games for shit.
That was my old PC.
Oh yeah. That was my PC that I used during like my first couple of years of live reactions. So yeah, there's a lot of like things in this anime like you could just really appreciate as a gamer. So yeah, that's one of the things I really like about this anime. But yeah, other than that, there's really not much else that I have to say. Like I said, I really want to see more of the romantic development between Akane and Yamada. I just really hope it doesn't end up like Isekai and his cool female colleague where we get like a whole lot of romantic development that leads to nothing. I really hope we get at least something at the end of this anime.
Yeah.
So, like, at least something, like, at least somewhat satisfying.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, other than that, any final thoughts, or are we ready to move on?
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah,
That's probably
it's a very mid show. I don't really care about the gaming stuff, to be honest.
Yeah,
Right.
Understandable. But yeah, other than that, next up on the list is Tonikaku Kawaii, second season.
Oh, finally! Let's go.
Yeah, you guys could talk about this.
Go. Oh my god. And the Pope, shut up. So
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna talk later on.
Oh my god. So first things first, every episode is quite episodic, not gonna lie. I kind of start to feel the episodic stress over it already. But after the introduction of the grandma in the latest episode, well, the previous episode, I have a feeling that we're now getting into the fun part of the season, aka the backstory.
Is this Tonikaku?
Yes,
Yeah.
Tonikaku.
Yeah.
So I can understand why people hated the season 2. I'm not gonna lie, I see a lot of people complaining about season 2 being so repetitive, being so wholesome, being so overused over the concept of them going on dates, kissing, and this of that. So fine, I will allow that. But will not allow is how people just start saying that the romance is very I've seen people actually say that the romance is unrealistic. I'll say I have a lot of examples of unrealistic relationship before. So this show you So this one though is this is very showing of how a proper couple should be doing. And of course, you can say I'm still waiting for the moment where they hopefully get to do a bit more with their relationship. But of course, the hot spring scene was enough to make me smile, especially the fact that they get to go into the hot spring together. So I was like, yep, no interference, just them sharing the moments together. I love it, man. But I gotta say, I'm still waiting for the backstory episode, and I think this season will be mostly about the backstory episode about Tsukasa. I don't even need to be spoiling this to you guys if you guys watched the opening, but Tsukasa,
Well,
I don't think.
I just want to say that I do plan on reacting to this soon. I just need to watch the OVAs first from last year, but I plan on doing that after this. So.
Yeah, I don't. You didn't really miss much, to be honest, Oliver.
No,
So
fair enough. That's okay.
But I think the backstory part will come like really later in the season. I think around episode 8 or 9. So you still have time to catch up before the best part of the season. Because the backstory, I guess from what I can see from the opening, which by the way, another banger opening. I mean, to be honest, for a romance anime to have such a banger opening is so unseen nowadays. But yeah, let's just say I'm really curious to find out more about Tsukasa and her situation, because like when the grandma mentioned about she wasn't able to help Tsukasa with her situation, really raised eyebrows already, man. Like I say, why what does she mean by that? Why does she like why does she hint that there's more going on with Tsukasa? Oh my god, I just can't fucking wait for the backstory episode, man. But before that, we might as well just enjoy the whole wholesome stuff between those two. Very fun, kissing and stuff like that, and this is how you do romance and not those cheeky gamers romance. So yeah, I gotta say, man, I really enjoy. I really love this anime since season 1, and I really hope that we get to the fun part very soon. But for now, though, Tsukasa being such a good girlfriend, or no, wife in this case,
I still think she's an alien.
You still, I think that she has something to do with her. I think it's something to do with her. Like,
remember when I made that joke at the beginning of season 1?
Yes, I do actually. I remember.
what did you say? I forgot.
I said that Tsukasa was an alien. I think she's an alien.
Yeah, that's right. Wasn't that during the episode where like they go to visit like some like Buddhist temples or something like that?
Yeah.
And, like, the way she talks about it, like it sounds like she was actually there during that time or something like that. I remember correctly.
Yeah, I don't even like remember what like. I think it was also what played into it was the thing on the back of her head. Like, I'm like, what is she hiding? What is she covering up back there?
I mean,
like,
just a headband. What are you talking about? Just a headband.
I know it was mostly a joke that I made, but I still think she's an alien.
I always say that she could be. I have a theory that she somehow is connected to the Kaguya-hime, because the theme of this anime is always about the moon, about the Kaguya-hime. So I have a feeling that she has something to do with the Kaguya-hime, to why maybe, if you see the opening, been living for a long time. So yeah, I have a feeling that there's some sort of connection with the Kaguya. Maybe she's like one of the descendants of Kaguya-hime, or maybe she's one of the servants for Kaguya-hime that came from heavens down to earth. And
I wouldn't be surprised, because she knew. I don't think he ever told.
And like how she survived, like how she even survived all that shit. Like,
yeah, but also she knew his address in season 1 when she visited. Like, oh, you said we're gonna get married. I don't think he ever told her his address, and she found it anyway. So that could also be a clue that she's an alien. She knew.
Also, you gotta think about it though. She is quite knowledgeable over the historical spot in Nara when they visited home. So that already a big hint that she been there before. So AKA she's immortal. So
good.
Well, that's what I was getting at. Yeah, that's what I was saying about in season 1.
Could she be immortal? Could she be a god, a living god on Earth? We shall see. We shall see with the backstory part of the season.
And she's hiding something back there in the back of her head.
Dude, memory.
Her
she
alien,
tied her hair off, okay?
She tied her hair off.
Got the antennas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's ET.
Yeah. I really doubt she's.
I've been making the joke since season 1, the beginning of season 1.
But
You know,
yeah,
if it is revealed that she's an alien, like I can just see Memory just coming back here and being like, "I told you so! I told you!"
Oh yeah, of course.
of course, I can't wait for the banter. But yeah, but trust me, man. As someone that can read, as someone that analyze the opening, I feel like she's like a descendant of Kaguya-hime in some ways. So. Yeah, I gotta say, man, looking forward to that when it comes to it. But for now, though, it's just a very fun, episodic, wholesome romance series. So
Well,
I
that's the
cannot
one
really,
I'm
yeah.
definitely going to be watching that later today. Like I said, I need to start.
But the
Demon
thing,
Slayer.
the thing I appreciate from this season is that we actually get to see some other romance developing. The sensei,
Okay.
Teacher romance was actually really great to see.
The
I didn't
sensei.
expect that to happen so fast either.
So yeah.
Yeah, I
But
like that
Oliver,
content.
Oliver, you read the manga or you just saw anime only?
I haven't read the manga, but I actually have the first 2 volumes
Oh, cool.
from the library, so I'm going to start reading that as well. But I'm also going to watch the OVAs after this, and
cool.
hopefully also start season 2. Also need to start Demon Slayer. Also need to start Eden Zero.
You've read the manga.
you got a lot to catch up.
I do, but I meant like the anime. Like I haven't started the anime, the second season. Even the I guess I could talk about that once we get to Eden Zero because I've heard things and I'm not too happy about it. But that's a different thing.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Any final thoughts?
I can start so we can get
Go ahead.
So I dropped it. I can understand why people like it. I'm not going to criticize that. The reason I think what I like is in romance is when they are not a couple directly, but at the end, like when it's built up, that's what I like. But when it is that they're, already a couple at the beginning and then you see, doing their regular couple life, right? I can understand why some people like that. For me, it's like just as you mentioned before, it can get kind of episodic and not.
What are we talking about?
Too much. We're still talking about Tonikawa.
Oh, okay.
But so I can get why some people enjoy that. I for me, it's not my favorite. That's also the reason why I didn't like Shikimori. I know a lot of people didn't like Shikimori, so I guess that's not very good comparing. But also. Horimiya was kind of similar too. They weren't a couple directly, but that was also one I couldn't get into just for the same reason. It was just them eventually. That's really the reason I dropped it because I just wasn't feeling it. I actually used the skip buttons many times during the episodes eventually because I was like, okay, I get it. They're going to do this and that. It's not really something I can get into. I understand why people like it, but I just couldn't get into it. But I don't criticize people enjoying it, but it just it wasn't really for me.
Overall for me, I would say I like it. I think with there's still some little issues I have with it that kind of like I don't know. I feel like at this point they still like I just feel like it's kind of weird at points like they get like super embarrassed about like romantic actions with each other, and I feel like at this point it shouldn't really be like that anymore.
They're married,
I mean, I'm like I've talked about this before. They it's like they started at at home plate in baseball. Like like the saying like, oh, they're starting at first base, now they're at second. Like for their romance, they started at home plate. They didn't even go to first base. Like they didn't even
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like
married.
It's like they're doing it backwards, which is interesting in a way.
No, if they were doing it backwards, they would have already had sex. They would have started with sex and then we would have gone into the hand holding.
True, but it's like it's like they started with
a more interesting series.
It's like they started with marriage and then like got into all the usually it's all the romantic shit happens first and then like marriage, but like no, but I don't know. I do think it's kind of weird that they still get like super like ultra embarrassed about just like basic romantic actions with each other.
Like
That's-
let's take the teacher for example. Like she just met the guy and they're already kissing. So
Yeah, and they don't really make that big of a deal about it. I get they're like, they're older,
Adults.
but yeah, they're adults, but I don't know. And also another thing that I thought, like, I was cringing so hard during it, and I'm not like that with their romantic stuff. Like I usually find it pretty cute, pretty adorable. I was cringing so freaking hard when the episode where they were going over each body part and they were like kissing each body part on them. I was like,
Whoa.
oh my god, that was so
Okay,
cringe.
that's going to be interesting to watch when I get
Peek,
to that.
peek.
No, that was
man.
super. He was like, kissing the palm of your hand stands for this.
Come
Kissing,
on, man.
kissing this part
What?
stands for this. I'm like,
Nah, Memory, you have no taste in
I'm like
romantic-
cringe. I'm dying of cringe. I did
Come
not.
on, Memory.
I was not a fan. Personally, I was not a fan. I really don't have too many other issues with their romantic little things that they do, but that was like a part where I was like, okay, no. I was not a fan of that.
Oh
So
my
like
God, come on.
if anything in this season, like, because I've been enjoying this season still a lot, actually, I will say. That's the one thing where I did not enjoy from this season. But overall I like it still. So
Oh my God, come on, Memory. You gotta enjoy something that's not in the lips, okay?
Oh.
it was just, I don't know. It was
But yeah,
was-
Tonikawa, I think the best part of the season will come later in the season, so I'll just say my final thoughts on it if it adapted well. So yeah, other than that, let's just move on. Let's just try to speed run this thing already.
Didn't Kawaii Crew watch this? Does he have anything to say?
I dropped this on season 1 because I think it's mainly for like the reasons Memory mentioned. Like the whole way the romance is set up is just like it just I just couldn't get into it. It's just it wasn't for me.
All right.
that's
Fair
fair.
enough.
Okay, cool. Okay, next one is another trashy isekai. Wow, finally some isekai stuff. Isekai Dead Chikyou.
Well, I'm
I
not
have-
watching.
I'm
I'm
not
not
watching
watching
either.
the
Me
next
neither.
couple of ones. So
I dropped it.
I'm watching it for the cute girls. That's all I can say.
that's it. That's it.
That's it.
I see.
That's it.
Good to know.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
All right,
I mean,
moving
no,
on.
no, the one thing I will say about this that annoys me is that every freaking scene with the dude, it's like they gotta just keep shoving in your face that, oh, he's hot. Oh my god, he's so hot. He's so attractive.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I'm finding that annoying too now.
That shit is so annoying. Like every time it's like they have to get every single girl's reaction to him.
Oh
Like,
my
even
Yeah,
some
all,
god!
dudes, I
and
feel
all
like.
the panties
Such a
wet.
kid, man.
So,
Yeah.
to
Such
be
a kid, man. Oh my gosh! Shut up! I get it. He's an e man, okay?
to be fair, I had that same issue with Angel Next Door because like literally like there's so many scenes where they like, oh, she's my hero is so pretty, she's so cool, she's so beautiful, I wanna date her. Oh, like, oh my god, okay, we get it, she's the angel of the fucking school. Like, just say something else.
There are a lot of rom-coms where there is this girl or boy, they have like this fan club, they're protecting her.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
really cringe. I
Yeah.
can't think of names right now, but there are some.
Yeah,
Like,
so
you don't
that's
get-
one thing, and then the CGI, obviously, I mean, it's pretty jarring in some parts, especially like when it's like in some scenes I've noticed like the CGI is just on his armor. Like it's just on the armor that he wears and not like the other parts of his body. Like his actual like his head or his arms.
Oh, you gotta love armor like that. Like, come on, like
Dude.
you go.
The thing about this anime is that there's the balance for the pacing of the story is so weird. He went from isekai to back to the normal world back to isekai, and then do some adventure stuff, and then he meets, and then he do this in the normal world. I was like, can you just have one episode just focus on isekai, and then another episode focus on normal life? That is a much more balanceable. But it's just like jumping between scene to scene, and just like, oh my god,
It doesn't really feel like it doesn't really feel like coherent, like together.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Am,
It's like
am
kinda-
I wrong? Am I wrong, or is he shifting between isekai and normal life?
Yeah, he just like he has a door to the isekai world,
Ah.
so
So
he
if
can
I-
go there.
I did watch the trailer. Isn't he like super ugly in the real world? But when he goes to the
Of
other world,
course, man. He
Yeah.
was so ugly, and then because of Isekai world concept logic, he became an Ike man because of the status he gained. Oh my god! But the only
Yeah.
the thing I like about this anime is that my boy Matsuka just having too much fun again with his character. Matsuka once again.
Yeah,
in
you gotta
another
love him. You
harem
gotta love
anime.
him.
And in another harem anime, why am I not surprised? So,
Yeah.
but I mean, this is a trashy isekai. I mean, I don't blame any of you guys dropping it. I'm watching it just for the cute girls and just see who is the winner. I'm curious to see who is the winner. So,
But memory,
if we're gonna get a winner,
mad lad. You have to
Yes.
remember, this is an isekai. Nobody wins.
Oh,
that's usually
man.
that's
He's got a
usually with
point.
harem shows too.
that's usually the
There's
case, though.
never-
But I feel like there's gonna be a winner for this. I really feel like there's gonna be a
Okay,
winner for this.
all right.
But yeah, I mean, I have nothing more to say other than the animation, the character design looks decent, but everything else is shit. So. Yeah, but I gotta say, man, I think the next one should be more fun for you guys to talk about. So I just gonna let you guys talk. About
I
it.
heard the skip to Loafer is really good.
Skip and Loafer.
Yes.
Yes.
Very good stuff.
This is another
Yeah, I
anime that me and Ryu can agree that is just really good.
Yeah, this one, actually, I would say, trying to think. I was gonna say it's my favorite rom-com. It actually probably is. I would probably say that.
Yeah,
It's probably my favorite.
I was unsure in the beginning if we was gonna get romance or if they're just gonna be best pals, but it looks like the romance is
That's
there.
the direction. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where
But
it's going.
I so far I really enjoy it. I enjoy all the characters too. I think all the characters are awesome.
Which is kind of impressive because so far, I mean, there's only been what 6, 7 episodes.
Yeah, right, yeah, 6
Something like
episodes, I
that.
believe.
Yeah, like I don't dislike any of the characters. Like even the girl who tries to wait, I forgot all the characters.
Mika?
name.
Mika.
Mika,
Yeah.
how she tries to get close to Shima. Like I don't mind her either. Like I don't necessarily.
At
think
first,
she's-
I wasn't sure how I was gonna feel about her, and then I was like, okay, I actually kind of like her as it kind of went along.
Especially when we got to know more of her backstory too. We got to know understand her a lot more, and you know, okay,
Yeah.
that's how she is. And but I like her too, and I also really like what's her
The
girl?
blonde hair girl.
Yusuke. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's great. I think
She's great. She's great.
Yes.
She's very misunderstood for her looks, but she's maybe one of the best characters in this show. I really like her. But as I said, also, I really like the romantic parts between Mitsumi and Suzuki. Especially, I don't know how many of you watched the latest episode.
I have.
Yeah, I did.
I'm not gonna say. Yeah, okay. So I can say how she's like talking on her phone with her friend on the countryside. Who she said her friend on the countryside said, "Oh, she's in love," and Mitsumi, she's saying like, "Oh, you know, you can blush and feel
I
those things
finally
about
know what it's like.
No, she didn't even say that. She's like,
You can feel that way about a friend.
a friend too. But I'm like,
Yeah.
you. This is romance. You don't realize that, but you're in love. Hopefully, she's gonna realize it. You don't blush like that over just a friend. So hopefully, she's gonna. Maybe she doesn't realize her feelings yet, but hopefully, she's gonna do it eventually. Okay, so there is actually one guy, one character in this show that I do find kind of annoying now when I think about it. And that is Narumi, the guy who with the glasses.
Oh,
who tried to get
the
him
dude in the
to-
is that the drama
Yeah.
club dude or whatever?
Yeah.
Him. Yeah.
I do find him
I don't
kind
really
of
care
annoying.
for him.
But
Yeah,
the
I
rest
don't
of
really
the
care for him.
characters are great. So yeah.
Yeah.
Overall, very enjoyable show. So yeah.
I loved, like, I already really liked the series so far, but like from the newest episode, I just loved how they kind of talk things out on the staircase. I like that's something
Yeah.
that like I feel like in a lot of rom-coms will like they'll just like try and drag it out for a couple episodes or something that like, oh, they're not getting along, and they'll try to make it into some like big dramatic like debacle or some shit. But I like how just really in not even an episode, it was like half an episode, they literally just, you know, talk things out and just pretty much weren't immature about it. So I like that. I think that's a good sign for the future of the series because maybe they will have some other problems or whatever that come up potentially, and it seems like hopefully that they'll be able to like talk things out, just and work through whatever it may be. So, and I think I think Mitsumi is probably like a really relatable MC for a lot of people, just with like a lot of just some of the unfortunate things that can happen in life, I guess. Because it just feels like in life sometimes like there's always like shit being thrown at you, like curveballs, or like you wake up late, or like when she threw up at the speech thing, like maybe sometimes it's a little too extra. Like I don't know, that probably has happened for people before. I mean, who knows? But like there's always some like things happening like that in life, and I like how, I don't know, she still keeps this kind of air about her, and continues on. She doesn't usually let it get her down all too much. I don't know. She's just like, I like her personality a lot, and I that goes as the same for a lot of the other characters that like we talked about already. I was a little worried, like I mentioned before, about Mika, because when she was first introduced, I was like, oh, she kind of seems like a bitch. But like now it's kind of different after we focus some time with her, and now she's like the one who's like kind of observing Mitsumi, and like how she can tell obviously how she feels about him, and it seems like in a way she's kind of trying to root her on and help her out.
He's definitely
a bit.
a good person.
Yeah. So that's a good sign for me personally, like being able to like that many characters already, only like 6 or so episodes in.
Yeah, like that hasn't happened to me since Bosch the Rock. So, I'm very happy to say. But I also forgot to mention one character that I really, really enjoy, and the whole episode as well. Makoto, I think her name is. She's like in the committee or something like this. She's the one who approved.
Oh, the girl with the glasses. The glasses, right?
Oh, yeah, her,
Yeah, when she's with Mitsumi and they're on the bus, and she's so busy, with all her scheduling that she forgets all the beautiful things that she can see, like even a sunset on the bus. But because she's with Mitsumi, she's like, at first she was annoyed with Mitsumi, but then she's like, wow, this sunset is really beautiful. And I think Mitsumi helped her open up more to see the beauty around her.
Right.
And I think she also usually dreams about, missing the bus or something like that. But after she'd been with our main girl, she had this dream and that was a beautiful dream, how the bus came again, and there was the cat, and I think they ride the bus together in the dream, right, with the stars. That was really beautiful. It reminds me of My Neighbor Totoro, when the dad is not coming on the first bus, and then Totoro is... Mm-hmm. The cat bus is coming and taking Totoro away. That's very similar.
Yeah.
So I really enjoy that too.
Visually, it's really nice as well.
Oh yeah.
PA work. I mean, it's just not really a surprise because it's like PA works. They always usually make everything look pretty good. And the OP, I really like the OP, especially like the dance part where they're dancing together. That is just so like cute to me. So I really like that. And I think we've talked about PA Works and like with originals and all that, but like this is another one where this is an adaptation. I'm telling you, they just got to stick to adaptations, man. I just think that's probably what's best for them.
Yeah.
Because I mean, they had, Kong Ming. Kong Ming was good in my opinion. Yeah. And now they have this one. I mean, Buddy Daddies was actually, I liked it. That was
I liked Aquatope actually. That's one of the few originals that I think they made very well.
I think honestly, man, the last original I think it was like Maquia probably. That was probably the last original I think.
But I think also the main reason I also enjoyed Aquatope is because it was very similar to Nage no Asukara, which is also one that I really, really enjoyed. So
I haven't watched that one yet, so I have to...
it's actually really good.
I've heard good things about it. I've heard good things.
Yeah.
But yeah, Skip and Loafer, really good so far, for sure. Who else? Who else was watching?
At the end of the season.
I'm watching.
Yeah,
it,
you should check it out. For
sure.
Yeah,
you definitely. Yeah, if you like rom-coms, like slice of life and all that, you should definitely check it out.
I do, definitely do. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier, back in when we were talking about, I think, wait, was it? I think it was talking about, I think when we were talking about Yamada-kun, that there are other anime that I would much rather watch for romantic development, and this is one of those shows, because I really like both Mitsumi and Sosuke. I think Mitsumi, I think she's just absolutely adorable. Like she's cute, and like she's also like just really quirky and funny as well. And Sosuke, I think I also like him as well. Like, he's like this really chill dude, but you can tell like there's gonna be like he has something interesting. There's some mystery behind him, like especially regarding his past and all of that. So yeah, you definitely want to learn more about him, and like he also, like I said, seems like a really chill dude. And I also like the other, as you guys mentioned, the other characters as well. The thing about the characters in this anime, right, is that even though like this is a high school setting, the characters in this anime they're like more
mature.
They're more realistically flawed.
Yeah.
Because like in a lot of other like slice of life anime, like there's a lot of like these generic character tropes. You don't quite see that in this anime. Especially like take Mika for example. Like like she could have been like this, this generic bully character or this like generic like spoiled brat. But we don't see that with her. I mean, I didn't like you guys. Wasn't too sure about her at first. Like, especially during the scene where she was like, they were on that group setting, like that group outing, and they were like, she was like, oh, it's kind of like it's shocking how good they're making me look, and I was like, okay, girl, settle down. But then like as we got her backstory around like episode 5 or so, that's when I really started to get a better understanding of her, and that's when I really started to like her a lot more. So yeah, that's when I first realized that, okay, she's definitely not that bad of a character. She's definitely, like, she's not like fucking, she's not despicable, nowhere near as despicable as Yamai from Komi-san or anything like that. So yeah, I was really grateful for that at least. But yeah, also just, like I said, also really like the way the Mitsumi and Sosuke's relationship develop. Because, like, you can tell, like, Mika mentioned it, like, Sosuke, like, whatever Mitsumi has, like, Sosuke doesn't have. You can kind of see that. Because that would definitely explain why, like, there's definitely something there that Sosuke likes about Mitsumi and that he wishes that he could have in his own life, and that's probably why they have just such great chemistry together, and they managed to become such good friends. Speaking of friends, I also just really like how what was it, the glasses girl Makoto. I really like the friendship she has with Yuzuki. That's her name, right? The blonde girl.
Yeah.
I just really like the friendship they had together, because like the first time they met, they had like this awkward like kind of tension between them because they're like two complete different characters. But then after that, as the series progresses, they just became really good friends. So yeah, I just really enjoyed that. But yeah, other than that, Skip and Loafer. Oh yeah, I also want to say this is another high school anime that's just really relatable, because like it deals with issues like balancing between like your studies and just cutting loose every once in a while, which is something, it's a dilemma that many of us have had to dealt with at least one point in our lives, when we went to school and all of that. So yeah, I'd say this is also like, that's one of the things that makes this show really good. It's just how relatable it is at times. But yeah, other than that, Skip and Loafer, it's just a really good show. Like there's really not any bad things I could really say about the show. There's not really any cons that I could list. And if there were cons, then for me, they'd just be nitpicks of anything. So,
right. Yeah, same here.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about Skip and Loafer. Any final thoughts, or are we ready to move on?
I think that's it.
All right. Next up on the list is the Ancient Magus Bride Season 2. I
haven't heard really anybody talk.
Yeah, I haven't heard much
anything
about
it at all.
the
Do
thing
you
is
guys
that it's
want?
not.
Do you guys want my honest opinion about this whole franchise in general?
Oh, please do.
fucking
Please do.
mid.
Oh.
Oh.
Here we go.
Oh my god! Every episode I watch, I just like, okay, fun magic, cool, move on. Dude, trust me, the season 2 is no different, man. I mean, at least it's in college. That's it. At least they do meet new people. Cool. But then we go into the lore, the magic. This happened, that happened, this. Oh yeah, this review. Oh my god. To be honest though, I can't even remember most of the episode what happened because I just watched it. I just forget about it. So it just goes to show how mid this show is, man. Oh,
Dang.
oh my.
Even though
Hey.
it's got a high score,
At least I'm still watching it. Okay, memory.
you know, I've only seen the OVAs, like the before season 1, the stuff set before season 1, and that's it. I've not seen the show at all, really.
Yeah, I remember I watched season 1, but I never finished season 1. So, in other words, I'm not watching season 2 because I never
I'm
finished
definitely
season
not
1.
watching season 2 because I haven't seen season 1. So
I mean, I
I
remember
am
enjoying
watching-
season 1, but I just never got around to finishing it for some reason.
I am watching season 2 as well. I did enjoy the beginning of season 1 a lot. Like we did have some very emotional moments that actually made me tear up a bit. For example, when the dragon part, when he turns into a tree, that was actually really emotional. And also the cat arc, the cat island arc, that was also a really sad one. Those were strong episodes in my opinion. And overall, I think the animation too, and the whole world was beautiful. But I do agree at like the second core of season 1, I kind of thought, okay, I know how this anime is right now. It's nothing that piques my interest too much anymore. And in season 2, I have not seen that it has had the kind of drama that it had in season 1. I'm still waiting for that. For now, it's more like, okay, we see she's going to school, making being introduced to her classmates, etc. But it's nothing that is special about this season 2 so far. We'll see if it happens. But for now, it's just kind of like a fantasy slice of life, more like just following her school life, but nothing too crazy this second season.
So far, yeah. It's been focused a lot on her school life, which I think is just really nice to see her, especially with her circumstance, going to school and based on her like past experiences, making friends and whatnot. So I do like that aspect of it, and I like to see that for Chise. I haven't watched the most recent episode, but they've made hints in this season that there's like some kind of shady business going on in like the school potentially. And even with some of the characters, the new characters that they've introduced, like there may be more to them than meets the eye. So I'm curious to see what we see with them going forward. So I think the drama and some other things will pick up probably as it goes along. But as you said right now, it's pretty much just been focused on the school life with Chise and all that. So not really much to say. I mean, I don't know. I could see why. I guess there hasn't been as much talk around this season because, in terms of like in comparison to like season 1, I feel like there was some really hard hitting, like more dramatic moments, and there hasn't really been that yet. And I don't even know. Maybe if there are some moments like that coming in this season, maybe more people will be talking about it. But I still enjoy this series. It's nothing like, it's not like one of my favorites or anything like that, but I still like want to keep up with it. It's not like I want to, like, I'm not even close to dropping it or anything.
You know what's
like
the problem
that,
with this memory is they leave it a bit too late. If they release season 2 like within like 2 years or 1 year, then the hype is still there, but people just
Oh, it
When-
has,
I
yeah.
agree.
yeah, people when they release season 2 like after like I don't know 4 years, you were just lost
Yeah.
interest
Yeah.
already.
But that's the thing. Like, you could say that, but just remember, in the last couple of years, we've also had shows come back that have had like 9 to 10 years breaks and had no issues at all. So
Like, which one?
I'm still thinking about Devils Apart. But
That's
second
not
season
an
was just a
example.
disappointment.
That doesn't apply.
That doesn't
Oh,
apply.
not Devil's a part-timer, but
no,
there was another
I
one that
meant
came
that.
back. Like,
Which one?
Overlord. Overlord season 4.
It's an isekai, Oliver. It's an isekai.
Oh, it still came back after several years.
Bleach.
Oh, or a Gyru.
Bleach.
All right.
Gyru.
What about Ray Zero? Season 2.
Oh yeah, that one is actually a good example.
Bleach is a good example.
Bleach is a
Bleach-
good example.
But that's
because
Bleach.
Bleach has a big following. Okay.
And very
over 1
soon we're going to
million
have Ray Zero season 3. We're going to have Naruto again because
Really?
they've cancelled Boruto because
They canceled Boruto because they allowed the manga to go for. To be honest, I love the fact that it canceled Boruto. To be honest, but
I think everyone's happy that they've cancelled Boruto because I think nobody actually liked it.
no, I think the funny thing is when I voice my opinion on Boruto, like negatively, people just get on me and say, "Oh my god, man, like, why are you reacting to the show? Then why you do this and that?" I say, "It's my decision, okay? So fuck you if you don't like my opinion." So, yeah, I gotta say, man, I think 4 years gap for the show that is not over one. Like, I get there's still a following for this, especially in Japan apparently. But for me though, I see it's a bit too late because if the season 1 was actually kind of like not as very hyped like any of those shonen animes or isekai animes, then you obviously gonna fall off easily. I mean, of course they tried their best with the OVA, but the OVA didn't really do a good job with it, to be honest. So yeah, I gotta say, I think because of the gap, that's why for me personally though too, I just don't have the same interest for it like compared to season 1 again. I mean, mainly the fact that the whole magic concept in the show is just so, I don't know, it wasn't really piquing any of my interest. But I'm still watching it just to see anything twist and turn happen for it. But so far, my rating for this is around like 4 or 5. So yeah. I mean, of course, maybe I have a different thought to it at the end of the season. I could either say something good about it, or I can just continue to rant about it. So, looking forward to it. Okay, anything else before we move on to another romance anime?
Yeah, I don't have anything to say.
Okay, so Insomniacs.
Next up on the list, Insomniacs. I think Insomniacs After School. Yeah, that's the English name.
Yep.
Great shit.
Not watching it.
All right. Any of you guys want to start?
Kawaii, take it away before I say my shit.
All right. Well, I guess I'm starting this. All right. So, this is another show that, in terms of romantic development, that I think I would more rather watch than Yamada-kun. And that's because I think just in general, like the chemistry between Isaki and Ganta is just, it's more entertaining to watch. It's more adorable. It's more wholesome. Because you can really tell like the bond they formed together when they were in the astronomy club, and just spending time together. Just taking all these pictures and all that, and of course we get to see them start cuddling with each other. That I just find really entertaining. And I also want to talk about the visuals, especially like all those shots of the night sky. We see that in episode 1, and of course, the most recent example and one of the best examples, the second half of episode 5. Oh my god, it was so fucking beautiful.
Yep.
And I just can't agree that, when Ryu said that, it doesn't, the manga just has this dreamy like vibe. The anime doesn't.
Anime looked a lot better than
Exactly.
the manga.
Like the only difference, like one of the guys in Memory's Discord, I think it was I think it was Neil Vilka. Like he posted the screenshots from the manga, like and like the only difference is that the anime has color. Like that's pretty much the only difference that I see. I mean, it's a pretty faithful adaptation from what I can tell. So yeah, like I said, the visuals, it's so fucking good. And also, that's pretty much what I like about it. Also, there's a lot of hate surrounding some of the other characters, that blonde dude from episode 5. Like, people say he's like really. People say like, oh, he's really fucking annoying. Like he's getting on my nerves because he wouldn't let Ganta sleep and all of that. Like he just comes like a complete dickhead, which I can kind of agree. But then again, like in my opinion, it's a pretty realistic interpretation of how annoying teenage boys can be like in real life. So like to be fair, What else? I know there's a lot. Oh yeah, I know a lot of you guys complain about the insomnia in this anime, about how Ganta should like get some therapy. Which I mean, yeah, like he could get some therapy, but like I already mentioned, without like it's not like. He's already discovering like the cure, like he's already discovering like why, like the cause and effect of like his insomnia. Yeah. I mean, we've already seen like multiple times like the sleep he had with Isaki is like the best sleep he had in a long time. So it's obvious that the cause of his insomnia is like something that he's been missing this whole time that he's able to find inside Isaki. And yes, you can. I mean, and I think it's better to just have him figure that out for himself instead of having a therapist tell that to him. So, I mean, yeah, I can kind of see why that, like, I can see why you guys might have a problem with that because, like, he does make it sound like that it's a really big problem on his part. However, I don't really think it bothers me all that much because, like I say, it leads. I mean, yeah, it seems bad, but it leads to better moments with Isaki as well. So, but yeah, overall, I'd say like Insomniacs After School, it's just a really beautiful and like a really wholesome anime. I love the characters, I love the visuals, I love the music as well, especially like during that montage during episode 1.
Oh yeah, the music.
Yeah, the music is great.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's pretty much all I have to say.
I agree with most of what Kawaii said about especially the two main characters. I like their chemistry, which I feel like is important, especially like in a rom-com. The visuals. I think it is interesting that seeing a series focus on something like insomnia, because at least to my knowledge, I haven't really like watched. I don't know. Maybe there has been a series that maybe lightly touched on it, like just in a subplot or something. But like, I've never, at least from my memory, I've never like I don't think I've watched a series where they kind of touched on insomnia like it to this capacity at least. So I don't
think there's that many anime that actually have that as a focus. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, and that's like a thing that you would like. There's a lot of people that deal with that. So it's. You would think it would pop up more, or like maybe be used more, to create, like to factor into like a characterization. So I like that they kind of focus on it. Me personally, at some point, I thought I maybe had like some like kind of insomnia or something, but I don't. So. Because there'd be times for me where it'd be like really hard to fall asleep, but that was like when I was still in school, like still in high school. So now I don't really have issues like that anymore. I mean, maybe I did. I'm not really sure, but yeah, I like kind of what I think people in the Discord were saying. In my Discord, were saying I think Kawaii touched on it. They had a problem with like. How they're not like trying to go out and find help for their situation. Like they're not really making the effort or whatever to try and like get help. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they've kind of already found each other's like help.
Yeah.
Essentially. Like,
Isaki is the like, therapy.
Like that's a lot cheaper.
That's kind of like the premise. And hey, if it can help with the romance development, then shit, like knock out two birds with one stone. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So yeah, I like that that part of it. The one thing I will say, I'm not really, which maybe it'll change as the series goes along, but I'm not really sold on any of the like side characters yet.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I'm not really into any of the side characters all too much.
Yeah, there's not a lot of side characters that are really like that really stand out. Like,
yeah, like I get the primary focus is like the two of them and like their insomnia and stuff, but like usually in most cases with these types of series, like there's at least some, you know, side characters that you know, get some like focus and you know that you can like. So maybe we'll see that as we go along, but as of right now, it's really just, you know, the two main characters. It's like their show pretty much. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. But so far, I mean, Litten Films recently, especially with like this one, and then, you know,
Call of the Night.
Call of the Night. Like, I feel like they've really nailed that like night vibe, pretty aesthetic. I think really well.
I still can't believe this is the same studio that made Tokyo Revengers. Considering how absolutely subpar the animation is.
Yeah. I'm not gonna complain, I guess.
Yeah. Fuck. What was I? I was gonna say something. Oh yeah. One thing I also found interesting about this anime was that apparently, like there's a lot of detail when it comes to like the photography aspect of this anime, because I've seen a lot of people who are like, you know, they were familiar with like those Canon DSL cameras, saying like, oh wow, they really put some detail into making like the interface realistic. So
yeah, like how to kind of go about the certain shots and stuff. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know anything about photography, but like seeing all those comments, I just find that really interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was pretty much my additional thing. And Poe, do you have anything to say?
Yeah. So wait, all right. You guys can still hear me, good. Yes. So I first of all want to say that I have so far not felt anything about the side characters, as you guys have mentioned, but that's the only issue I have with this show. I think it's a beautiful show. If the visuals are really nice and beautiful too. I actually did laugh a bit because I'm also part of Discord group. So I did laugh when I saw the discussion between Ryu and Kawaii crew about the visuals. And when I was, and he was like, well, I'm not very impressed because it doesn't look so good. And Kawaii crew was like, did you see my screenshots? They're walking on the stars. What else do you want? I laughed very hard at that.
Ryu's judgment is a sliding scale that is mostly going downward.
He could be very hard to please.
But
very hard to please.
Yeah, I did see the screenshots too of the manga, and I do think actually the anime is better, mostly because it's a lot more colorful, and that's something that Liden Film is doing very well. Also with what we mentioned before, Call of the Night. So that's also an example. About insomnia problem that you guys are talking about, I get why some people would have an issue with that, why it's not more serious, why he doesn't try to get treatment and such. The way I see it is that this is first of all an anime, so I don't know how well it will go with the story if he will go seek therapy during the story. I don't know how that would work very well.
Yeah, like you think people are saying that, but like would they be honest? Would you really like to sit here and watch episodes of the dude going to therapy? Like, no.
Well, we have a prescription for you. We can go get some. And we see him taking pills. I don't think that will work for the story. I also think that the whole insomnia problem is actually, for some people in this anime version, I think that is just a sign for him to meet the girl. That's a sign that they are.
That's what brings them together. That's what brings them together.
They both have this insomnia. So the insomnia itself can, from the outside, seem like a problem, but maybe there's another reason for them to have the insomnia because that's how they're gonna meet, and that's how this problem is gonna be issued. So That's actually a very beautiful moment how they met. But overall, I enjoy this show. I like the characters, the main characters. Then I did feel for him in the last episode when he was, I think he had to try to get some sleep so he would have the energy before he had to go take the photos at night by the ocean or whatever, and he was just so disturbed in the tent, with the other guys snoring and playing games, etc. I really felt for him in that part, but overall beautiful show. I like it.
Nice.
All right, Mad Lad, let's hear what you have to say.
He's mute.
Oh, he's muted again.
Does he hear us?
Yeah. He,
Oh, sorry. I was just editing my video that I'm gonna upload tonight. So, okay, where do I begin with this show? I think for the sake of Kawaii and those who like this anime, I'm just gonna save my thoughts for the final season. I'm just gonna save my thoughts for the podcast next month.
Oh,
because I want to speed run this now because I need to go somewhere at 3:30. So
all right,
guys.
we're gonna try to.
I mean, all I can say is that I don't really have a lot of good things to say about this anime, like real. So yeah, let's try to speed run this, guys. Sorry,
all right.
I'm a bit in a rush right now.
Okay, so yeah, you could just talk about. You guys can talk about the next 4 shows at your own pace because I am not watching them.
Yeah, I'm not watching any of these. The next one I might be able to talk about is Smartphone, but again, I haven't started season 2 yet of that.
Okay, let's just go with it. Dead Mount Death Play from the creator of Durarara and Bakono, and I gotta say this has to be one of his weakest work.
Yeah, that's why I was excited about it, and it did not live up to.
Yeah. I don't know about it. It's just that the lore of undead necromancers and monsters and this shitty gang going on. I don't understand the hype around it. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This is why I dropped the reaction and make YouTube short instead. Oh, by the way, guys, I enjoy making YouTube short now. YouTube short is so fun to make now compared to making a full length reaction. So I enjoy making YouTube short for some anime that I'm not doing this season, like Dead Mount Death Play. So it's a fun anime, not gonna lie. It's a fun anime. We have some yandere girls, cool. Of course, we always have to have characters like that to get people interested. But everything else, it just feels so lackluster, to be honest. It really feels kind of lackluster. I think this has to be one of his weakest work because, I don't really get the whole necromancer and the whole, him reincarnating to another world. I don't really understand his purpose. His purpose is to have a second chance to do his way in the human world. I'm not really buying it, to be honest, but I'm still watching it just to see how it ends, of course, and then I'll give my final thoughts. But Geek Toys, man, focus on their life, please. Don't work on other projects, for fuck's sake. You guys are working
I'm more excited for the next thing that he created that's coming out. It's Fate Strange Fake.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be good. I'm hoping that's gonna be good.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. I'm way more excited for that than this.
But again, though, we're still at the halfway point of the season. I cannot really say much about it other than every episode is quite mediocre in some ways. It's almost like a chore now just to react to it, just to watch the episode. It's at some point too. So I'm just gonna leave it there for now. I'm just gonna say my final thoughts and the final podcast final podcast for the season next month. Let's just move on to the next one if you guys are up for it. Ousama ranking.
I don't have much to say. I'm watching it, but it's not something that I don't really.
Are you watching it, Emery?
What, Ousama ranking?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching it. It's just episodic, really.
It's just nothing. It's just an episode.
If you like the series, if you like Ranking of Kings, you just watch this, and it's just nice to see some of the little side stories with the characters and all that, but it's nothing it's no new story. Like it's new story content, but it's not like sequel new story.
It's
content.
not. It's literally covered the stuff that was missing from
Yeah.
the story from season 1. Like the
Yeah,
in
yeah.
between.
It fills in some gaps and like gives some like
Yeah.
other like side stories and stuff. Like, so yeah, it's fun, but nothing like too crazy.
So I cannot. So I mean, at least we get to learn more about some characters that we saw from season 1 that didn't get a lot of spotlight, like Queen healing her assistants. That was a fun part of the episode.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it. Well, we're gonna learn about the backstory to one of the brothers, why he turned evil. I think we're gonna get into that very soon.
Oh, that
So,
was I think the most recent episode focused.
Oh,
on,
I think watch it yet. So
yeah, the most recent episode focused on.
I'll
that.
watch it because I want to see how he turned evil. I think that I'll be more excited for that, to be honest. So yeah, can't really say much about Ousama ranking. This is just like a in between episodes of season for them to cover the missing stuff from season 1. So
Yeah.
so I'm just gonna say my final thoughts. I think this is gonna be the first anime to finish the season. Actually, 10 episodes only. Damn. So
Yeah.
So yeah, next one will be Dangers in My Heart.
Yes, I'm enjoying it.
Okay, I need to call out some people. I need to go have a bit of a rant this because like I posted this on my Twitter. I think I know I commented on Chibi post and saying that I'm not a fan of this anime because it's a bunch of middle schoolers and Yamada. Who's the fucking girl's name again? Yamada. I know Anna.
Yamada Anna.
Yamada Anna. I was like, yeah, I cannot really see her as a middle schooler. I cannot really sim on her because she's a middle schooler and her
very tall girl.
her physique is nothing like a middle schooler. Oh my fucking god! Oh
you
my
kicked
fucking
the
god.
hornet's nest again, huh?
Oh my god! Seriously, some idiot decided
It
to
says
use
she's
my
5'8",
God
Some
damn.
172 centimeters.
some dickhead uses my thumbnail of Dress of Darling as a way of saying you say this, but you watch Dress of Darling. First off, Marin is a high schooler. 2, she's a much more mature girl than Yamada. And 3, how dare you use that against me? So yeah, I gotta say, yeah, I want to shout back at him, but I just like, you know what? For the sake of clean community and Chibi comments, which is always clean, I don't like it. So yeah, I decided not to shout back. I just blocked him. So yeah, I like seriously, man.
Good,
like
good choice.
Good choice. Unless the guy watches this or listens to this later on and hears what you just said.
Oh boy.
He won't. So, that's why I get to say it now. So that's why, and that is basically what makes me hate the show even more because people like him, of course. So yeah, I mean, to be honest though, everything I can see the appeal of this anime mainly because Anna Yamada, she likes to eat and she's been so adorable, not in my eyes, and the MC Kyo Taro, what a long ass name, dude. Oh my god! Everything he does in the series, I'm just like this. Oh, seriously, man. Oh my god, dude. Why just they had to create a character like him? So yeah, I don't have anything nice to say about this anime. I'm not even up to date with the latest episode. I'm actually even thinking of dropping it. But if I dropped it, people will be coming after me. So I might as well go all the way. So
Emery dropped it, but he got
Huh?
back on it afterwards.
you drop.
Yeah,
You dropped it and you pick it back up because
no,
because
He didn't pick it back up. He watched the latest episodes though.
here, like, okay, so after episode 4, I dropped it, and I was like, okay, I think it was episode 6. People were saying good things about the recent episodes. I was like, okay, I didn't dislike it that much to where I wasn't open to trying it again. One of the main reasons, and I was replying to one of my friends asked why I dropped it, and I told him really it was because I was trying to cut down on the amount of stuff I'm watching because I keep falling behind on stuff. So I'm I needed to cut out other things. So so unfortunately, this one after episode 4 was on the chopping block, and I came back to it though because I was hearing good things about the recent episodes. So they had a new visual for the 6th episode and all that, and so I watched episodes 5 and 6, and I will say it was a little better than this, the stuff that I had watched before, but I'm still not really. I still don't necessarily really care about the. I mean, I do like that the Ichikawa dude, he's like starting to kind of open up more and be more like assertive and stuff. But I don't know. I'm not really a fan of his, like, I don't know, his kind of character, I guess. I don't know. And I don't know. I know there's not really a problem with like the short king, you know, kind of thing, but like I just think their relationship is kind of like weird. It's just a little off-putting to me, like that she's just so much taller than him. I I know some people may be like, okay, that's kind of like an asshole thing, but like me personally, I would never want to be with a girl who's like way taller than me. Like maybe we're the same height, or like she's like an inch or two taller than me, but like I like the gap between them is 6 inches. Like that's like half a foot. So that is like a pretty drastic difference in my opinion.
Man, memory, you just awoken something in me when you said that. Oh my god, yes, definitely. That why is there a romance between a tall ass girl and a short ass boy? I'm not a fan of that at all. Like people say, oh my god, they're so adorable each other. I mean, realistically, it's
like, dude,
fine.
you might have to get on your tippy toes to kiss her.
Exactly, to kiss her if you want.
The dude.
Yeah, I know. I know.
How does that look when the girl has to lean down
Has
and
to stand on a chair?
I mean, to be honest though, I've seen something similar done before in Cartoon Network. No, not Cartoon Network, Disney Channel. The American Dragon Jake Long.
I haven't watched it.
You haven't watched it, but the main character is Shuri and the girl, and they're a couple. And I was like, and I never really shipped them because of the height difference. So it's the same for this one. I cannot really ship them because of their difference in height. And it's so weird.
Yeah,
it is. It doesn't hit the same as any other couple. This one just
personally,
like,
I wouldn't mind it. I mean, I'm 6 foot tall, so it's an unobtainable goal for me. But I mean, I wouldn't mind it personally. Anyways, continue.
So if a girl is 6'6", you wouldn't have a problem with it?
No, I wouldn't. I mean,
are you sure?
Yeah, as long as I like her as a person, like her personality wise, I mean, I wouldn't mind it.
I mind it because I've honored.
I don't know. It's just obviously like I know there's a lot of couples where the dude's shorter than the girl, but like it's just not my cup of tea. I just could never. See
I mean, if she's
like,
taller than me by this much only,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if it's like yeah, but there's a 6-inch gap. Like she is 172 centimeters tall and he is 156. Like that you know that's a pretty drastic gap. I feel like I don't know. I just find it. I just can't really. Just in general, I can't really get into their relationship. Like it's not even just like the height thing. That's one of the factors. I don't know. I don't really. I can't really get into it too much yet. But I do like to see him being more like assertive and stuff. So, because that was one of my issues with the dude, you know, through some of the first couple episodes. So, I don't really mind Yamada, though. I don't really mind her. I know she's like an airhead and all that, but I don't really mind her all too much. So, it's not like... Though. I don't know. I might drop it again, but I might keep up with it for now.
I'm not a fan of airhead girls. Any airhead character is already instant dislike for me, to be honest. So
I think a lot of airhead girls can be
even worse.
Adorable.
That's even worse for my take for this anime. But I know people like airhead girls, but for me though, no, not really, man. I like mature girls in series. So yeah, I gotta say, man, like. This show, I mean, I can understand the appeal of it. A lot of my subscribers annoyingly enough been telling me why am I not reacting to this anime and stuff like that. I did make a short explaining it, but people just said, "Oh, you're just being nitpicky. You haven't seen the development." Yeah, I would love to see the development if this is like a high school setting or a college setting. This is a middle school. I'm not a big fan of middle school setting too. So Yeah, I gotta say, man, I can't really say much now since half of the season, but by the end of the season, I'm pretty sure I have my full view on this anime anyway. So yeah, I think that's the best I can say for this right now is that I'm not a fan of this anime at all, and some people that decide to attack me with it makes it even worse. So it's your fault. So yeah.
I can understand if you get attacked like that, it's gonna make the anime look worse. I do.
No,
think
it's not. I don't mind people bantering me about it and stuff like that, but using my old video thumbnails against me, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah,
Without any context?
I agree.
Without any context? People say,
That-
"Oh my god, the way you react." Have you even watched the video? I say I like Marin, but I never said she's a waifu material. So, yeah.
Classic Twitter moment.
Maybe a bit too far to go. I agree with that. I enjoy it. I can understand why people find it weird with the different how tall they are, etc. For me, it's not a deal breaker or anything. I was afraid when I watched the first episode because I watched the trailer before and the trailer looked beautiful. But when I watched episode 1, I was kind of afraid. Okay, maybe this is gonna be very episodic. They're just gonna be the two weirdos, So I was kind of concerned about that. I do think as the story went on that there is definitely more romance going on. We start to see them, growing more romantic feelings to each other, and I really like that. And as the story goes on, I don't really mind their weirdness either. I think it's just part of it, a part of the story. So it's not a deal breaker or anything. There are some characters that I'm less fans of, and those are really the guys, the other classmate guys. I think they're just too pervert. Like
they're pretty annoying.
When she was, when she broke her nose or whatever, and she was crying, she was actually sitting on the lap of her friend, and she was crying. The other guys were, "Oh, it looks like they're doing it." I'm like, please, she's crying. There's a time and a place to say things. So they kind of annoyed me. But the two of them, I think they definitely have some kind of chemistry. I did like I haven't watched the latest episode yet, but the episode before that, I did like how she started to like him more, and she even started waiting for him after school. And he was like, "Oh, she's waiting for someone. It's none of my business." And he tried to go past, but she's like stopping his bike and
Yeah.
But yeah, the romantic part I can really enjoy because I do feel that it is quite wholesome actually.
Oh, actually, I will say you just made me think because you brought up the side characters, like the dudes that are like perverts. One thing I will say that I like that kind of came out from one of those scenes is like when he was talking to the dude on the stairs, and he was talking about how he likes her for just like her figure and like her boobs and stuff.
Yeah, that's lust. That's not lust.
Yeah. Like I like how they're kind of touching on that because, and then in Ichikawa's mind, like he's wondering like if he likes her for that too, or like what is it that like he is kind of thinking that he actually like likes her for her, like who she is, and not like the other things like this other dude does, which is just literally like lusting after her. So I do kind of like how they're touching on that, I will say.
But I don't think that's the reason, because if he just liked her for her look, he wouldn't go so far to give her tissues, etc. in the library, etc. He's actually caring for her.
Yeah.
So
I like how they're like, you can tell that he's thinking about that though. Like, how does he actually like feel about her? Like, is it more than just what that guy, like how that guy is being?
Right,
like,
right. I totally understand that he started to questioning, how his feelings, etc. That is very realistic way. Mm-hmm. But he definitely likes her.
Yeah.
He definitely cares.
It's
about
beyond
her.
all that.
Yeah. And also what mentioned before, like even if there are middle schoolers, like I don't really mind the romance either, because an example, Takage-san, that is like another wholesome show where they are a bit younger, but it's just very romantic and wholesome to watch them too. And I think this is kind of similar to this one too. I'm done.
Yeah, me too on that one. I don't know if anybody else wanted to.
I don't know if Kawaii Crew is watching this.
I think he said he's not.
Yeah, I'm not watching this or the next one.
Yeah, I'm not watching the next one.
The next one is I drop it after just the first 60 minutes of the episode.
So can we just skip over it then? Can we just move on?
Yeah. I dropped
so
it.
shit and bad.
Especially since Mad Lad needs to leave soon.
Yeah.
So is there ones here that we can
We got an
get
hour, Oliver.
if-
We got an hour. Don't worry.
Oh, got an hour. Okay.
All right. But we got next one is my home hero.
My
I
home
started this one.
hero.
I
Okay,
actually,
first off, I gotta say about this is that it came out on the wrong time of the day, man. Like, if you want people to talk about this anime, you might as well release it on a Monday. But I don't see a lot of people talking about this anime a lot on Twitter because
A friend of mine is actually watching this one. A friend of mine's actually watching this one, and he's actually seen some of the images from the manga as well. And oh boy, from what I've been told, they've changed some things.
oh shit, no way. Why am I not surprised? But yeah, I think the reason why not a lot of people are talking about this anime, one is because of course we're gonna talk about it, the animation, and of course two, the whole mystery aspect of this anime about saving the accidentally run into some sort of gang problem. It just felt kind of like weird how the parents are now.
So who here is actually watching this one?
Me.
I'm watching.
I
it.
am.
So, do you mind if I just quickly talk about what I've been told about
Sure.
the comparison?
As long as you don't dive into
So-
spoilers, then sure.
Well, it's already past from what I understand, the episode that this happened has already happened. So,
Mhm.
you know how I think, and bear with me, I have not obviously watched or read it, but you know how they try to like frame him or something like that? Like they take a photo of him like standing.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Like-
video thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the video
my
thing.
God, what was that about? Seriously.
Do you want to know what happens in the manga in that scene?
If it's
He's
not a
butt naked.
spoiler of the anime,
Is he really butt
Well-
naked?
Well, in the manga, he's actually decapitating the body.
What?
oh,
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Rather than just having him stand there, they actually have him decapitate the body.
Huh?
Oh. Okay.
That's
What?
that's yeah, no joke. That's what I was told.
yeah,
So,
he was just posing on
They
the.
completely changed that in the anime. It seems.
Wait,
I
so
mean,
you're
it's-
telling me
it's
the
the anime.
father? The father is literally like decapitated? Wait,
No, he's
what's-
decapitating a corpse. Is that
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I don't know. I don't know the background information of what's actually going on in the scene, but that's what I was told. That in the anime, they completely changed what is happening in that scene.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
It's
interesting.
eye-opening.
Okay.
Mm.
I see the manga has like really like it has like on my anime list, for example, it's like almost at an 8. And on Annie list, it's almost at a 80%. So like the anime hasn't apparently. Well, I could get like Madlab. I think Madlab mentioned like the animation, the production is pretty average, to be honest. It's pretty.
Yeah.
It's not really
Also, yeah,
inspiring.
Maybe
Yeah.
also, as Mad Lad said, time slot wise, maybe it's just being put on at a bad spot.
I think
Uh,
No,
for a
because-
series like this, though, it doesn't really matter as much for me.
Yeah.
I
For
think
me,
like a series. I think a series like this it's more so like, I guess, about the story, and the characters, which it's like it's a suspense kind of thriller. So
I am a bit behind on this. I've only watched like 4 episodes. I will catch up eventually. But I do want to say that the animation is all right. I think it's not a deal breaker or anything like that. I understand the complaints, but I think the animation is fine actually. Fine. Yeah, I mean there is worse. There is X-Arm, so you can compare. But
Dude, XR is its own entity, okay? XR, stop. You don't need to compare anything to XR. We all know XR is gonna be shit. So it's a lame comparison. To
yeah,
be
but
honest.
I still don't think I still don't think the animation is a deal breaker or anything like that. But what compensates though with the animation is the story. I think actually the story is quite well written. It's interesting
okay.
to see.
Cool.
First, he has to protect his family, right, from the yakuza or whatever, and at the same time, him and the wife has to hide this from the daughter, and you know, that is very, very interesting, especially the episode where the I think the Yakuza were coming into their home, and they were, you know, holding the wife with the plastic over her head and interrogating them. And you know, for anyone would probably in that situation be all shaky afterwards. But when the daughter came down, the mother was calmly watching TV, pretending nothing had happened, but she's just been through some really big trauma. And I was like, that is super strong of you to try to protect your daughter like that. And the thing that the dad is really getting into this, like he's basically helping them now, right? With the way he's gone in, if I understand it correctly. For example, the episode where they were in the car and they
he's trying to help.
He goes all into, you know, protect his daughter, but also he's like at first in the first episode he's just a normal guy, right? But you start to see that he's quite bad himself. He's very smart with what he's doing, the things that he's planning, the things he's saying. They're just so good for him to get out of the situations. So overall, I think the story. I understand the complaint about the animation, but the story is very good, actually. I think it's very well written. So, yeah.
I agree, actually. I like that's, you know, that's the main selling point, I feel like, for this series of me is, like, the story. And, like, I feel like it's pretty good at, like, building up suspense and stuff. Like, the scene where, in one of the most recent episodes, when the dude was telling him to, I think his name's Kyoichi, he was telling him he was telling him to, like, dump the pot out where he had, like, the where he decomposed his body in or whatever.
Oh yeah,
he was telling him to dump it, and he was like, he was just like thinking, like, hopefully, like, it decomposed in enough time, and then he spilled it out and there was nothing there, and he's like, oh my gosh, like, I'm fine, like, I had no reason to worry. And then you just see, like, a strand of hair in it, and he's like, oh my. Yeah, and then, like, and then I think it was his wife, or was it Reika? It might have been the daughter. I think it was the wife came in, like, just in, like, the nick of time to help him out. So yeah, I do think they do a pretty good job of, like, building up the suspense. And I'm actually, like, I don't know, I'm really curious on how a lot of, like, I think they built it up well, because I'm curious on how this is all going to play out, because he obviously has, like, he can't let Reika know, and now Kyoichi, the dude who pretty much could end his life and his family's life, you know, he's the one kind of holding like, he's, like, telling him, if you, like, I am gonna frame you for doing this, like, when it comes down to it. So, like, now he's trying to think of, oh, like, should I try to get rid of Kyoichi? And now Kyoichi is, like, questioning the daughter and bringing up things to the daughter about her boyfriend when she has no clue what the hell is going on. So, and then also the shit with the dad, how they met each other in the bar, like, that was, like, a pretty big moment. That was a pretty big moment, because, like, oh my gosh, like, you hear him, like, talking, like, he was kind of getting to himself in his head about it, on how, like, kind of, you know, parents are with their kids, and even though they're into all this, like, shady Yakuza business and stuff, like, he still, like, cares about his you know, his kid and all of that. So there is, like, there's, even though there's, like, killing going on and, you know, trying to cover up this and that, you know, there's obviously still, like, a human aspect to it, that, like, oh, these are, you know, human lives you're dealing with, and you know, parents and their children. And most parents will do whatever the hell it is to you know, make sure their children are safe. So that's what we're seeing in this series. And
I actually do feel very sorry for the dad that he's in this situation, because his daughter got a really bad boyfriend.
Yeah.
That's, how this whole thing starts. So I do feel sympathy for the dad, actually.
I think I brought it up before, but it kind of, like, gives me, like, you know, a Taken, like, Liam Neeson type like, vibe, like, the dad's on some, like, Liam Neeson.
He does seem to have a very particular set of skills.
Yeah I feel like he's not as Now, in certain cases, he has been pretty composed, but I feel like there's some scenes where you can just tell he's like shitting bricks. Like which any normal person is gonna, in most circumstances like that, they're gonna be like nervous as hell.
Yeah, I mean, when he had his mental collapse, for example, when his wife said, "Is this your first killing?" and he was like, "Well, I'm gonna do this alone. I don't want my family to get involved." But the wife is like, "No, I'll help you with this."
Yeah, that was like that was actually one issue I might have had at the beginning of this series. What
She's
the wife's
very
reaction?
calm.
Yeah, the wife's reaction. She just like had no reaction pretty much to
I
the
think
whole.
I think they're gonna explain that later because honestly, I feel like the wife is like.
You think there's more to the wife than
Maybe-
meets the eye?
exactly
she's
because there
improved.
has to be a reason why she's so
Yeah.
calm and composed during this situation.
Maybe there is gonna be a twist at the end or something like that.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Maybe.
But yeah, all right, your turn, Kawaii.
All right, well, I gotta say this. I really fucking love this show. This is like you guys said, this does suspense and the thriller aspects really well. It's just like every episode, like you're just wondering, okay, how is Tetsuo gonna get himself out of this situation? You know, what are the parents gonna come up with? You know, when's the mafia or when are those gangsters gonna find out? You know what he's up to. You know what do they know and what do they don't know? You know, it just leaves you wondering. Like every episode, like you're kind of on the edge of your seat. And yeah, I just think this show just does does suspense and thriller aspects really well. And I got one thing I gotta say about Tetsuo is that he's voiced by Junichi Sawabe. And the one thing that stands out to me about his character is that usually Junichi Sawabe, he voices like these muscular badasses or like these like really skilled assassins, you know, because he voiced Archer from the Fate Stay Night series. He voiced Warwick from Gangsta. He voiced, you know, many other characters like that. But no, not in this anime. In this anime, his character, he's much more like he's not like some, you know, cunning badass assassin. He's more of a normal dude, exactly. It's like,
Yeah.
and you can tell as Memory said, he's shitting bricks a lot during this series. So yeah, and like I said before, I also want to talk about going back to the wife again. I still think the wife is one of the best characters in this whole show because the way she helps Tetsuo, you know, go through plan everything out and help him go through these situations. Like she's basically like she
put a laxative in his.
Oh my god,
That was actually I got a
still
kick
don't
out of that.
understand. They were
Because
both.
Tetsuo drank that shit too, and she's like, it wouldn't have been believable if you didn't do it too.
I mean, I don't understand why you can't just put it in one cup, but okay. Like in that episode, he was literally shitting bricks.
Yeah, literally.
But yeah, Kasen, like she's like, I just like how ride or die she is. Like she's willing. She doesn't.
That's the kind of wife you want.
Yeah, exactly. Like she doesn't really question it. She's like, how can I help? Like because she also wants to protect. She also wants to protect Reika, and you just gotta love that about her. I mean, and that's why I really criticized Tetsuo's decision when he at first wanted to leave her out of this whole thing. And I'm like, bruh, she has been paramount. Yeah, it's understandable, but like she's been paramount to your survival up for the longest time, this whole time. Like you wouldn't have made it this far without her help. Let's be real. So
yeah.
And
you got to think like if he didn't keep her in the know about everything, like I feel like there could have been a slip up potentially. Like if she didn't know anything, like there could have been a potential slip up. You know, maybe at this point already or something. Like, or they could have maybe already like killed her. Like if they got on to Tetsuo or something about, you know, but because she's been in the know about kind of the whole situation, she's been able to help kind of maneuver around it and get through certain things.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I feel like in general, there's a lot of mystery behind like both of the parents because like the dad was like when Kasen asked him how he knows about all this stuff, and he's like, "Oh, I read a lot of novels. I read a lot of mystery novels." And I'm like, "Bruh, you really expect me to believe that shit? Come on now. Like, there's no way you get all this fucking shit. Like, the whole method of like disposing the body like by using the bathtub and all that, I'm like, did you really get that from a fucking like a book, from a fucking mystery novel? Like, how do you have experience with all this shit? So yeah, that's just one of the many mysteries behind this anime that really just kind of keeps you guessing. And yeah, like also another thing I gotta point out is like this anime, like that whole setting is just it's very dark because and it's kind of depressing as well because yeah, you understand why Tetsuo killed the boyfriend. Because he wanted to do harm on Reika, but then again, his decision has now led to basically his whole life is about to be ruined. Like, because these gangsters are on his tail 24/7. They're threatening his family. One wrong move, and it can mean the end of his wife and kid. So, like, he's pretty much deep in this criminal underworld. He's got to deal with all these gangsters 24. They're constantly watching him. And, like, you just kind of feel for him because now his life is, like, it's pretty much ruined because all he wanted to do was protect his daughter.
Yeah.
And that also leads to, like, this one weird thing I have with this anime. Do you guys have, like, one of those days where you're like, okay, I don't feel like watching anime right now. Like, I don't feel like being emotionally invested in something. I just want to chill out, watch something on YouTube or, like, watch something else.
I've had those days.
Yeah. I feel like that's kind of what's been the case for me for My Home Hero because I love this show. I really like this show, but there's this days with like, okay, I don't want to be invested in this show. I just want to go and watch something else. And that's kind of why it's been a little bit like, despite me loving this show, it's kind of been hard for me to kind of catch up to it. So yeah, that's kind of the situation for me. I mean, like it's because it really is just like it's a lot of great suspense and thriller, but at the same time, it's just very dark and gritty and all that. But yeah, also one thing I do want to touch up on the animation before I wrap up my thoughts. This series it reaffirms my belief that I am willing to excuse subpar animation as long as the rest of the series, like, is entertaining to me. Like, as long as the characters and the story and the events of the anime keep me engaged, I'm willing to overlook subpar animation, and that's pretty much the case with this anime for me. Yeah, overall, like I said, My Home Hero, it's like I'd say this is a really fucking good like suspense and thriller type anime, and I'm really looking forward to watching more of this anime and just seeing where it all leads to.
All right,
that's pretty much it.
I haven't watched the next two.
Oh, oh boy! Next up.
I decided to drop Kamikatsu, I think it's called, because I needed to cut down. It wasn't that I disliked it or anything like that, even though the CGI is terrible. It's terrible.
Okay, before I need to mute again because I need to edit this video. The next two anime is sorry, Oliver, I had to say it. It's so mediocre and bad.
Well, to be fair, season 1 of Smartphone was also mediocre and bad. So, you should honestly. Oh god, this is why.
Actually, the thing is though, before I get into Smartphone, the Kaminaki, like, oh my god, this anime. The reason why I was actually interested in checking this out was because when I was in Anime Japan, they were like promoting this like really aggressively by bringing in top tier voice actors. Like, how on earth did they decide to have people like Kito Akari, Junior Enogi, Kana Hanazawa, Sumire, or Yukki, Junichi Suabe, Megumi Okata, fucking Megumi Okata, like in the series, like, dude, where did they get the money for these top tier voice actors? And then we're watching anime is just fucking budget. Like,
you just answered your own question, Mad Lad. Yeah, all the money went to the voice actors, so that's why there's no budget for the actual anime.
I mean, to be honest though, the staff behind it literally said that this anime is for meme purposes. So
only for meme purposes. Okay.
I remember
need
watching
the
this one clip
and-
where it was like they literally show like some live action footage of some dude like riding a tractor, but then they just make it look animated. I'm like, if that's the
that's
extent
this
of
one. That's this one. I saw that clip.
And not just that, the CGI mammoth monster. Oh my god,
Oh, that's right.
scene,
Yeah.
that scene killed me. I was like,
Yeah,
okay,
and apparently
yeah.
the staff are just memeing. That's what I was talking about earlier.
it's a
like,
shitpost anime.
Yeah, because I saw Chibi posted like a video about it because I didn't know anything about that before. And then apparently, yeah, it's just like some of the production things in this series is just literally like the staff are just trolling.
I guess they had a lot of fun making this. I dropped it because I had to cut down a bit. Just as you say, the animation is not good. The CGI is terrible, but if it seems that it was on purpose too. The comedy is actually quite funny, I gotta say. I could definitely enjoy it, but I needed to cut down, so I'm not watching it anymore.
Well, that's the thing. We don't all have to always watch every anime of this in every season.
Of course, yeah, of course.
That's the thing. I started.
Wait, really?
A lot of anime.
No, I'm just kidding.
We gotta tell Ryu this instant.
Oh, he won't listen.
That's the thing, though. I start with a lot of anime, but then gradually I drop a lot, and then that's probably why I get the rumors come. Oh, you drop a lot of animes. Yeah, because I start with this many first, and then gradually.
Because I always go. I check out what's airing in the next season. I go, okay, I want to watch this, and this, and that's it. And then, of course, people afterwards would go, oh, but what about this show? And what about this show? I'm like, I'm not really interested. Sorry. In those shows, like, I know the most popular one this season, obviously, is Oshi no Ko. And I'm just like, yeah. I don't need to watch it. I've got Twitter. Twitter tells me everything that's happening in the show, like minutes after it airs anyway. So I know exactly what's going on in that anime. So I don't need to watch it.
I understand.
But yeah, with smartphone, I was going to say, like, we know it's a trashy show. You should know that already. If you're watching season 2. You know how trashy season 1 was. So if you're like complaining about the show, like, and all that, I'm just like, well, it's meant to be trash. Like, it's not like it's popcorn trash. So of course I'm going to react to it because I reacted to the first season, and I still ended up enjoying the first season. So I don't care how bad season 2 apparently is. I'm going to enjoy it for my own benefit.
That's understandable.
That's fair. I dropped season 2. I actually did enjoy season 1 a bit because it was, see how he goes on the world with his smartphone. But as season 2, I felt like, okay, I got it now. I don't need to watch anymore. So, yeah.
And also the fact I'm actually been reading the light novel.
Ah, how's it so far?
Yeah. It's actually really good.
Oh, really?
Excuse my that I'm not to my knowledge here, but what is actually the difference between a regular novel and a light novel?
Light novel has pictures.
It is,
yeah.
okay. But that then I guess it could be similar to manga, right? What is the
Oh my god! You don't know what's the difference between light novel and visual novel. Visual novel is literally like light novel, but with voice over it, and you have some sound effect to it, background music to it. It's literally the more enjoyable way of enjoying light.
Wait, did
novel.
you say visual
light
novel or regular novel?
Visual novel is just basically light novel, but with sound, with
Yeah.
voice acting over it, and with some good OST moments. And light novel is just a book. So yeah.
Okay. Is that what you say?
Okay,
Antipode? Visual novel?
Or did you say manga?
No,
What's the difference between manga and light novels?
well, at first I was wondering about the difference between regular novel and light novel.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
But then when you said there were pictures too, then I wonder if it was similar to manga, but you kind of answered that question too. So I think I got my answers.
Yeah.
Right?
But yeah, one thing I will say about smartphone, I think I pretty much dropped this anime as well. I only watched one episode of season 2, because I remember when I was watching season 1, I was already questioning myself because like it's been like what 6 years since season 1. I don't remember shit. I don't want to go back to watch season 1 to recap everything. And like you guys said, it's pretty much it's trash. It's Isekai trash. So that's why I'm pretty much I pretty much didn't watch anything beyond episode 1. Yeah, that's much it. However, one anime that I did watch and thoroughly enjoy is the next one, A Galaxy Next Door. So,
let's Madlat.
What do you guys
start
think?
with this one.
Let's go.
Yes.
Let's go. Now this is what I call a good romance anime. This is what you call a romance anime that I can get behind, and not some crappy high school theme anime, high school love story again. Oh, you know what? Let me just change my background.
Here we
go.
again.
Okay, so
Ooh.
let's just say this anime I already knew it's gonna be good because I saw the trailer, I saw the history, the synopsis behind it. I say, you know what, may not be my hero greatness, but this could be a next Shiori greatness, because like Shiori, man, oh my god, she's kind of like an airhead ish character, but that airhead is more likable than the airhead by Yamada-kun. She she was just here to help out, but then her being an alien for some, I don't know how is she even an alien to begin with. Like when you grab onto her tail and this connection began between these two. At first, I thought it was gonna be like a rough ride for those two to get along after discovering her secret, but no. Kuga decided to go along with it, play around with her, and get to know her a bit better. And of course, the confession scene comes very early on to the season. I to be honest though, I'm starting to get very frustrated with how when confession are being dragged on for a long time. But I much prefer a romance anime nowadays where romance confession is being done immediately. Well, of course, that he let his feeling get the better of him, and I actually, to be honest, I much prefer. I like guys that don't hesitate and just go for it. I don't like guys that holding back the feelings. If they don't like it, they just have to hold it back. I just to be honest, I've seen enough of that already. But Kuga is different though. He went right into it. He knows Shiori has developed feelings for him too, and those two just got along quite nicely. Of course, it's quite mysterious how they fall in love for quite quickly, but the thing is you should know about workplace environment is that you get to see each other every day. Well, of course, they're living under the same roof now, and the Shiori's condition can't force it to do that too, but it's just that when you live under and you see each other every day, you might as well just say, you know what, let's just go for it rather than just holding back. So Kuga, I really like him a lot after episode 2. Like he really showed that he really do care for her, and I gotta say the supporting characters, especially the 2 kids. Oh my god, I never knew I would say this ever, but these 2 kids really do know how to support the brother, man. I don't like I thought for a second the kids would go against it, like he fearing for that, but no, they support the Oni-chan and his relationship. Actually, they like Shiori too. That makes it even better. And their sister, like holy cow, I do wonder at some point if she even an elementary school kid, but she's so mature. She's really mature for a kid. So like wow, dude, every character in this series, not gonna lie, I of course I haven't seen the parents yet for Shiori, which I can see is going to turn very stark in some ways, but let's just say Shiori, man, she is just too adorable, man. Her blushing, her smile, her tears, oh my god, everything, dude. Something about people that are not in high school, it just hits different for me, man. My hero is exceptional, of course, but let's just say this is just the show. This is just the anime for me, man. Oh my god, definitely. I immediately knew this is gonna be something that I can look forward to for the season, and I was right, of course. I even went as far as, reading a bit ahead to see what's gonna happen to them, and not gonna lie, I'm looking forward to when the parents come by. That's where things gonna spice up, and that I think that is gonna be the part where we're gonna see Kuga really shine as a a boyfriend. So yeah, I can say it. They're boyfriend and girlfriend. So this show, man, definitely amazing. Although I know a lot of people will diss on the character design because people say that the character design looks so basic. Hey, it at least is better than some of the anime this season. So I gotta say, man, this is something I enjoy after like watching like Hell's Parodies, Eden Zero, and Heavenly Delusion. This is like a relaxing anime after that to watch that, and I gotta say, man, like the romance in this show, fits right into my category for the show I sort of enjoy watching. So yeah, other than that, I might as well let Kawaii say his thoughts.
Yeah, I pretty much. I think I pretty much agree with Mad Lad. I mean, I really fucking enjoyed this anime. I really love the chemistry between Shiori and
Kuga.
Yeah, Kuga. Shiori and Kuga. Shiori, I mean, I especially because she is. I like Shiori especially because I just think she's so adorable. Like whenever she gets flustered, and all of that. And I will say I really like how fast the romance is progressing in this anime because we already have a confession, like both parties confessing on episode 3 and 4. And episode 5, they're on the hand-holding stage, and they already got the siblings' approval of the relationship. So it definitely makes me wondering, like, how, like, well, definitely makes me looking forward, like, I'm looking forward to seeing, like, where else it goes from there, like, how it progresses from there. And it really gives me hope that this anime will conclude on something really satisfying. And I also like the other characters as well. I mentioned this before, and I'll say it again. Fumio, the little brother, he's basically Kana Kamui as a little boy because he's got the same voice actress, and he's got like these cute interjections. He's like the way he goes like like every time he goes like every time they talk about the zoo and all that. So like you can. Like, I can't really accurately describe it, but if you watch the anime, then you probably already know. But yeah, I really like the other characters as well. Honestly, this is just a really wholesome, really adorable time. And yeah, like I said, I'm really looking forward to seeing how their relationship develops and where else we can go from here. So yeah, definitely one of the better rom-coms this season, in my opinion. But I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you guys said about especially like their chemistry, their relationship, the siblings. The siblings are adorable. I feel like they definitely help even with their they already got their approval pretty much, but then also like it seems like they both, even though they're still so young, they understand they kind of understand like, or they get the hint, especially Machi like gets the hint on like them, having some time to their self, and even like the fact that they know that their brother has to work too, they understand that, and they're like, you'll see a lot of siblings that'll be like, oh, they want to play, or they're like nagging their their older sibling to like play or do something, or just being kind of being annoying or whatever. Like, like kids do, but, they're definitely more for their age, they're definitely more, just like understanding, more mature than you would think. So I do like them as supporting characters. The thing I'm curious about is, I think like Mad Lad mentioned, like once Shiori's, parents get involved and all that stuff with like her being like, the princess of a kingdom and all that, like what that may mean for the story going forward, especially the whole Stinger thing and like, what happens between the two of them. Every relationship has its ups and downs. So I feel like once some dramatic stuff happens, or some, rocky things in their relationship, I'm kind of curious how that's all going to play out. Although for the most part, this seems like a more like happy, like healing show. I feel like there are definitely going to be some more probably serious, maybe more, a little more drama filled moments, especially with the parents more so. But yeah, so far it's pretty cute. I like the characters so far, and I think it has a nice charm to it. I would say probably like in terms of like rom-coms, I would probably still say Skip and Loafer is my favorite, but this one might actually be right behind it. I probably would prefer this one over Yamada and probably Insomniacs, but it's pretty close between those two, I would say. I mean, just overall, you don't even have to rank them, but I feel like we're eating pretty good this season when it comes to rom-coms.
Mm-hmm.
So
I feel like spring in general is just a really good like season for romance, because we had a similar situation like last year with spring 2022 when we got Kaguya-sama, we got Rike Koi, we got Aharen, we got Date Alive.
Yeah. And I guess it makes sense too, especially like spring in Japan is, that's when everybody wants to like go there and see, see the just how beautiful it is and stuff. And so yeah, I guess it does make sense.
Yeah, there has to be like some sort of symbolic reason to it, I'm guessing. But yeah, Anipode, what do you have to say?
I also think this is a cute, wholesome show. I also think that they are really good for each other, the both of them. I'm cheering them on. I wouldn't say this is my favorite romance of this season. It's not one that I am 100% engaged in, but I do still think it's a cute show. I still cheer them on. I still like the characters. As mentioned before, the little sister, she's very mature. She understands the situation. I think also one reason that they accept, I don't remember the name of the main girl, but the fact that they are accepting her is because before they became a couple, she was actually making a very good impression in their home as it was. So already there she was liked, I think, and that's why it was very easy for them to accept her as, it
was a pretty natural
a partner. One thing I do appreciate with this show too is that it's more, because most romance we get now is high schools, etc. But this is more adult romance, which I really appreciate. It's something I can relate to more, even though I'm single, but still. It's something I can relate to more, and I find that very, very wholesome to watch. So yeah.
All right. Any final thoughts on Galaxy Next Door? Are we ready to move on?
We can move on.
All right. Next up, what is this?
Jeez, I'm not watching the next three.
The next one I am a bit behind on, the Tensei Kisoku. It's actually it's very generic, but it's actually kind of fun, the story, but it is very generic.
I hated the first episode.
I understand why people would drop it. It's, as I said, it's very generic. I have my fun time with this actually, even though I'm a bit behind. I will catch up eventually. I do find the humor kind of funny. I don't have too much to say actually. I'm not gonna go deep into it, but it's as generic as it is a good comedy. I like it.
I don't mind skipping on the next three, to be honest, and get to Megumi.
Wait,
so you guys have anything to say for the next three? Go ahead. So
yeah, I mean, I don't really have any comment about the Yusha either. I dropped that one. The Kanojo ga Koshaka I'm not watching either. I'm not watching Isekai, the Isekai One Turn. So I guess we can just skip to Megumin no Cafe Terrace, because I know most of us are watching that one.
Yeah, I just want to say I dropped the one-hit kill sister. I mean, the one thing that surprised me about that was just like the animation was actually like really good in the first episode, which I was like not expecting.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it. That's it.
I was not expecting that, but then it's just like, okay, this is pretty bad. So,
but should we?
I gotta say, man, if you want to enjoy Yusha Gashinda, you might as well just enjoy it for the fan service. There's nothing else you can say about Yusha Gashinda. Everything is just so straightforward.
The reason I enjoyed it is because I was actually watching it together with your reactions, but when you stopped reacting, I kind of lost. It was funnier when I watched it with your reactions, actually. But after that, I was like, might as well drop it.
I was trying my best to like it, but in the end, though, it just fell flat for me. So,
all right. But should we discuss the Cafe Terrace instead? Because I know a lot of us are watching it, so we might as well go.
Well, me and Kawaii have the opinions on this anime. As a manga reader, I have a massive opinion on this anime. So, yeah, first things first. They should have chosen a better studio for this anime. Not gonna lie. The character design looks okay, but nothing really stand out compared to the manga. Not gonna lie though, Koshi, he knows how to draw some really nice looking girls. The studio working on this anime didn't do justice to it. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't a big fan of the character design. I mean, I like some of the design, but not completely because Koshi's manga art is always the best. And not just that though, like something about the anime just doesn't really hit the same compared to when I read it in the manga. It's just that the engagement is there, the voice acting gave it life to it, but I don't know, something about some of the choices of lines they use to adapt it. It just didn't feel the same impact how I felt in the manga. So they didn't really do a good job with the adaptation. But again though, people are watching it for the busty ladies. And here's the thing though, Japan are marketing this using this anime like milking it like cow right now. They're using every possibility to sell merch from this out of all the animes this season. I see this a lot on Twitter, and they're using some sexy poses, they're shirtless poses. Oh my god, like
of course
they're milking the shit out of this anime. I mean, of course, it's Koshi work, man. Any Koshi related work is always popular amongst the crowd because of his reputation in love series. So this one though,
because of his masterpiece Fuka. Yeah.
Fuck Fuka.
Oh my god. Don't even
Don't even get me started with
Don't
Fuka,
bring
man.
that cursed name up in this podcast.
Don't get me started on Fuka, man. Yeah, going back to this though, like I need to mention this. This is Koshi's first harem series work, because my boy Koshi is more so known as the love triangle specialist. He is really good with love triangle relationship. But this Megumin no Cafe Terrace is his first proper harem work. Like when I say that, like multiple girls develop interest for a guy, but when he's in his previous work, it's just this one main girl like the guy, but the guy having some complicated relationship, so he had to divert her away into another girl. But then you know how love triangle works. Koshi is a master. He's a master of love triangle. But from what I can see, though, he's trying to go away from that for a bit and focus on a proper harem series. Which, not gonna lie to you guys, when I every chapter I read, I can somehow see the struggle. How he gonna write a good story out of it, because he really knows how to create drama with a love triangle. But I can see his struggle to write good drama with a harem series like this. So I'm not gonna say much because there's a point in the manga series that things that kind of spark my interest. But I think they're gonna show that in the anime, so I'm just gonna save it for that. But Koshi, the creator of this show, is just that he is struggling. Every chapter I read, he's struggling to make a good, because he's known for drama in a relationship and show series. But this one though felt very episodic, very mediocre, very mid. So I can definitely see that he's struggling to write this series. So yeah.
All right. I actually enjoy this show. It has been growing on me lately. I see this as a substitute to Quintessential Quintuplet. I actually finished the movie of Quintessential Quintuplets not long ago. I really love that one. But yeah, this is a substitute for that one. I think my favorite girl so far is actually, I know a lot of you like Akane the most. I understand that. For me, it's Kiku, actually. I think she's, I like her.
I don't blame you for liking her too. I don't blame you for liking her too.
Yeah,
okay.
She's sweet. Yeah, as I said, I like it, and yeah, I guess that's where I stop my what I think about it, because I don't have too much else to say. I think it's enjoyable.
For me, it's just so far it feels like kind of I don't know, kind of a typical run of the mill harem series. You have you have some of your you have like a lot of like the harem like little antics that happen and whatnot. Like, oh, he saw me in the bathroom, I'm gonna kick him in the face or whatever. You have shit like that.
The one thing
it is kind of weird. It is kind of weird, like, because I feel like we don't get a lot of harem series nowadays, especially that like I don't know. It kind of feels like an older kind of. I don't know how old the manga is, but I think it's actually pretty new. Like, it's not like too old. But I don't know. Seeing some of these like older tropes, around this day and age is kind of weird.
Yeah.
The shit that used to be popular like 5-7 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, because like Koshi, like he said, he don't know how to really write a good harem series, so that's why he had to recycle some of the trope from of his friends' work. So he like when I read this, I was like, yep, this is gonna be a very generic harem series, but I'm only here for the girls. I mean, he's trying his best to give the girls some character development later in the series, but. But again, though, people only reading this for the girls. They don't read it for the development, because the development is so generic. I've seen better development in other harem series like Quintuplets and They Are Alive, but this one though, it just felt very forced. Like, some of the development in this really felt forced. So, I mean, knowing Koshi though, he know his customers. He know that his art is the only savior to help make sure that his series sells. So he decided to throw in unnecessary fan service. So all those like bra scenes and stuff like that, it's something he must do to get his attention from his audience.
That's what my like sort of expectation was going into this. I was like, okay, I feel like I'm just gonna watch this for the girls probably. And then, like, if I can get like good characterization and get in some good character development, that's like even more. Like, I'll obviously take that, because that's usually what I look for. But that's not really my expectation. So maybe, I don't know. I guess I'll have to see how I feel going forward.
I'll give more of my final opinion on the next.
There's way worse harems than this.
Yeah. There's one I can easily rant about this season, but I don't think we'll get to. I don't think we can get to it because I need to leave in 20 minutes. So
okay.
Yeah, but I don't know if this is the case with this one, but as far as I've heard, does he make a choice at the end without spoiling which one it is?
I think it's still going.
No, not spoiler, but more like
manga's still going, right?
Yeah, manga's ongoing. I haven't read the latest chapter yet.
All right. I'll just skip that question.
You know what they say? Usually, it's the first girl he sees. That's what they. That's what.
He kind of saw all of them at the same time, so.
I cannot say the same for quintuplets, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, if you enjoy trashy harem series, this is for you. That's all I can say. I said it in my video. I literally said in my episode 1 reaction, if you love trashy harem series, this is for you. So yeah.
Just want to say that Oliver is muted. He tried to say something before. You're muted, Oliver.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I thought you wanted to say something.
No, it's all good.
All right.
Okay.
Should we maybe move on to the next one?
Okay. I got.
Right. I forgot that you should say something too.
Yeah, I got. Okay. Oh boy, how should I start? Well, maybe I should just get this out of the way. Akane, best girl. First, she is pretty much like the only thing that's keeping me invested in this show, because I mean, like, yeah, she's just my opinion, just best girl without doubt. Because first of all, she's I like that she's much more mature and she's not like some annoying overused character trope. Second of all, episode 5, we got some phenomenal character development from her. Especially considering the fact that, you know, when she's not at the cafe, she is a rock star. And as someone who loves rock music, that just fills me with glee. That just makes me really happy. And also,
you still didn't watch Bocchi the Rock.
I really should watch Bocchi the Rock. Also, I feel like she just like her interactions with Hayato, I feel like are much more entertaining. Like I feel like she has much better chemistry with Hayato than all the other girls. So yeah, and that's pretty much Also, just in general, her character design just appeals to me. But yeah, that's pretty much why Akane for me is one of the very few things I like about this show.
Man, I can't wait to see what you feel when you see this side of her later in the series.
Oh, well, all right. Well, I'll see. It might change. It might change, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes for me. But yeah, other than that, oh my gosh, yeah, there's just not many good things I can say about the show. In fact, I'm considering labeling this Kawaii Crew's hot take of the season rather than Oshinoko because, like, oh my god.
So why? Like I said, you love harem, this is for you, but you hate harem, this is not for you.
Here's the thing though, here's the thing though, like during like the first few years I started getting into anime, like there was a point in time where I was all over ecchi harems like this. Like, it was around 2015 to 2017. If this anime, like I just can't help but wonder, like, would I have liked this anime better if this came out in like 2015 to 2017? But yeah,
probably.
and then as I got, maybe
I think
probably.
I would have.
Yeah. But it's coming out right now, and like honestly, I'm at a point where it's like I've seen so much anime, like I've seen so much ecchi harems, I've seen so much rom-coms, like I'm getting like these tropes are getting too old for me. So yeah, like that's why I just feel like all the other girls, they annoy me. I mean, I do think Kiku's alright, but however, I do feel like the whole, she gets horny when she's slightly drunk. Like, I think that gets annoying after a while.
No, the thing is, though, the fact that she gets drunk so easily is just very stupid already. Like, you think she gets drunk by just smelling? There's something later in the series where she gets drunk with. I just like, really?
Exactly.
Like, so that's why I say that Kiku may not be my favorite, but I like her support for Hayato. So yeah.
I mean, she's a sweet girl. That's why I like her.
Yeah.
No, she's a sweet girl, but her vulnerability to
her other side
is stupid. So yeah.
Yeah, the annoying character tropes combined with like the pointless fan service, they just all really annoy me at times, especially during the whole fucking gag with Ami and the other girls like constantly breaking Hayato's properly. I'm like, oh my god, we already seen that 2 times, and that's 2 times too many. Like, do they realize how much that shit costs? Does he even have a warranty for his stuff? Like, come on.
By the way, Aimee is literally one of the worst girls in the series. I don't like her.
I agree. She drives me nuts.
Even if she got her character development,
she's not really like. I still prefer her over probably the what's
seriously,
her name?
man.
Oka?
Seriously,
I think her name is.
Oka. No, the thing about Oka is that she is literally one of the most tsundere-like girls.
Yeah, literally
exactly.
and
so like, if you hate tsundere girls, she's not for you. So
I mean, tsunderes are very hit or miss for me. Like there are some tsundere characters that I like. However, she's not one of them. I mean, it just really depends.
I guess it kind of makes sense because like I feel like my least favorite quintuplet was Itsuki, so it's probably like not a surprise that like Oka's my least favorite in this.
She literally had the same personality. Not gonna lie, man.
Yeah.
Itsuki and Oka is just so annoying. So
I would say my favorites are probably Akane.
Of course, Akane, man.
Yeah, Akane and probably what's her name? Riho. I think her name is.
Oh my god.
Eh.
I
Orange hair
can't
girl.
wait to.
It's between those two. I'd probably give the edge to Akane though.
I can't wait to see your reaction when you see this side of Akane.
Well,
Oh,
Boy.
let's see. Well, I'm willing to see how it goes, but yeah, overall for me.
It could be next week.
Oh
Ooh.
shit! Well, I mean, yeah, because they did reveal something interesting in the last episode with apparently when she was talking on the phone with her mom. So yeah, I'm eager to see where that goes.
Yeah, I think, guys, I need to leave in 10 minutes. So can we just skip a magical girl for a bit? When I leave, you can talk about it. So I just want to quickly talk about Gundam and Eden Zero with Oliver.
Okay.
So
All right,
okay. First off, who is here watch Gundam?
I'm not.
Memory and me. Okay, I can just talk to Memory about it. Memory, what do you think of the adaptation so far for the second half?
I
What do you think of the review? What do you think of the review?
Okay, that was crazy. That reveal was crazy, but then again, it makes so much sense. Like,
if you go back to the MV, the very first MV, it makes even more sense now. Oh
yeah,
my
like
God.
it makes. Oh my gosh, it puts so many other things like into perspective for sure. But I don't think I've watched the newest episode. I was.
By the way, there's no new episode tonight.
Yeah,
so
that's why I wasn't really in a hurry to get
Yeah.
to it because I was like, I know there's not an episode today. So,
But I gotta say, man, I can understand why Ryu is not too pleased about this series because they're rushing it. They're literally rushing the plot now. I feel like they're trying to get to the main shit already. Like there's no like slow development in between. It's literally like, okay, we get the business side of things done already. Now we get to the politics.
yeah, it's like,
stuff.
oh, we're already done with the duels and all that
Yeah.
nonsense. It seems like we're going. It
So,
seems like soon
the
they're
whole-
going to war.
Yeah, and the whole Celesta situation with Eri and stuff like that, fucking called it, man. Fucking called it. Like she's a clone. She's literally one of those clone troopers in Star Wars where when they say execute Order 66 and she'll go for the kill. So, oh my god. So
Yeah, it's
weird.
pretty fucked up in a way.
Yeah, I know, right?
But like I mentioned earlier with My Home Hero, parents will do whatever, for their kids. So
Well, I feel like
she just kind
mom-
of took it to like a weird,
I feel
different
like the
level.
mom is just. I think the mom is acting like that too. If I was Celesta, but I'm pretty sure deep down she still loves Eri, and she just uses Celesta to achieve her maximum. Her overall goal is to destroy the Rembrandt, whatever she wants to destroy them with. So yeah, I guess the mom. I think the mom just pretending to like. I have a feeling that she pretends to like Celesta, but deep down she just wants to hurt her even more by telling her to do all those stuff. And the latest episode, oh man,
She's literally just using her, yeah.
I can't, in the latest episode from last week, I can't wait to see how the turnout will be like in the end. So I want to see how you react to it on Twitter. So yeah, I gotta say, man, the mom, I'm gonna say this now, she's the real villain of the series. She's gonna be the real.
Oh yeah,
villain.
she's the Char clone. She's the Char clone, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's any Gundam series you watch, they got that mask on. You know that's kind of what the deal is.
Yep.
But they also tend to be the more like there's more to them than meets the eye. So like, although she may seem like that now, I feel like there may be other shit that we haven't saw yet. Why she's done what she's done that may make us sympathize with her more. So
I think we may dive into the backstory eventually. We haven't really seen much. We haven't seen much of what happened between episode 0 and episode 1. Like what happened in between. So I think we'll dive into that soon, though. So
yeah.
I mean, what?
I've been enjoying it. I'm not gonna lie, but I haven't been enjoying it nowhere near as much as Iron Blooded Orphans. Which
I still need to watch season 2 for Iron Blood.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's for me. I think it's the biggest thing is. I mean, I guess there is some potential with Guel and his like comeback.
Comeback.
Yeah, yeah. Like I think there is potential with his character, but in terms of a lot of the other characters, I'm not really like too sold on them yet because I feel like by this point with me for like Iron Blooded Orphans, there was like so many characters that I like really liked by this point. Because like in most Gundams, they try to form like a huge group like together that they're like, you know, a cohesive unit and they all like fight together and, you know, they're all, you know, they're all tight. So I haven't really felt that with this series all too much, at least as much as Iron-Blooded Orphans. But you know, we'll see what happens. Usually, I was kind of making a joke when they showed like the new visual for this second season, where it has like all the characters in it. I'm like, oh, how many of these characters are gonna be left alive by the end? Because Gundam loves killing off characters, so we'll see if they take a different approach with this. Probably not. We're probably gonna see a lot of shit happen, hit the fan.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still been good. I've still been enjoying it. Don't get me wrong, just not as much as Iron-Blooded Orphans, which is the last. I bring Iron-Blooded Orphans up because it's the last like main series Gundam original one that we had. So
yeah, I mean, to be honest, for me though, I'm just here to see when will they start killing off our main characters, because like at this point of the Gundam series, you know, tragic tragedy is gonna happen.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly.
So
I'm curious on, because I feel like it's going to happen at some point where Soleta's going to actually, you know, go against her mom. So I'm curious.
It'll happen.
That's going to happen eventually, and then that's where it's going to get really like even more.
I do wonder whether it will be involving Murine though. Whether Murine will either something happen to her and then Soleta will rebel, or maybe Murine is.
I could see. Yeah, I could see it. It would have to be something. It would have to be something that happens to Murine, because I feel like she's not as close to anyone else besides her. So,
oh my god, I can't wait to see how the Twitter will erupt when they start killing off like I don't know Murine.
Oh yeah,
oh my god.
some
Dude, Gundam
nobody is really safe. Honestly,
Gundam was trending for like 24 hours in Japan after that latest episode, which I can't wait to see a reaction to. So, Gundam is still popular in Japan, which I'm very happy about.
Yeah, so, I heard its sales. Last thing to add before we move on, I heard its sales are like at the highest it's been in a while or in a long time, and it's because of like this series, which is kind of crazy, kind of cool.
So I'll just have one more chat about Eden Zero before I head off, because I know this is a show that I really enjoy lately. So Oliver, as a manga reader for this series, I can definitely see why you've been hyping up for season 2 now because of the depression. Like episode, I think it was episode 30. Yeah, episode 30. I actually was like this. I couldn't like sleep because I was thinking about how depressing it was. Like it was that depressing.
It's a bit head scratching though from what I've been seeing, because I again need to start Eden Zero season 2, but because I've read past this in the manga, it's weird because it's JC stuff, and I have a feeling they're doing some censoring as well, but it's weird because because all right, they did show, you know, what happened with ski. Yeah, but that the torture scene with what's her name, the B cuber,
she deserved it, to be honest.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's the censored scene, because the door is meant to open and the reveal, she's meant to be hanging there, but in the manga you see that there's actual scars on her and there's blood on the wall. And I've seen the scene in the anime and there's none of that. There's no scars, there's no blood, nothing. So like, so she's meant to be tortured. You're meant to actually show that she's been tortured. You can't just be like, we're just going to not show anything. It's just like, what are you doing, JC?
But they showed they showed some other pretty graphic shit, but they couldn't show that.
Yeah, it's like you don't actually see the torture happening. It's the after effects. You see her after she's been tortured. There's meant to be scars there. There's meant to be blood, and you guys have just gone and removed all of that. It's like,
you're trying to make it family friendly.
It's like
that episode was tough to watch, dude.
Yeah, it will definitely be tough to
Emma,
watch.
you watched Eden Zero?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were me and Oliver only, but okay, cool. Welcome to the chat. Well,
Yeah.
yeah. I gotta say that episode was hard to watch because like the way the end of the episode just give us so much suspense that this is an absolute defeat. And I actually before the episode came out, the episode where Rebecca went back in time, I actually theorized that the only way they can resolve the situation is they go back in time and fix everything. And I was right. Rebecca went back in time.
And
There was no way, like, if like
Yeah.
that would just be
Yeah.
the like if Shiki, like, in my head I'm like, okay, well, Shiki's not gonna stay dead. Like, well, in an alternate timeline he's dead, but like, you know, like there's no way we don't see him again, essentially.
yeah. Yeah.
So yeah,
This-
that episode
This is
hurt.
why I've been saying for a while that Eden Zero is a lot darker than Fairy Tail. And a lot of people were going like, no, it isn't. Like, how is it darker than... Oh, yeah.
Although
That-
the thing is though, when in my review section of the episode episode 30, people when I said that Dragon has to be one of the most intimidating villain so far, they said that yes, Malad, you're right, but there's another one later in the series. Like, there's another one later in the series. Okay.
Oh, yeah, the villains in Eden Zero like to one-up each other in terms of how villainous they can be.
Oh,
So,
great.
like, yeah, Dragon Joe is a pretty threatening villain, but then the next one comes along and you go, oh,
He said, "Hold my beer."
Oh
yeah,
my beer.
yeah.
Oh my god.
You
But
haven't
yeah,
seen nothing yet.
but since Memory haven't watched the latest episode, I couldn't say much about it. But yeah, Rebecca using her time traveling ability, which is very interesting because I thought her ability is just speed, but it seems like speed can go. At least her power is basically like almost like Flash, go back in
I
time.
did also notice that the animators for Rebecca in some of the episodes that I've seen on Twitter, yeah, they've gone horny.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean.
Of course it did.
They've definitely animated some aspects a bit hard on that.
Yeah,
Bit hard in more ways than one, I'm sure.
Yes.
But by the way,
more ways than one.
best girl for me is always Homura. I like her more, to be honest. So
Yeah, she's a well, a lot of people consider her to be best girl.
I would probably agree with that. Yeah, I'd probably agree
But-
with Homura.
Yeah, I really am hoping that after the end of this season, we will get an announcement for a third season of Eden Zero. Because from what I haven't caught up with the manga, and I've actually been putting it on hold for a while. But from what I've seen, yeah, it gets crazy. It gets really crazy later on.
really can't wait for it, man.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, so far my thoughts is that this is their time is now. They kind of come back against Dragon, and apparently, according to the latest episode, this is the only chance they can defeat Dragon. I was like, really, the 30th time? Okay, okay. So yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, that's the thing. I also like to point out that yes, we saw Rebecca essentially change the timeline, but we didn't see how many times she actually changed it. Is what I'm getting at here because it.
The only thing I caught from the last episode, I didn't watch the most recent episode, but from last week's episode, the only thing I noticed is how it went from like number 29 to number 30 or whatever after. Well, I guess does that mean it's happened 30 times or?
Yeah, 30 times.
Yeah, it happened
Yeah,
30
what
times.
else 30 supposed to mean?
Yeah, I mean that's what I figured.
So yeah, Rebecca used her ability 30 times. Like how though? Like the latest.
No, that will all be explained. They will all go into detail about what her powers are and all that. But
they said it. They explained it in the latest episode already, but she just didn't know about it until now.
Yeah.
So maybe because of her maturity, maybe. But yeah. I'm just like excited to see how they use this 30th chance now to defeat Dragon. So every episode is going to be peak now, from what I can see. So I'm looking
And
forward to it.
who says they're going to actually defeat him?
I don't know. I don't. Spoiler?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay.
Dude, you remember what Shiki said? Shiki said he's gonna make him his friend, dude.
Ah.
That's what's gonna happen.
Limit. There are limits to how much friends you can make. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, that's my honest thought about Eden Zero right now. I enjoyed it. JC Staff just doing JC Staff stuff, and I'm looking forward to see how they end the season. I think it's gonna be like 12 or 24. I don't know. We'll see.
I think it's only 12 this time. I think this one's
Yeah.
only got 12 episodes. I
But
could be
hopefully-
wrong.
I haven't saw anything about the episode count, but
Yeah,
I
I
haven't seen anything about the episode count either, but I think it's only going to be 12 this time.
yeah. So yeah, I need to leave now. So thank you so much for this podcast. I'll see you guys in the next one, the final thoughts, which will be even more interesting because my overall thoughts can be very like ranty like or very persuasive like. So, well, I'll see you guys then. So thank you so much, and see you guys next time.
Yep. Thanks for joining.
all right.
See you, Mad Lad. All right. Well, I want to go back to Megami Cafe Terrace real quick and just kind of formally wrap up my thoughts on that. Overall, the combination of the needless fan service and the overused tropes, like, it just drives me nuts. And it's no surprise that, well, actually, no, it's not. I mean, like, when Mad Lad revealed that it was by the same author as Fuka, I was like, well, that explains it, because Fuka is the worst anime I've ever reacted to in my life. So yeah,
Wow, that's saying a lot.
yeah, that explains a few things. So yeah, honestly, I kind of just feel like saying that I would probably like this anime more if it wasn't a hair anime, it was just Hayato and Akane. Like, of course, that could change, like as Malad said, there's something surrounding Akane, apparently, that could change my opinion, so I'm eager to see what exactly that is, and if my opinion will change. But yeah, other than that, Goddess Cafe Terrace, it's generic harem trash. But yeah, other than that, are you guys ready to move on?
Yes.
All right. Are any of you guys watching Kuma Kuma Bear?
No.
Nope.
All right, so let's move on to certain someone may be happy about this. Magical Destroyers.
Yeah, so I can start with this one. This is my hidden gem for this season. I'm actually having it at a 9 out of 10 right now. It's super good. Sorry, memory, but big L to you for dropping it. big L. I honestly love this. The only episode I didn't like was episode 4, because I thought that was just pointless filler episode. Had absolutely no purpose to the story. But other than that, I think the story has been so well done. The animation has been so good. I really loved, like, for example, in episode 2, where I think one of my absolute favorite characters come in, Pink Shan, and they were, doing this magical girl fights inside when they took the drugs, and they sort of be chased by elephants, and it's so well done. I love these, overly animated shows that's just crazy. That's also the reason why Akudama Drive was my anime of the year 2020. I just love this show. I love all the 3 girls, Pink, Shan, Blue. Although I think the Blue horniness can be kind of repetitive sometimes, but still love it very much. And I think after that filler episode, they kind of gone back to the original story. I think the majority of the episodes actually have a purpose for the whole story. Like, for example, when the episode before the latest episode, when they were climbing up this Nakano, whatever it was called, and they were almost abusing the little what is a little red creature called?
I think it's Kyo Yeah, it's like Kyo something. Kyotaro. Yeah, that's his name.
Yeah, like he's suffering there when he was just climbing up and up, and
That was
he
hilarious.
died several times. I wasn't expecting that setup though in the end, and the latest episode that we had this Friday. I don't know if you watched the latest episode yet, Kawaii Group, because I haven't seen
have.
you comment about it. Did you watch it?
Oh yeah, I have. Actually
Okay,
did
okay.
comment on the discussion.
Okay. Then I can discuss it. Good. That one was probably my favorite so far. We actually got to know a lot more of the backstory now. What happened when he was receiving the three girls in the box, right? He started to take them in. How they became the magical girls, and now they're trying to help him to get the otaku culture back. There's still mysteries here, though, that I still want questions on. For example, because in the beginning of the season, we could see all the three girls. The only one who was still with him at the beginning was the red-haired girl. Blue and Pink Shan were doing other stuff. They came later on. So I want some more knowledge what happened there. Why, for example, did Pink Shan leave in the beginning? So I hope we get some more info about that. But overall, great show. This one is right now one of my absolute favorites this season and even year. And looking forward to more episodes. I really, one thing that I'm expecting is, because now in the beginning we had this crazy action episode. It's just been very interesting story. But I am expecting maybe at the second half, maybe it's going to get more. We're going to get more drama. Maybe it's going to be a little bit of a turn on the story. Maybe it's going to be more sad. I don't know, but that's what I'm expecting to see. But yeah, overall, great show. I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, I wouldn't. For me, I wouldn't rank it that like as high as you did, if I'm being quite honest. However, I am still I do enjoy it to an extent. I will say though, I gotta be honest, it did kind of, after episode 1, it did kind of fall off for me. I wasn't as connected to the show as I was. I wasn't connected to the show after episode 1 as I was before. But I still definitely enjoyed it. I like the characters. I like Takahiro. I like the magical girls. I will say I cannot get enough of the magical girl transformations, because they're just, not only are they like very colorful and pretty well animated, but they're all like they're all all three of them are very unique. Like they're all representative of their characters, and I just really like how, like, every time they transform, I just find them so really well done.
Did very well done.
Exactly.
I agree. Especially, I liked, for example, Pink Shan's transformation. Also, I think Blue's Surströmming transformations. She's actually using Surströmming when she's transforming. So yeah, I agree with you. The transformation are amazing too. Very well animated.
Yeah, that was really unique. And yeah, there's a lot of interesting mystery going on with this show, like how of course, a lot of the big ones being like the identity of the magical girls. Like, how did they end up in that box? Why were they mailed to Otaku Hero? And where did they come from? Also, yes, what happened to them? Like, why did they split up? There's a lot of interesting things going on there, like a lot of mystery going on there. Also, I even brought this up during the discussion thread in Memories Discord. We revealed the Otaku Hero's father, and I've seen some speculation that Otaku Hero's father may be the actual identity of the main villain of the the head of the SSC. So if that's the case, well, that'd be pretty cliche. But it would probably make sense. It might make sense. So I mean, because there's really no other lead as to who the head of the SSC could possibly be. So it's definitely making me wonder. But yeah, other than that, like I said, I'm enjoying it. Like, it's not, I wouldn't say it's one of my favorites this season or this year. Like episode episode 7, like no episode was it episode no I think it was like around episode 6, the latest episode. It was really good. However, yeah, I'd say episode 1, episode 6 are like I would say the ones that are really good. Everything else is just kind of all right for me. But however, I am looking forward to seeing more. I do understand why you would like it though. Like, it's definitely a really wacky, really crazy show, and it's not for everyone. You know, I understand why Mad Lad and Ryu aren't that into it. Well, I understand why a lot of people wouldn't be into it. But however, I still also see the appeal of it. So
Yeah, I mean, I can understand it too, of course. The L was just a joke to memory.
yeah, of course,
But-
of course.
Oh yeah, I know.
But
It's
I do find it kind of sad to see how few people actually know about this anime. I barely see anyone talk about this anime. I think I did some comment on Twitter on Anime Trending. They were doing their top 10. At first, I was mostly ranting about Hell's Paradise, but then I started to talk about, no one watching magical what is it called? Magical Destroyers. And there was one comment like, magical what? And I was like, you guys need to watch this. You know, don't just go with the.
Yeah, I saw your one retweet on Annie Trends where you were like, "Oh, why does Harold Paradise get #1 but Magical Destroyers doesn't?" And
That is
I
the one.
saw that too.
yeah, I saw people roasting you about that.
Yeah, there were actually different opinions there, but it was interesting discussions. But yeah, just I wish more people knew about this anime. You know, that is also the reason why I watch so many shows in the beginning before I drop a lot, is because then I find these hidden gems. You know, gems.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is definitely one of them for me.
I've saw this get compared, like people say it's like Trigger-esque or like Gainax-esque. Like I've saw it get comparisons of like Gurren Lagann and like Kill la Kill and like just crazy shit like that. Which I could get just solely for the fact of like some of like just the absurd shit that kind of like goes on. And just like some of the little animated bits, even the opening too. The opening is actually like really cool. How
Yeah, the
they
whole
kinda-
opening is like
yeah.
a whole trip, like a whole.
it's a
drug
whole
trip.
experience, pretty much. I do like the opening, I will say, and I did initially like. I thought it was kind of like a surprise. Because I didn't really know what to expect from it, and I did enjoy like the beginning parts, but I feel like I don't know. I think I dropped it after episode 4, I want to say, which I think wasn't that the episode you said, Anypo, that you didn't really like?
Yeah, that was
Was
the pointless one.
Yeah.
That wasn't even feeling. I wasn't feeling like that was even part of the story.
Yeah,
in any way.
yeah. I think for me that like part of the reason I like, because I don't necessarily like really dislike it all that much. I think it was a factor that like, I was just kind of cutting down on things I was watching. So
Okay, that's understandable.
yeah, so there was that. But also like I feel like there were some things that were kind of getting a little like repetitive for me. I mean the stuff with Blue
Yeah.
was like one thing.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned to her.
yeah.
Horniness all the time.
Yeah, and then I do like the transformations, the magical girl transformations. Those are actually pretty cool. Especially like when I saw them for the first time. That was I think all like when you see the magical girl transformation for like the first time, I feel like that's like, you know, the time that you usually like remember the most, because after that it's just like, they just usually reuse it, reuse and recycle it. But yeah, and just I don't know. I think it's like, I guess I kind of like get what the goal is, but I don't know. I can't really grasp onto it too much. I don't know. I'm not really sold, I guess, on the premise or like the main goal of the characters. So that's another part for me, and I don't know. I know it's kind of like the point for it to be like pretty stupid and like outrageous, but like I don't know. I feel like it's a little too much for me. Like especially like every episode, like especially the one episode where like the dude was Otaku Hero was like tied up.
Oh,
Like that was
the
I
bondage
think
scene.
that was in. I think that was in episode 4.
Was that in
right?
episode 4 too?
I think
Maybe
so.
maybe it's just episode 4 to blame.
Yeah,
Why I
maybe.
dropped it. I don't even know.
Or maybe
but
it was episode 3 when they had that.
No, yeah,
that
I think it was episode 3. Yeah, it was the same episode as the Atasha, the car otaku.
the cringe mobile driver guy.
Yeah.
yeah.
He was called.
Yeah, like I don't know. There's some parts of it I do like, but I feel like it's more so on like the production side of things and how parts of it do kind of parts of it do remind me of like some Trigger-esque like animation and like shows and whatnot, and just like outrageous like poses and effects and whatnot. So I don't know. I think what it comes down to is like some of the things I mentioned, but also I can't really get too much into the characters or like the main like goal, I guess. So I don't hate it. I don't hate it by any means. Like there's plenty of worse things out there. And I feel like if I wasn't watching as much stuff this season, I probably would still be watching it, but that's just the sad reality sometimes. Maybe I come back to it at some point. I don't know. We'll see.
It is. It's interesting. During the last since 2020, 3 out of 4 years, I think, an original has been my anime of the year. So I don't think this one is going to be this time. But for example, Akudama Drive 2020 and Odd Taxi 2020. I know you liked Odd Taxi.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I love Odd Taxi.
Really, really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really like when I find these originals that no one is talking about, but then it turns out that it's just so enjoyable to watch. And also you cannot get spoiled on these originals. So that's also a big plus.
That's also nice about him too, for sure.
Yeah, that's one of the things I really like about like just going through the list of like every season and just looking through all the anime, because you do find all these hidden gems. I mean, I felt the same way about Revengers and Mononogatari last season. Because, not a lot of people were talking about it, but I mean, yeah, they weren't anime original. No, I think Revengers was anime original. Yeah, Revengers was anime original. But yeah, nobody was talking about it, but I really enjoyed it. So yeah, I can definitely see. I feel you on that, Antipode. One thing I will say though about Magical Destroyers is that I gotta disagree with Ryu again on something, because he apparently gave this a 1 out of 10. And apparently,
I like that. I like how we're talking about Ryu, even though he's not here.
I know. I'm throwing him under the bus once again.
Yeah,
he's taking strays once again. But yeah, he apparently gave this a 1 out of 10, which is the same score he gave to X-Arm. Which I'm like, okay, dude. All right, come on. I know you don't like this, but come on, dude. 1 out of 10, same score as X-Arm.
That's him in a nutshell. He gives everything low scores, though.
Yeah, like I said, he is very hard to please.
It's because, and I keep saying this, it's because he watches too much.
Yeah.
He is literally has consumed every anime ever. Because he just watches everything. I don't even know where he gets the time. Because it's just like, oh god. Like, he just apparently rewatched all 12 episodes of what's it called? I saw it earlier. Where is it? Any list? Yeah, Lycos Recoil. He apparently he rewatched all 12 episodes today.
Damn.
How do you get through 12 episodes in one day? Without, you know what?
I don't think he has a 24-hour day. I'm telling you. I think I said it before. I think he works on a different like time, like, I don't know, continuum or something.
Well, it's got to be, because like
I think he has like 48-hour days or something. I don't know.
I'm starting to think he doesn't even sleep. He just watches and reads everything. I'm like both impressed and scared and worried at the same time.
You think he lives in a different dimension where time just flows differently?
Yes. That's gotta be it. But anyway.
Oh my god, yeah. Going back to Magical Destroyers. One final thing I will say about this show is that I think Anarchy might be my best girl. I know for you it's Pink Chan, which I understand, but I think for me it's Anarchy.
I mean, I don't dislike any of the girls really, so it's fun. Also, I think the main reason also why I really enjoy this one is because I barely ever get to watch Magical Girls anime. Like today, they barely make a new Magical Girls anime because they were more famous before. So seeing them now, I appreciate them a lot more because they're so uncommon to get nowadays. Most of the stuff we get now is just isekai all the time. And it's usually always the same kind of isekais. But Magical Girls, they are so rare right now. So when they come, I'm like, yes, please.
Yeah, that always a nice change of pace.
Yeah, it's unique. I'll give it that. It's pretty unique.
Yeah, it's very unique. But yeah, any final thoughts?
No.
All right. Well, we already talked about Gundam and Eden Zero.
Yeah,
I know some of you guys are watching My Clueless First Friend. Which
I am. I actually think it's very wholesome.
It's wholesome.
I like it a lot. I was worried in the beginning that it was going to be too repetitive when he was always calling her the Grim Reaper. Like I thought maybe that's going to be too repetitive and I'm going to get tired of it. But we start to see it. The wholesomeness just keeps increasing. They are getting closer with each other. She starts to blush more. I really like what they have going with each other a lot. They're getting closer. It looks like she's getting a lot more friends because she's very bullied at school because the way she looks, etc. But she is getting more and more friends, which I really like. And I also like the episode when he was because she was visiting her grandma, and the guy he was nearby too, and they started go out to walk, and then I think she started to mention about her deceased mom, and everything that's going around with him. And then when it hits him, wow, I've been calling you Grim Reaper all the time, and that because everyone else calls her that too, but they bully her. But he's saying it in a positive way. But he just realized I might have said something really bad to you, and he started to cry. He started to feel regret about that. I just felt wow in that moment. That hopefully from here, like he's gone back now again to call her that again. But still, I see he understands her a lot more, and I still see there's going to be a lot more progress between them. I know we get a new episode today too. I'm really looking forward to that. But I think overall this is a very enjoyable, wholesome show. I really like it.
Yeah, I agree. I feel the same way. It's one of those like healing shows, just like feel good. It's like Takagi-san's kind of similar. It's like a healing show. Natsumi's Book of Friends, if like anybody's watched that, like it's kind of similar, to that kind of series. There's no like dark shit going on or like some like really like serious drama. Well, yeah. But like I don't know. It's just super wholesome. Like Anipot said, the two of them are adorable. I don't know. Like I don't know if they're gonna like because there's no romance tags on it. I don't know like how how much they get into that side of it. Although you can kind of tell that there may be like. I mean, she's always blushing. She's like the Akane girl. Another girl named Akane, by the way.
Oh, there we go. Another one to the list.
Yeah. But she's like always blushing. And then even I think Taiyo was like, I think in one of the recent episodes, he was kind of questioning in his mind about something about liking her as a friend or whatever. And
that was
even like
this episode, I think.
Yeah. And even like his family. Or was it Akane's family? It was one of their families. Like they kind of noticed that like, oh, he's been hanging out or he or she has been hanging out with someone a lot more and is like enjoying school and all of that. So
it was the grandma.
It might have been. Yeah. But yeah, this one, I like it. I actually like it a lot. It's definitely a calming, just feel good kind of show. So if you're looking for one of those, I would definitely recommend something like this.
Yeah, I think it was in the latest episode that he might start realizing he has feelings for her because he was like, well, we are friends, but am I supposed to feel big heartbeats when
that's what it was.
think
That's what it was,
is already a clue there that there might be something going on here. And also one thing that I want to mention that I really felt wow about is when he gave her the ring. That was just
yeah.
like he just did it innocently, like because he's calling her the Grim Reaper, right? But he got a toy ring, but he said, "Oh, it got dark power." He gave her the ring in this finger, like you do when you're getting engaged, and just putting on the ring on her. He didn't even realize what he was doing. I was like, yes. That was a very sweet moment.
That's a part of what makes it like kind of great though, is because he's like just so like innocent, pretty much. Like he's just not really thinking much of it. He's just kind of playing around.
But that's what I like. He's so straightforward. He's always calling her, "Oh, you're so cute. You're so beautiful."
I do like that about it too. Yeah. Like they're like fifth. They're like in fifth grade, I think, or like they're. And they're like, he's being more upfront than a lot of these male MCs are in the high school rom-coms. Like that's kind of crazy. Oh man.
Yeah, but very wholesome show.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm not watching it, but I mean, I have thought about picking up though. But then again, I'm not sure if I can keep up with like I'm not watching that many shows. Well, I'm watching 12, but I don't know. I might pick it up at some point. But yeah, next up on the list. Oh boy,
Yuri's my job.
Okay, let's go. Okay, so I'm not watching the anime just yet. I'm going to start it soon, but I'm one of the few who have read the manga. So it seems like there's been a bit of with those anime onlys, there's been a bit of a miscommunication here. Because everyone seems to have jumped on board going, "Oh, it's Yuri! Yes, let's go!" Oh wait, what? Why? What? Yeah,
there's no Yuri.
There is. That's the thing. It's literally in the title. Yuri is my job.
Mm-hmm.
Hence the job. It's a cafe. It's a Yuri cafe.
Mm-hmm.
So you go to work and you pretend to be Yuri.
Mm-hmm.
Now, thing is, later on in the manga, those feelings actually start to develop between the characters. And yeah, that's where the real Yuri comes in. So everyone has just jumped on board going, "Yes, Yuri," and then gone, "This is not Yuri," dropped, low score, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you're essentially not giving it a chance. Yeah. And yes, yes, I will admit the main girl is a bit annoying but that's her stick. That's what she's actually meant to be categorized that way. So yeah, I'm sorry. I know a lot of people were thinking, "Oh, this is not what we were thinking at all." Yeah, because everyone has this, like, when it comes to Yuri, everyone goes, "Oh, lesbians like making out." That's all that's what Yuri is. But yeah, this is not what that show is. It's about character building. It's about the characters themselves. It's not to do like it's got Yuri, but it's not Yuri. It's hard to explain, but I'm trying to explain it. Like, anyway. What are your thoughts on it then?
So what you're saying is that Yuri, it starts off as just a job at first, it's just a gig, but then later on it develops into actual Yuri?
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty much. And everyone's like jumping off board because it's like, "Oh, there's no Yuri. Where's the Yuri?" Like,
right. Everyone watching this podcast, we're gonna pick it up again. Get Yuri.
Maybe.
Seriously, at this point, all I'm going to say is don't watch the anime, pick up the manga, and it will all make sense. Because clearly, it seems like something's gone wrong with the anime that they haven't fully... Yeah, it's not what everyone thinks it is. That's the problem.
Yeah, I didn't drop it because because it was a bait or something like that. I don't mind if it's Yuri or not. It can be whatever it is. I just wasn't feeling it for the story overall, so that's the reason why I dropped it.
And that's the thing. The story does take a while to actually get going. That's why I'm kind of surprised that they've only given this 12 episodes when, in fact, it should probably be a 2-core. Because there's enough material in the manga now for 2-core, and it would make a lot more sense to have it as 2-core. Because it will definitely show why it pretty much will show why at first it doesn't feel like a Yuri show, when in fact it is. Because like I said, I think everyone's just mostly focused on Yuri, but they're not actually focusing on the bigger picture here. So, in a way, I feel like all the Yuri shows that we've had recently, in the last couple of years, has ruined us a bit, because everyone's more interested in the actual making out, sex, whatever, like that part of Yuri, rather than the actual story development. Like, I know, like... But what really weirds me out about all this is that I haven't watched the anime myself, but and I just mentioned it earlier. I apologize if I brutally destroyed the name of it, but Lenicus Recoil,
Lycanus Recoil.
Lycanus Recoil. Everyone should have gotten the message from watching that, from what I've seen, because that's Yuri. That has good story development. And it's like, anyway.
Was it really Yuri though? Because it seemed like they were just friends.
It's at most implied Yuri.
It's implied Yuri, and that's in a way what this is. At first, like this manga has layers. So at the moment, we're at the top layer, and yes, it's going to take a while to get to the other layers. So the problem is that, again, because it's only 12 episodes, we're not going to get that far.
Or it's going to get rushed. We'll see.
Yes, and that it's either going to be really rushed, but either way, yeah, like what I'm trying to get at here, the long way around of what I'm trying to get at here, give it a chance. Like, don't just drop it after episode 3. Don't drop it after episode 6. Literally, this is one of those ones you actually have to watch all 12 episodes to fully grasp what is actually going on here. Because, yeah, Yuri Is My Job has definitely got layers to it. And a lot of people are just skimming the first layer going and becoming uninterested because it's not giving them what they want. So... it's like they just, as I said, it's pretty much them looking at the first half of the title going, Yuri! But not actually reading the second half. So, that's my rant of the day done.
Right, you lied to us. No, we didn't. You had to read everything.
Well, yeah, actually, you're not wrong there. Like, reading it is definitely, it makes more sense to read it than to watch it, it seems. Which is a shame, because I was looking forward to this one. And seeing it got such a low score, but I think the only reason why it's gotten a low score is because of what I'm trying to get at. Everyone is jumping the gun, pretty much. All the anime onlys are jumping the gun and going, oh, it's not really Yuri, so we're not going to actually watch it. And it's like, yeah, maybe you should focus on the second half of the title for starters, because it's literally about the beginning. All right, the beginning part of this, even the beginning part of the anime should give you a clue of what happens. So, because the main character, Hime, she accidentally knocks this other girl down the stairs, the character being Mai, and it turns out she's the one that owns the cafe, the Yuri Cafe. And to make up for it, Mai makes her join the cafe and that's where things start to progress. So this show, it's a lot. It's different to what people expect, yes, but I think it's only the anime onlys that are the problem here. That I'm pretty sure those who are actually read the manga or have been reading the manga because the manga is still ongoing, actually know what's really going on here. Because the score for the manga is 7.44, all right, and the score for the anime is 6.44. So I think the reason why it's so low is because people are, again, not giving it a chance and are just skimming it, so to speak. But yeah, that's my rant done.
Gotcha. Here's the thing about this anime for me is that I don't like when it comes to your anime, like I get it. Like, I do want that, the character development and all that. And I don't expect making love right off the bat. I get what you're saying, but the thing is though is that for me, I did watch the first episode and it was okay. I wasn't too crazy about it and it's mainly because I did have some uncertainty about whether if the Yuri is my job, whether if Yuri is just the gig of the cafe or there's an actual Yuri behind it. I will admit I was confused about that aspect. But also it's because I just didn't really like the setup at all. Because basically the main character, she was just kind of she was kind of forced into working for this cafe. And also the other girls were getting kind of pissy when she was making mistakes, and I'm like, okay, come on, it's literally her first day, and she wasn't even she didn't originally want to work in this cafe. So yeah, I mean, especially during that one scene where I forgot her name. I think it was I think her name was Ayano Koji. She whispered to Hime's ear, she was like, I fucking hate you. She said something like that. I'm like, whoa, it's stuff like that just kind of put me off of it.
You mean Mitsuki?
Yeah, it was a black-haired chick.
Yeah, there's a reason for that too.
Yeah,
actually.
I know. I'm sure there is. Yeah. But yeah, for me, I just wasn't too crazy about it.
Yeah, I don't really want to go into spoilers, but yeah, there's a reason why Mitsuki acted like that to Hime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got that far to know what it is, at least in the anime.
Yeah, I think
All right.
for me, I mean, I get what you're saying, Oliver. I'm sure there is. I'm sure maybe there will be, improved down the line, but I don't know if I actually do want to go on that road.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'll have to think.
I don't want to force people to actually, I don't honestly. I don't want to force people to watch it, but I just am a bit upset. Mm-hmm. Not upset, but I'm a bit disappointed in people that they're essentially, because of all the good Yuris that we've had recently, that people have a misconception of what Yuri is now, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So
the expectations are too high.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The expectations are way too high. So it's weird. I do honestly think there's some people out there who just want Yuri off the bat. They literally just want to see girls making out and all that sort of thing. And they don't, we've totally forgotten about actual setup and character development, which is what this show is. Because Hime, for example, she acts like that because her character is that she doesn't she doesn't care about anyone. That's the thing. She is one of those characters that has, when she was something, I won't go into what, but when she was younger, something happened. So now she's I'm just going to put on a smile and pretend to be nice and all that. But she pretty much puts on this air to be I want to get what I want, essentially. I don't care about what anyone else thinks. I just want what I want, and yeah, that's Hime's character. So she's essentially a broken character, a broken girl, and yeah, that's the best way I can actually describe what her character is like.
All right. What do you guys have anything to say?
I'm not watching it.
Gotcha.
Should we move on then?
Antipode?
I dropped it as mentioned before. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. But yeah, are you guys watching the next two?
No, I just not watch.
I'm just taking a look at what else I'm going to watch, I should say. And the next one I'm going to hopefully start again in the next couple of days is the second season of Tokyo Mew Mew. And that's it. That's all I'm watching because you guys have already talked about everything else earlier. Because yeah, I'm pretty much only doing, let's see, Dr. Stone, Demon Slayer, Konosuba, Tonikaku, Smartphone, Eden Zero.
I don't think I'm watching anything that's left.
Yeah, the only thing I really want to talk about is Sacrificial Princess.
Yeah, I'm watching this one too.
Yeah. All right, so
Which one's that?
That's Nihime to Kimono. It's like it's 2 rows below Yuri's My Job.
Okay.
You can start, Kawaii.
Okay. But yeah, Sacrificial Princess. Honestly, I just find this show to be it's okay. I understand why Madeline and Ryu think it's boring and stuff like that. Personally, I'm not really on that level. I don't really think it's boring, but it's definitely, I wouldn't say it's boring, but it's definitely nothing special. I mean, yeah, I do really enjoy the adorable moments between Seraphy and Leon. In fact, that's probably the only thing that's really keep me engaged. It's like all those like adorable moments, and of course, Kana Hanazawa's excellent voice acting. And you get some I guess some good mystery behind the whole Beast Kingdom and all of that. But yeah, other than that, honestly, I don't think this is really anything special. The best thing I can say about this anime is that I enjoy it enough. I enjoy it enough to not want to drop it right now. So yeah. Also, I do want to reiterate one disappointment I had. Which was I brought this up before. It's surrounding the whole Seraphy's ring where Leon Hart made her like I really thought like during that, I think around episode 3, there was gonna be some interesting conflict about how the miasma was poisoning Seraphy's body. But then again, nope, Leon Hart just makes her a special ring and everything goes back to normal. And yeah, I was admittedly disappointed by that. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was a sweet scene with Leon Hart basically proposing to her, but I still wish we could have gotten something with the whole miasma poisoning her body thing. But yeah, other than that, overall, yeah, there's really not much else that I like other than the chemistry between Seraphy and Leon Hart. It's cute. It's just a cute show, in my opinion.
Right. I'm on the same boat as you. I think it's an alright, cute show too. I do like the world that they are in, though. I think the other demon characters or whatever they're gonna be, the demi characters, they are actually quite interesting too. I understand what you said about the ring. Personally, for me, I didn't see that as an issue. Actually, I saw it more as a sign. Okay, she's done in the human world because they don't really want her in the human world anymore. But this is more of a sign. Okay, her new home is in the demon world. And that's why she got the ring. So hopefully, gradually, because now the demi people, the demons, they're not really trusting her either because she's a human. She's supposed to be sacrificed, but I see that as a sign that she's slowly gonna make this place her home, getting some more relationships here, which she already has. For example, lately was she a crocodile girl, whatever, in the last episode? Like that's her first real demon or monster friend. And I kind of see hints, okay, because of that ring, she's gonna make this her home. She's gonna get her friends here, and hopefully, eventually, she's gonna get the trust of these demons. Because right now they don't accept her, of course, because she's a human engaged to the prince. But yeah, that's what I see. That's hopefully it's gonna turn around, and she's gonna make this her home. She's gonna have a much better life than she had in the beginning, hopefully, as the show goes on. So that's what I see.
I dropped this one.
Oof.
Yeah.
Is it also because you were cutting down on shows?
Yeah, I mean that's part of it, but I don't know. I was watching I think it was episode 4, and I don't know. I don't know. I was kind of weirded out by like him pinning her down on the bed, and that was like kind of weird to me. I don't know. That was like, I don't know, at that moment, that wasn't the reason I dropped it, but it kind of just made me like think like, I don't really like.
It's kind of makes you question what you're watching.
That, but it's like, if there's gonna be more like, because I'm pretty sure they're gonna go more like, there's gonna be more romantic, stuff going on between the two of them, and I just don't. I don't know. I just feel like it's kind of weird. Personally, but
yeah, I get you.
Like I like Seraphy. I think she's like really wholesome. I like the little like what are they, Sai and Klops or whatever. Yeah, like I like them. Like so, and I also think the music is really nice in the series. Like especially the OP and the ED. I really like.
The ED is Garnet Delia. She's great.
Yeah, I like both the songs. So I mean, there are some things I like about it, but unfortunately, this is just another one for me that is just kind of like, I notice that I keep falling behind on shit, so I'm just like, man, I gotta cut out some that I don't really care for as much as the others, and I don't. It's not even that I think it's bad. It's just gotta cut down on some. So
I mean,
that's just the way. It's just the way it goes.
This season has a lot of shows. Even I am behind on many shows. So
yeah,
understandable that you need to cut down a bit.
Yeah, and it's gonna be 2 cores. I just don't see myself anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna follow through the entire 2 cores.
Like maybe if it was 1 core, I'd be more like, I think I could stick it out, but I really don't. Like it would have to be something like serious, like Shift or something, to where I would like probably make it through 2 cores. So, yeah.
One thing I will say about this show is that there are a lot of times while I was watching this where every time I hear Seraphy's voice, it just makes me miss Kubo-san.
Which is coming next week.
Yes, that's right. I won't have to feel that way anymore because it's coming back next Tuesday. So, yeah. Remember, are you gonna make another discussion thread on your Discord for Kubo-san?
Yeah,
or
you need to.
Yeah, I will.
Because me and Kawaii will be very active there.
Yes, yes. I've been waiting for so long. I've been suffering withdrawals. But yeah, is there anything else you guys want to talk about, or do you guys want to just wrap it up right here?
Let's see. I did drop Kawaii Sugi Crisis. I don't need to discuss that one. We can discuss the Rokudo one. That one was terrible.
Yeah, that one's pretty bad.
Yeah, I dropped it to the animation. Like his faces too when he gets punched, they were just super ugly. And like,
just in general, the character designs are not appealing at all.
Yeah,
me.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of this one too. I dropped it, so I guess we can leave it at that.
Yeah, one thing I will say, I'm not watching it, but I'm surprised Birdie Wing has almost an 8. I didn't even notice that until now.
Holy shit! Yeah, and it has.
And season 1 has a 7.5.
This is the second season.
Yeah.
The thing is,
so-
I know some people watching it. They say that they really love the effects when they do the god thing because they kind of overly animated. How the ball is
Don't
going.
you see that in a lot of sport anime?
Yeah, I don't know, but it seems to be something about that people really like with Birdie Wing. I haven't watched it myself, so I don't know. The
Yeah, I don't-
next, yeah,
The only other one I think I've watched is Mix
Yeah.
season 2. It's like a baseball one.
I am actually watching season 2 of Tokyo Mew Mew New. I don't know. Have you read the manga, Oliver? Because otherwise, I
No,
might spoil.
my library does have it, and I only got interested in watching it when the remake happened. So I watched obviously the first season, and even though it's got a low score, I actually enjoyed it. So I was contemplating watching the second season, and I probably will. So
I don't feel this as strong as the second season as I did first. I actually loved the first season. It was like I liked it more than I did with the Overlord, which was airing at the same time. But no, I have not felt the same way about season. I still enjoy season 2, but
the weird thing I've actually heard is that yes, it's called season 2, but I've also heard from someone that it's technically actually part 2. Not season
can't be
2
because it's so many months. We had the last one in summer last year, and now it's spring this year. So I would say it would be more like season 2, to be honest. But I mean, I'm still kind of enjoying it. As I said before, Magical Girl animes are rare, and now we get a remake of Tokyo Mew Mew. I've not watched the original one, so yes, the romance is very. I think it's called cheesy, if you know what I mean. but I mean, I kind of enjoy it. So yeah, I think that's what I have to say.
in fact, it's funny because the both the Tokyo Mew Mew New, the first season, and the sequel have got low scores, 6.61 on season 1 and 6.76 on this one. But the funny thing is that the manga also has a low score too. So the anime is sort of doing a little better over the original manga, because the original manga is 6.95. So I find that a bit interesting.
I think the anime is quite colorful too. So
Yeah. Well, they
that
have to
might be
remember that manga, unless like fan edits happen, most manga is in black and white.
Yeah.
So
I mean, and also transformation is much better in anime than in manga too.
Definitely.
Magical Girls, definitely. So I think that's a big factor too. The transformations that they do. But I don't really have anything else to say about Tokyo Mew Mew. Is it anything else I'm watching? No, I think that's the end for me, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it. Unless
we might have broke our previous record.
Yeah, but one we haven't discussed though, because it's second core. That is Vinland Saga.
Do you guys want to discuss that?
I'm not watching Vinland Saga.
I mean, it's peak fiction. It's peak fiction. Yeah,
it's fiction.
It's still my anime of the season. It took over again.
Same.
So and now I see more serious parts. Like I know you read the manga memory, so I don't. So you're not going to be spoiled. But we are in the moment where, what is the guy called that is owning the farm? Kettle, right?
Yeah, Kettle. Yeah.
Like he's getting back, and he realized that Arnheid tried to escape, so he's using the stick on her stomach.
Yeah, that was a tough kind of scene to watch.
Yeah, that episode was brutal, but it's definitely now the story is getting more brutal and more dark.
Yeah.
And I know the English version is Canute, but he's actually called Knut for real. At least he's on his way too. So
Yeah, so
like-
you know what
looks
that
like-
means.
Looks like things are really getting serious here.
Thorfinn Knut reunion.
Yeah, and Leif.
Yeah, Leafs there too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that-
but
that-
Vinland's been great, man. I I don't know. I'm so proud and just like so glad that it's getting even with the studio change and stuff like that, like it's still getting the the care and love it deserves, which it's still some of the same staff, so it just tells you how much they care about the series, and they work real closely with the author, and the director even like reads Vinland Saga like as the chapters come out, so that kind of helps too. So
I was kind of wondering, the little boy that was the child of Arnheid, and
Yeah.
what was the husband's name? I forgot. But I was questioning for a while if he died or not, because it looks like he was just taken away for a while.
oh yeah, they
but
confirmed. They yeah.
They confirmed it, when he died, and
Mhm.
he was reunited with his son, which the son was probably alone for a long time in the afterlife, just sitting on that swing. That was actually a very beautiful moment when they reunited
Yeah.
afterward.
Yeah, that was man. Even like knowing the contents, like it's just I don't know. Anime adds so many like, especially like with the music and like the direction
OSTs
and
are awesome.
yeah, like it adds so much more to it. Even so, yeah, Vinland's like still my favorite thing that's going on right now, which is probably no surprise. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's probably it then.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask Memory very, very quickly. You're watching the new Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
Very briefly, what do you think so far?
Eh.
Yeah,
Just not the same without Ash.
actually, I'm going to say yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I'm struggling to warm to this show. Like I'm really struggling to warm to it. Nothing against the characters or anything, but every time I watch, I'm just like,
Yeah, it's just it's just that's like I don't even know what else to say. It's just
yeah.
Just
like I was watching
Like,
the first episode. When I was watching the first episode, I was like, part of this doesn't even feel like Pokemon. The girl's
Yeah,
like
it
running on.
doesn't-
She's like running on a rooftop, like getting chased. I'm like, what is it? Is this This is Pokemon?
Yeah, I agree. Like there's something, I don't know. There's something a bit off about it for me.
And like I
Hello?
don't like. I know some people like it. I do not like the whole Captain Pikachu thing. I just think that's. I'm not a
Like-
fan.
Like I'm trying to give it a chance because obviously it's like a brand new Pokemon. Like after years and years and years of having Ash,
Yeah.
but yeah, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced at
I'm
all.
not either. I'm not either yet. They're gonna have to bring back some other characters or something. I don't know because
Yeah, I hate to say it. I know they wanted to do like a complete reboot and like we're never going to see any of the characters again, but I'm starting to think, actually, guys, to save this, you may actually have to bring back somebody.
yeah, or at least like bring in the characters from the actual game, like bring in like Nimona and bring in like
Yeah,
the characters like that.
yeah,
or
actually
something.
do something because at the moment the storyline for the new one is, as I hate to say it, it's just like that's the
Yeah.
thing. All I can really say about the new Pokemon is just it exists.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm actually thinking like them getting rid of Ash was a mistake. Like, as much as I hate to say that, like it just feels like they had formula with Ash. With Ash, everything felt right, but
Yeah,
I guess but at the same time, I guess that's the point because maybe this shows that I'm maybe a bit too old for Pokemon now. Like maybe
I don't
this new show is not for me.
I
But
guess we'll
anyway,
see.
That's all I will say. That's all
That's-
I wanted to quickly touch upon. So yeah, I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it for me too.
All right, are we ready to wrap this up?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Thank you guys for watching. Have a great day. Subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to these guys' channels. Follow me on Twitter. And I will see you guys next time.